and local monsters as well as the twin terrors. He was born in Kolkata and educated in Kolkata and London. Now he spends his time in Delhi. And the illustrator Sunaina works as a freelance designer in Mumbai who animates for films and internet and illustrates for books and novels. This book is completely a work of fiction, and this book contains nearly 10 chapters and 116 pages. This book tells about a 10-year-old boy, Stoop, who is going to prepare for his exam. Stoop is glad that he is going to complete his class 5, but there was an announcement by the school that all the test marks have been cancelled and the whole school depends on one giant exam. And that's how the story starts. And the main characters in the story are Stoop, Prithvi, Ishani, Rehan, and Stoop's parents. Stoop is not his original name. His original name is Supatro Bandpudiyai, which he does not like and feels something like weird. And Prithvi is one of the best friend of Stoop and who has a top secret plan to crack the exams without any difficulties. He does not share his plan with anyone and Stoop is finding it. Ishani is one of the friend of Stoop from lower classes. Rehan is the most brilliant and intelligent boy in the class and one of the best friend of Stoop. His parents want him to do nothing than study and eat healthy foods, but Stoop does not like it. He goes on canceling his mom's schedule and does not follow it. This book tells about the feelings how he feels when his parents tell him to do nothing other than study and eat healthy foods and just commands him like a puppet. This book cost of rupees 195 and it is affordable for casual readers. This book paper quality is good and even common readers can read it. This book does not have bad illustration and the illustration works are good. Sunena has worked in this illustration good. I now conclude by saying that this Adventures of Stoop is a book which is worth of reading and when you read it, you just laugh out loud. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Sharvesh of grade 10E. Today I am here to review the book The Diary of a Young Girl. The Diary of a Young Girl is the real diary of a teenage girl, which begins at Anne's 13th birthday on 12 June 1942. The family of Anne Frank is living in Frankfurt, Germany, who suddenly go into hiding because of the treatment of Nazi party toward Jews during the Second World War. They went to Amsterdam where they go into hiding with other Jews. This book suddenly ends on 1st August 1944. The story contains many important messages, but the most important message is that everyone has the right to live in freedom. The Anne story shows us that just because the treatment of Jews during the World War. And also, it shows us things that people does not think now. For example, how the people think when they caught and be punished by the Nazi parties. I like the character of Anne because she is so inquisitive and also could be selfish. She liked to describe others and write diaries. She is very enthusiastic and also she don't care about what happening in the outside of her family. And also she don't know the difficulty of her parents and the adults around her. The main characters of the story are Margot Frank, Otto Frank, Anne Frank, Peter Van Pels, Wilma, and also the Mitchell's blacksmith. There are many important characters in this story, but the names are difficult to memorize. And the cover page of the book The Diary of a Young Girl is not that much attractive. It contains the picture of Anne Frank, which was printed by Color Prints in Delhi. The book was published twice. The first edition was in 2012 and the fourth impression was in 2014 by General Press. Also, this book contains the story of 2 years from 12 June 1942 to 1st August 1944. The and also these book contain 224 pages. This book costs rupees 125, which is costly for a casual reader. And also, the quality of the quality of the pages in the book is not that up to the level. The font size used in this book is very easy to read for a casual reader. And the vocabularies in this book are somewhat difficult. And also, the grammar part is very easy. My rating for this book is 4 out of 5 because of the words that are difficult to read and the grammar. I recommend this book to the children who are aged above 12 because it contains some sad scenes. Also, it is difficult for the children who are difficult for them to read who are aged below 12. I conclude myself by saying that everyone has the right to live in freedom. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one all present here. I am Vaibhashri Ramesh of grade 10 and I am studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School of Tirupur. And I am here to review a book called As a Man Thinketh, authored by James Allen in the year 1903. It have been 100 years after the first publication of this book, but still it maintains the popularity. It is just because of the content present there. If I want to express this book in a single word, it's just awesome. I recommend this book to the age group of 15 and above because the age group, after the age group of 15, they may contain many problems in their life, and this book is a good book to boost themselves. And the genre of this book is self-help and self-development. According to it, it functions more on it. And this book contains 96 pages and 7 chapters, all based on mind. Each and every chapter have a special note in it. And the author James Allen is a great poet, a great author according to me. And I like to tell more about the author. The author James Allen was born in England, and his father William Allen was working as a factory worker. After several years, he was died in an accident in the factory. But accidentally, James Allen was in a condition to bear his family in the early age itself. He was in a condition to leave his school. Then he worked as a factory worker for several years. Then he started his career as an author. His first book was published in the year 1901, and the name of the book is From the Poverty to Power. James Allen was from the working class family. And the book, As a Man Thinketh, was the popular one among them. It was published in the year 1903. And the lines which inspired me in this book are, he compared our mind to a garden. He tells that if we go to a garden, we explore the greenery, the fruits, the vegetables present there. But we forget about the gardener who does it. He is the important person of the beauty. And he tells that the seeds which we sow, if the seeds it's in a good quality, the outcome is good. As same in mind. Our mind is like a garden and our thoughts like a seed. If we plant good seed, the outcome is good. And if we and weeds also grow, which is not good, but it have to be weeded annually. And he also tells that if we want to change our society, first we have to change our thoughts, then our mind, then our society automatically changes. This book cost $4.99 US, which cost 409 Indian rupee, which is bit costly to a casual reader. And I recommend this book to the age group of 15 and above, as I mentioned before. And the cover page of this book is made up of head of a human, which is made up of white birds. Seeing that book wrapper itself, we can understand that it is something related to our mind. And this book contains many information. And the title, As a Man Thinketh, is obtained from the Bible, which means As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. You may think that it is from the Bible and it may contain many religious information, but not at all. This book is completely related to mind, and it helps to boost one's own development. Thank you all.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Abernika of grade 10A. So I thank each and everyone who provided me the opportunity to review the book. So today hereby I am going to review the book My Dateless Diary and American Journey. The book My Dateless Diary and American Journey was written by one of the most prominent authors of all time and ever time. That is Mr. R.K. Narayanan. R.K. Narayanan is usually popular and well known, and he's famous for the books that he already wrote, and also the simplicity, wit, and especially wisdom in his writing. So when you take R.K. Narayanan at the age around of 50, not being in home like all other Indians, and when he's born in Madras, South India, not being like all other South Indians and staying at home, he just took a step ahead and he moved to America. So this book, My Dateless Diary and American Journey, consists of 187 pages, and this book has 9 chapters present in it. The journey of R.K. Narayanan starts with the New York City, and his journey ends in the New York City too. So he travels throughout New York, Chicago, California, Washington D.C., Los Angeles, and so many American states. So when you take America, so he just starts traveling to America. And the first place he went to is New York. When he goes to New York, he finds himself a new home. When he finds a new home, he also has a friend who accompanies him. So he was none other than his neighbor. So it was his neighbor who came along R.K. Narayanan. So when they found out that they literally had the same vibe, and they wanted to travel along together, and the first place that they went to discover was the cafeteria. So they just accidentally went together, and they just find out themselves that they had the same vibe together to match throughout. And when going to the cafeteria, they just drank a lot of coffee varieties, and they just explored each and every coffee variety that was there in that coffee shop. So the journey of them did not only end in the coffee shop, but they also went to a lot of places, and they just saw the fashion, technology, education, and schools, colleges, literally everything that they wanted to. So R.K. Narayanan usually compares each and every country with India. So this time when he went to America around the age of 50, he compares America with India. So that's how he just did it literally every time. And I can rate this book 3.5 stars out of 5 stars, because when this is being a book that is going to be recommended for children, it should at least contain some pictures, but there is no pictures at all. And the second thing that I could say that is there is no a lot of the font size is literally small, and I could have had some more bigger font. And next thing that I could say is he has no lot of he has not introduced a lot of characters. The cover page of the book is really attractive, which will make the buyers to buy it by looking at the cover page. The price of the book is 200, which is actually worth of buying it. The main theme of the book is traveling. I recommend this book to the age group of 12 to 16, and also people who love traveling, and also people who wanted to know more about America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really excited to share the review on the book The Alien in My Pocket, which was written by Nate Ball. This is a thrilling and adventurous book, which is a perfect read for the students who love adventure, science fiction, and friendship. The Alien in My Pocket follows the journey of the main character, Zach McZee, who is a 4th grader who discovers a tiny 4-inch tall alien in his bathroom. And the alien name is Amp. And the alien is dropped out from the space in the planet called the Tragus. The alien possesses one of the most extraordinary and independent powers and technology. So the main character, Zach McZee, and the alien, they both become quick friends. And this, their friendship, is heartwarming, which pursues a central theme of this story, the acceptance and understandable. Though they are from the different world, they respect their diversity, which provide the knowledge of diversity in young readers. This book is the combination of action, action and problem solving. So the Zack, the main character, who kept the presence of the alien, the amp, from his parents as a secret. And he also uses his technology, his innovation, his gadgets and powers to get out of the sticky situations which was faced for him. This movement is not only entertaining but also focuses on the young reader's mind to involve themselves in more creative activities. And the author, the Nate Ball, who's an expert in blending the scientific reasons with fictional elements. The amp is the little alien who explains about the scientific reasons behind his world and his innovations. This also provides an interest in students and the young readers to involve themselves in space explorations and innovation and technologies. This book has a language which is easy and accessible for everyone. This book contains 20 chapters with perfect sequences and 143 pages and 6 pages of the second series, The Science and Fair. This book contains 2 series. The first series is Blast Off, the second series Science and Fair. This book was published in the year of 2014 by HarperCollins Publishers. These books provide a more creativity levels in young readers. It also motivates the young reader to focus on science. It is recommended to the age of 6 to 10 because it is the age to understand the science and make sure the science is not danger, it's a fun activity. And it is recommended because the font size of the book is medium, which does not hurt your eyes so much, which is very and really easy to understand. The book is all about the enhancements between the alien and the human. It also provides a really good friendship. This book is completely recommended for the young readers. Thank you.
A warm greetings to everyone. I'm SN Akshita of grade 10A of Frontline Millennium School, here to review the book, The War of the Worlds. The book, The War of the Worlds, is written by an English author, H.G. Wells. It is one of the best-selling illustrated classics, and it is published by BPI Private Limited, India. The edition that I read was published on 2016, but first it was published on 1898, and it was reprinted in United States in 1927. There are 2 main characters, who is the narrator and the Martians. Narrator is an astronomer who is the first person to see a flash in the Mars, and he thinks that only he could describe it to the humans. Next, the Martians. Martians are the technologically advanced aliens, and weapons of the Martians are the heat ray guns, and this is a long story which is shortened in this book. It also has a deeper message about the dangers of war and the importance of fighting together to overcome the struggles. First, the Owlie leaves her 2 children to the narrator, and after a few hours, there is a strike in the middle of the road in front of the house, and something was strange and suspicious. Something came out. They are the Martians, and they fired all the scientists, people, and the soldiers. But the narrator narrowly escaped, and second time he got the horse carriage from his neighbor and took his 2 children and started traveling out of London. And the second strike was there, and he was afraid of that, and he returned back to his native, and the third strike was in his native. First he thought that the aliens were them, but later he came to know that the resources are getting over in the mass, and thus they are trying to invade the earth. So the main theme of this book is the Martian invasion of earth. And a Martian invasion of Earth is nothing but the technologically advanced aliens who are there to invade the Earth. Next, the cover of the book is not so attractive, but it is a perfect fit for children's about 11 years old, because there are more technical and complicated words which they may not understand those words, and it might be a challenging task for them. And this book belongs to the science fiction genre, and I would recommend this book those who are willing to read the science fictional books. Next, I would rate 4.5 out of 10, as there are more complicated words. Thank you.
Warm greetings to 1.5% here. I am Bhavishya from grade 10A, studying in Frontline Millennium School. I am going to review a book is How to Talk to Anyone. This book was written by Lil Lawrence. She is also known as the international best-selling the author. This book was written, published by HarperCollins publisher. He published more number of books like Alien in My Packet, How to Talk to Anyone, etc. This book was illustrated by Dan Bramall in 2008. And this book was published in the year 1999 and republished in the year 2003. It is the practical and the comprehensive guide to enhancing the conversational skills. The book range book ranges provides more techniques and the strategies that can be employed in the variety social settings. From first preventing events, the author writing style is the vocabularies and the words used in this books are complex to read for the beginners, and the grammars are easy to understand for their beginners. And this book contains 9 series and 92 chapters and 336 pages in this book. It is the non-fictional book, and in this book there are 92 tricks for their for success in relationship, and I like first chapter, Flooding Smile, because for example, don't flash immediate smile, and few and see the person for a few minutes, and if they are responsible, show the immediate smile and the big contact to them. And this cost of the price is 199 rupees, and this book for affordable for everyone. This book, and I like to give 4.5 out of 5, because the font size is too small, and this book does not contains any pictures for the examples, and the cover pages is not attractive. Next, I recommend this book for 13 and above, because this is the time to achieve their life. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Darshini Rajendran from grade 10A and I am from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. I am here to review a book named Grace the Pirate. This book, Grace the Pirate, was written by James Riordan and was illustrated by Stu. This book has 63 pages and 7 chapters, and this was published by Oxford University Press in 1996 and was reprinted in 1997 and 1998. I think this is a short story because it has only 63 pages and it moreover has 47 pictures. Nearly half of the book is full of pictures, but still the moral of the story is good. So when it comes to the author note, which is in the last page of the book, the author said that he chose the pirate theme to write this book, and especially women, because there were no his granddaughter and his daughter asked him that why there were no women in the pirate ship. Only men were pirates. Then he couldn't answer to that question. Then he dug into the past and took the story of Grace. And this book is a fictional story. So when it comes to the summary, as I said, there are 7 chapters. In the first chapter, it says about why women pirates were not allowed into the ship, and it also says about the pirate, gives a glance of the pirate life, like few pirates were mad and few were bad. So in the second chapter, it says about a girl on the boat, which is a girl named Grace Barry, who was 15-year-old, was a very brave and young girl, who came into the Sea Devil ship, which is who the captain was Captain Cutthroat. He didn't accept her to be in his pirate ship, so everyone were fighting because few pirates supported her, while the few pirates supported the Captain Cutthroat. So later they thought about tossing her into the sea. And in the third chapter, it says about the storm, in which there was a huge storm in the sea and nobody could bear it. And at the time, everyone were feeling dizzy, while a young man, they couldn't see the figure correctly, but a young person was saving everyone from the storm. And on the next day, the sky was clear. Then they thought of dodging the Grace into the sea, and later they dodged her, and the sharks in the sea started chasing. Meanwhile, she went to the desert island. That was the chapter 4. The chapter name is Desert Island, in which she went to the desert island and started exploring. There were no food, but there were few coconuts and dates. She managed to live a life in that desert for a few weeks. And later she found 2 sheep and got milk from them. And on the 5th chapter, it says about the skeleton who was dead, and his name is Ben. There was a treasure near the Ben, and what she did with the treasure is the next upcoming chapters. So you must read this book and read this book and know what it is. I give this book a rating of 4 out of 5, as the cover didn't attract me. And I think the young readers may be attracted to it because there was a picture of this Grace Barry and a ship of Sea Devil. And I conclude by saying that this book is worth reading for the young readers, but the cost of the book is very high, which is nearly $5.5, and I don't think we can buy this book because of $5.5 for only 63 pages and nearly half of it are pictures. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Deepana Silvaraj of grade 10 from Frontline Millennium School. I am delighted to present you my oral book review, A Study in Scarlet, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. He was born in 1859 and dead in 1930. He studied medical in year 1878, and this book was published in 1887. This remarkable novel introduces us to a iconic detective Sherlock Holmes and his loyal companion Dr. John Watson. Join me as we delve in the world of mystery, crime and deduction. The novel artfully weaves two narratives, intertwining a murder investigation in London with a flashback story set in American West. Conan Doyle skillfully guides us through the past, shedding light on the event which led to present day crime. A Study in Scarlet takes us on a captivating journey, which begins with Dr. Watson, a retired military doctor, searching for affordable lodging in London. With a mutual friend, he was introduced to a Sherlock Holmes. As they both started living together, they further engrossed into a murder case. The novel artfully weaves two narratives, intertwining a murder investigation in London with a flashback story set in American West. As Holmes and Watson work side by side, they employ Holmes' unparalleled powers and Watson's keen observation to entail the mystery. The duel uncovers a complex web of revenge and deduction. Uh, Conan Doyle Conan Doyle's writing skill was both engaging and descriptive. He transported the readers for the foggy streets of Victorian London and harsh landscapes of American West. The characters of the story are undoubtedly the novel's strength, where I recommend this book for the people who read detective novels and their age group of 13 to 16. The only negative thing I felt while reading this book was if they had moved visualization of the story, it would be easy to find the plot much better. The price of the book is rupees 250. According to me, it is worth it. I suggest this book for the people who read detective novels as it is a best detective novel. Sherlock Holmes was introduced new to this book as he's the main character in the book. In conclusion, I like to say that Study in Scarlet is the best detective novel, which gives a most detective sense of reading. Study in Scarlet takes us on a captivating journey where Watson and Sherlock Holmes were best, and they was living together, and they worked and they was investing in London and with the flashback story in America. And Study in Scarlet is a perfect detective novel, and I recommend this book for the people who read detective novels. Thank you.
Cheerful good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hamsavardhini of grade 10A, and I'm here to review the book, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. It was written almost 150 years ago by Mark Twain. Mark Twain is also known as Samuel Langhorne Clemens. His pen name was Mark Twain, and he was known famously for his vivid details and humor in his books. Tom Sawyer is the title character of the novel. He also appears in 3 other novels by Mark Twain, such as The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer Abroad, Tom Sawyer Detective. The book was first published in the year 1876 by the American Publishing Company. The version I read was published by BPI Publications in 2017. It had 144 pages, which is perfect for children who are just starting to read longer novels. Tom is an orphan who lives with his aunt Polly and his half-brother Sid, whose full name is Sydney, in the fictional town of St. Petersburg in Missouri, somewhere in the 1840s. His friend Hug, whose full name is Huckleberry Finn, is an uneducated, superstitious boy who also happens to be the son of the town drunkard. So next to Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, the most important character is Injun Joe. Tom Sawyer's encounter with Injun Joe, the wicked antagonist, shows his maturation from a young boy to a man. In this, we can see that Injun Joe is a thieving, dishonest, and a sinister person who achieves all of his evil goals because he is also clever and resourceful. He kills young Dr. Robinson without any qualms on for no discernible reason. He also frames old Muff Potter. He is shrewd enough for the townspeople to believe that what he told is the truth. One of my favorite scenes from this book is when Tom uses reverse psychology on his friends. So Tom is given the punishment of painting of his aunt's fence, which was 30 yards long and 9 foot high. He was supposed to whitewash it, but he did not like it. It was a Saturday, and he wanted to go out and play with his friends. In this, when he goes around, he can see that his neighborhood friends are going around, going and playing, but he catches hold of them, persuades them that what he is doing is actually a privilege that not a lot get to enjoy. He persuaded them and told that whitewashing is a privilege, and in return of this, he got treasures and trinkets. So with these treasures and trinkets, he traded them for tickets. These tickets are given at the Sunday school when you memorize verses of the Bible. And he had over 2,000 tickets. He could cash it in for the most coveted prize, the Bible. When he got the Bible, both the students and the adults were shocked. Even some of the students were jealous because Tom was not a studious boy who would read the Bible. He did not know not even a single verse from the scripture. And later, Judge Thatcher asks him to tell who are the two apostles, who are any two apostles of Jesus. But Tom was faced in a dilemma, and he gave the wrong answers, David and Goliath. So I could say that this book depicts what an American childhood felt like in the 1840s. I recommend this book to children of 8 to 12 years old. Despite this, even people of all ages can enjoy it, considering it is a classic. There are 3 things that I learned from Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. Chores can be fun if you make them. A little full imagination takes you a long way. And the last thing is something even Marcus Aurelius will agree upon. Do everything as if it's your last.
Greetings to one and all present here. I'm Jayashree of grade 10A. I'm here to give review on the book The Blue Umbrella. The Blue Umbrella has been written by the famous author Ruskin Bond. Ruskin Bond has been writing over 60 years and now have over 120 titles in print, like essays, poetries, novels, and books for children. The book Blue Umbrella is a genre of children's literature and adult fiction. The book consists of 83 pages and 7 chapters. The book Blue Umbrella was published by Rupa Publications India in 1992. The book The Blue Umbrella tells the story of Binya, a young girl who lives with her mother in a small village. Binya is fond of the blue umbrella. She really needs it. She trades a lucky tiger claw pendant to the lady who owns the blue umbrella. The man tries to buy the blue umbrella, but Binya refuses. The obsession with the blue umbrella made a young boy thief. These incidents made Binya to face various circumstances, and the book also contains an unexpected twist at the end. The strength of the Blue Umbrella lies in its engaging main characters, accessible narrativity, attractive settings, valuable moral lesson, and emotional impact. The weakness of the Blue Umbrella is it has a predictable plot, limited supporting characters, lack of emotional depth. Overall, the Blue Umbrella is a heartwarming and delightful book which tells the innocence and curiosity of childhood. My favorite quote in this book is, "The umbrella was like a flower, a great blue flower, which had been sprung upon the dry brown hillside." The main characters of the book are Binya, a young girl, Binya's mother, Biju, Binya's elder brother, Ram Bharosa, the man who owns the tea stall on the Tehri road, and Raja Ram is the boy who lives in the next village and he employs in the tea stall. The theme of the Blue Umbrella is it has is desire, honesty, growth, possession, the value that we place on things, and kindness and forgiveness in the world full of selfishness and envy. I would like to give 4 stars out of 5 stars because the writing style of the author is both engaging and interesting. The book is available to the readers at the rate of ₹95. This book is also available as an e-book. The fonts are of good size, which a normal person can be able to read. The pages are durable and in a good quality.
the book contains of pictures which attract the readers to learn, and the book consists of hard words which may be difficult for kids to read. The moral of the book, the moral is true happiness lies in fulfillment, and the value that we place on relationships, not in the material possessions. The pictures are in black and white, so which may not attract the kids, and the pictures helps to understand the kids to read. I would like to conclude by saying that the Blue Umbrella is an exciting book, and it has a meaningful theme. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the adventure that will transport you into the captivating world of literature. Today, I'm excited to review a book that has greatly influenced literature and attracted readers worldwide. The book I'm going to review is none other than The Mayor of Casterbridge. Hello everyone, I'm Layash, grader studying in Frontline Millennium School. The Mayor of Casterbridge, tragic novel written by Thomas Hardy. It was first published in 1886 and is about the consequences of the main character's choice. It takes the readers on a captivating journey through the character's experience. This book consists of 30 chapters and is about 144 pages long. The Mayor of interesting novel set in a fictional town of Casterbridge in rural England. It tells the story of a young man named Michael Henchard who sells his wife and daughter at a country fair. Many years later, when he has become successful, serving as the mayor of Casterbridge, his past come back to haunt him. The main character in the book is Michael Henchard, who is portrayed as an imperfect and complicated person. In the beginning, he gets angry very. He progresses, he goes through a transformation. Along with Michael Henchard, other important characters include Elizabeth Jane, who is Henchard's daughter and play a moral guide in the story. Next is Donald Farfrae, who is a traveler, a lover of wealth, and later becomes Henchard's manager. Next is Susan, who is Henchard's wife. Coming to the story. Michael Henchard sells his wife and daughter at a country fair under the influence of alcohol. The next day, he regrets for the transaction and went in search of them. But he couldn't find it. On the other hand, Elizabeth Jane and Susan will live a prosperous life with the sailor. Eventually, the sailor dies and they do come back in search of Michael Henchard. They were surprised to see Michael Henchard as the mayor of Casterbridge. They tried to meet him several times. And also, Susan and Elizabeth Jane tried to meet several times, and simultaneously, Donald Farfrae was appointed as the manager of Michael Henchard. Then, Michael Henchard and Susan got remarried again, and after a few years of marriage, Susan dies. Donald Farfrae popularity in the village because of the experience and the skillfulness. Therefore, Michael Henchard insists him to resign his job. Finally, Donald Farfrae and Elizabeth Jane got hitched together. The story ends with Michael Henchard's death, leaving a note that his dying wish is to be forgotten. This book explores different themes like fate, forgiveness, social class, and the outcomes of a society. One of the best things about this novel is that how the author, Thomas Hardy, shows the feelings and relationships between different characters. He also describes different places, which gives us the feeling that as if we went to that place. Coming to the negativity, some of the parts in the book can be slow-paced so that the readers might think as slow-paced. And also the story can become too dramatic, which cannot be liked by everyone. Thomas Hardy is a great writer who writes about nature in great detail. In most of his stories, he combines tragic events with the peacefulness of the countryside so that the readers could feel the book genuine and captivating. Hardy's writing is filled with beauty and emotions where the characters express philosophical ideas. His words are like a poetry which make the book even more beautiful. And I would rate this book 4.5. Recommend to those who love classic literature with a touch of tragedy. If I want to describe this book in one word, I would say it's a shocker. The twist and turn in the book at worldwide. With its richly emotions and introduction of different characters, Mayor of Casterbridge remains as a compelling and literary work. This book leaves a strong impression on readers. In a nutshell, The Mayor of Casterbridge is a must-read for everyone. Thank you.
Mithila of Grade 10, and today I would like to share my thoughts on a wonderful children's book called called Henry and Beasts, which was written by Beverly Cleary back in 1952. So few might have not known her, but get ready to dive into the amazing world of Henry Huggins, and let's get to know more about Beverly Cleary on the way. In this book, we meet Henry, a young boy full of adventures and curiosity and adventures. Wild imagination. Right from the start, we learn that Henry has a strong desire, a dream that keeps him going throughout the story. What is it, you ask? Well, Henry was really longing for a bicycle. And let me tell you, Cleary does a fantastic job of showing how Henry really wants it and how kids can relate to that feeling. And as we follow Henry's adventures, we see how determined and clever he is. He always comes up with cool ideas to earn money and save up for his dream bicycle. From selling bubblegum to trying to solve a mystery, each chapter is packed with excitement and anticipation. And Cleary's way of telling story is engaging and easy to understand, which makes it perfect read for kids of all ages. One of the best things about Henry and Beasts is the amazing friendship between Henry Huggins and Beasts Quimby, a girl who's a year older than him. Beasts brings a different perspective to the story, being a bit older and sensible. And it clearly does a great job of showing how their friendship really works, full of playful teasings, shared adventures, and the strong loyalty that young friendships often have. And Cleary's writing feels so real and vivid as she describes Henry's world. You'll feel like you're right there with Henry, experiencing all his victories and setbacks in his neighborhood with all its sights and sounds. And don't forget about his beloved interactions with his dog Ripsy and his family, which add even more warmth to the story. And now let's talk about the lessons in the book. Henry and Beasts teaches important things like never giving up, working hard, and the power of friendship. And by seeing how Henry never gives up on his dream, young readers will learn the value of setting goals and facing challenges with determination. And the friendship between Henry and Beasts shows the importance of being loyal, understanding, and supporting each other's dream. Speaking up of length, Henry and Beasts is a fun read with about 250 pages, give or take depending upon the edition of the book. And Beverly Cleary's way of telling the story keeps the story moving at the pace that keeps kids interested to turn the next page. And this book has a perfect mix of humor, adventure, and heartfelt moments, which makes it really satisfying and enjoyable. And if you ask me what age group do I recommend, I would recommend this book to the age group of 12 years. However, readers of all ages, including adults, can enjoy its timeless charm and the nostalgic elements of the story. So now, who doesn't love a good deal? Henry and Beasts is definitely worth the money. It not only gives you an enriching reading experience, but also teaches important life lessons in a fun and relatable way. This book is affordable, available in different formats such as ebook, paperback, and hardcover in various languages, and loved by generations of readers because of its universal appeal. And that's why it's a smart choice by parents, teachers, and young readers, and it totally deserves a solid 4 out of 5 stars. In conclusion, Henry and Beasts is a true gem in children's literature. It not only teaches important life, it not only gives an enriching reading experience, but also teaches important life lessons along the way. And Beverly Cleary has an amazing talent for capturing the essence of childhood, creating characters that kids can relate to, and telling heartwarming stories. And this book takes you on an exciting journey with Henry as he chases his dream of owning a bicycle while teaching important life lessons along the way. So, if you are looking for an exciting book that will transport you back to the 1950s and remind you of the magic of your childhood, I would highly recommend you Henry and Beasts. So join Henry with his amazing adventures and let Beverly Cleary sweep you off your feet with her enchanting storytelling. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm Ranita Sadish Babu of grade 10A, studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. Now I'm going to review a book named And Baby Hangs a Tale. This was written by the famous author Jeffrey Archer. The title And Baby Hangs Tale was derived from Shakespeare's phrase that it means after an action, there will be an interesting story to be told again. And the genre of the book is a fiction story. And this book was first published in 2010 May. And this book consists of 290 pages and 15 chapters. And this book makes a person interesting to read with many twists and suspenses stuffed on it. Jeffrey Archer Jeffrey Archer is a famous author, and he lives in London, Cambridge, and married with two children. And the the synopsis of the story is at, from chapter 2, the Queen's birthday of telegram, where a wife changed into 100 years, and her birthday had been came, and the queen suggested her that she will give a telegram on her birthday, but she didn't, and she gave the telegram after 2 weeks ago her birthday. And from chapter 8, Good Eye, and from Germany comes a good eye, where a priceless oil painting remained in the same family for over 200 years until. And from chapter 9, Members Only, where a gulf of snow crackers has been put down in the Christmas crackers, and a young man's life will never be the same again. And the front cover of this book it does not look so attractive, and the positive aspects of this book it contains many twists and suspenses stuffed on it. So a person who likes many twists and suspenses can read it. And the negative aspects of this book is it does not contain any illustrations. So I recommend this book for the age group of 13 and above, and a person who does not like any illustrations can be read the book. And I rate this book 4 out of 5 because it contains many hard words, and a casual reader cannot read it easily, and it can be read by an expert who always read the books. And it is an exclusive South Asian edition, and this edition for sale is only in the Indian subcontinent. And this book is this book it is an when we read this book, it gives the thoughts of ambition, love, revenge, and other combinations in this. This consists of short stories that makes a person interested to read. And this is an auspicious and extraordinary short story written by Jeffrey Archer. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Sri Raksha of grade 10 from Frontline Millennium CBSE School. I'm here to review a book on the topic Gently Sahib. Before I start off my review, I would like to start in the famous words of Mark Haydn. Reading is like a conversation. All books talk, but a good book listens as well. So Gently Sahib is a 1964 classic which was first published in the year 1964 by Castle & Co. Limited. Years later, it was republished in 2012 by Constable and Robinson Limited. This book, written by Alan Hunter, is a classic which has 217 pages with 17 chapters. This book is available in the form of an e-book, hardcover, and it is available in Amazon and Flipkart for purchases as well. Alan Hunter is an author who is well known for his literature, which bases on topics such as the clandestine lives of different people, exploring how great of a raconteur he really is. He develops and indulges on topics such as in the genre which belongs to fiction, along with mystery, crime, suspense, with a flair for humor and creativity that he adds to his own story by indulging and including new fictional characters. So the story starts off as a tiger which has escaped from a zookeeper named Hugh Groton has run into the village which is lying in the hillside of a fictional town called Abocham. This is the place where an old lady first spotted this tiger, and initially she thought it was a cat, but later she found out that it was a tiger and had called the cops. Eventually she realized that the tiger had escaped and the cops came in at the wrong time. So now the tiger has made its way on top of a butcher's van. The tiger, which was present on the top of the butcher's van, has been eating all the meat and munching on it, while the driver, who was the butcher himself, was completely clueless and oblivious to the situation. The trespassers and pedestrians, who were also frightened by this, did not inform the butcher. The butcher, who noticed this eventually when he was taking a U-turn, saw that the tiger was sitting on top of his van. In a great state of alarm, he called the cops. This is when Inspector George Gently comes into case. The tiger, which had escaped from these two incidents, made its way to the annual fair of Abocham. This is where several shops and markets were set up, and one such was a fish market. And this tiger had been munching on the fish in the fish market once again. So this time, the police constable named Kenneth shot it dead. This might seem like the end of what the tiger did in the village of Abocham, but in reality, this is where it begins. A year later, the milkman, delivery man, as well as the mailman who have been delivering their packages to a bungalow lying in the outskirts of Abocham noticed that the packages were not taken in by the owner. They realized that something was wrong and decided to peek in through the keyhole. They saw a scene that couldn't be taken away from their eyes. They saw that the wall was covered with blood and that the floor was soaked and drenched in blood. The walls had claw prints and imprints of the tiger claws. They were scared and they called Inspector George Gently. Inspector George Gently came to investigate, where he reviewed the security footage only to find out that the car of the supposed victim named Peter Shimpling was missing. And as well, the victim's body, or the buried corpse, was found in the garden. He realizes that Inspector George Gently started this question. If a tiger really mauled a man to death, would he bother burying the corpse, as well stealing his car to run away? So this book I would recommend to the age group about 12 because this book is very similar to Arthur Conan Doyle's series of Sherlock Holmes. This book is very interesting and the cover page is simple but effective. It is very affordable as it costs £7 and I really liked this book and I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you.
Coming together is a beginning. Staying together is a progress. This book was. Today, I'm here to give you a review on the book 5 Go on a Strategy Away Day. 5 Go on a Strategy Away is a book written by Bruno Vincent. This book consists of 104 pages and with 14 chapters. This cover was illustrated by the Ruth Palmer. I would like to introduce the characters. The main characters are Julian, Dick, and Georgina, a tomboy-hearted girl who named as George, and Timmy, the loyal dog. The author also written the famous 5. The same characters are included. Their travel begins in a railway journey, and after reaching the station, they went to the countryside hotel and joined in the team acquisition. The team acquisition is also has other 3 teams. The first one is finance, and the second one is acquisition. The third one is corporate relations. Julian chose the team acquisition. Later, after an hour, there was a meeting. They didn't realize that the other teams are there. They thought that only we 5 were. They unexpectedly, the Secret 7 also joined. Both the teams are enemies. They are not all friends. Later, a pure man named Mike came and engaged the meeting. And later, he gave many exercises to make themselves relax and also to work hard. They also faced many challenges, and also the challenge which I loved is the chapter 3 lets the game begin. That's really a funny chapter because the Mike asks them to breathe in and breathe out. That's a breathing exercise. But the 5 members are just sleeping. Later, they faced other challenges also. Before that, Timmy said that he's not allowed. They went on. Other 4 went on.
Now, at the middle of the story, they went to find a treasure map, and also they found the treasure map, not the treasure. The both the teams, the difference between the both the teams are the famous five will meet at the holidays and at the Kirin behind the Kirin Island, but the secret seven or the seven members who are the neighbors, they meet at the secret base near the clubhouse. The moral of the story is the teamwork and the spirit they have. As I told that the challenges they face is that it's just for to check whether they are friends or they have the same teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. So I would like to give 4.5 out of 5 because though the story is interesting, there are through the vocabulary is little complicated to understand. And this book, as I told, this book was published by the Quirkers editions in Great Britain in 2016. This book is this book is the front cover is attractive, though nor the back cover. I recommend this book to the people age group above 14. The reason mentioned above. So, when the I becomes we, the illness becomes wellness. Thank you.
A warm welcome to everyone. I'm P.K. Subhadeshni of grade 10 and I'm here to give a review on the book The Night Diary. The Night Diary is written by the author Veera Hiranandani. Veera Hiranandani is an American writer who writes children novels. This book is an young adult novel in the genre of historic and diary fiction. This book follows the main protagonist, Nisha, and her twin Amil, set in 1947. The story follows the 12-year-old twins who once lived in India but almost overnight changed into Pakistan. The mother who died giving birth to them was a Muslim and the father was a Hindu, thus making them unwelcome where they were. So almost overnight they have to change across the border from Pakistan to India to begin a new life away from everyone they have known and loved. This book has about 300 pages and it costs 279 rupees. I personally think that's very affordable in my opinion. This book is published by the publication Penguin Readers and published in March 6, 2018. The main theme of the story is religious belief, family, and survival. There is some mention of the violence and death, but not sensationalized, but detailed enough to set the tone on how serious the journey was between the two countries after the British rule stopped. There is some mention of bullying and the father smoking socially with his friends. I love that the backdrop is the action of the story, and the writer of this epistolial is highly intimate. I love the characters I love the relationship between the characters. The main characters of the story are Dadi, Papa, Kazi, Amil, and Nisha. Dadi is the Hindi and the Sindhi word for one's paternal grandmother. It's annoying at times, but comforting to Nisha also. And Papa is Nisha's father, who is strict but a loving father. And Kazi is their household cook, who Nisha loves to spend most of her evenings with, and help him during the time of the supper. What I really liked about the book was Nisha was gifted a diary for her 12th birthday by her father. In the diary, she writes letters in the form of addressing it to her mother, who, as I mentioned before, who died giving birth to her. I think this is her way of feeling her mother's love. As Nisha writes every day in her diary what happened during the day. She writes the date and the day and says, "Dear Mama," and then writes everything that happened during the day and finish it with saying that, "Love, Nisha." What I really liked about the book is that this book is in the form of not in chapters, but in the form of diary entries that Nisha has written. So we feel more relationship between the characters, which I really liked about. What I didn't like about the book was it could have had more illustrations of the storyline between the diary entries that could have had us more visualization of how the story took place. This story was inspired by real events that had happened in 1947 during the partition that taken place between India and Pakistan. I would recommend this book to ages 9 and above, as this could help readers understand how much struggles people have gone through during the partition time in 1947. Actually, I read this book when I was 15 years old, and Nisha was just 12 years old in that story. I was so amazed to see that how different people lives could be. Such an young age, you have to face so much problems, and that have taught me that I have to be prepared for all the hardships in life that I have to overcome. I would give this book a 5 out of 5, and I would recommend it to people to read and understand the morals, and that you have to also be prepared for all the hardships in life you have to overcome. Thank you.
Greetings, fellow book enthusiasts. My name is Sudiksha and I'm studying in grade 10 of Frontline Millennium School. Today, I'm here to share my thoughts on a delightful literary gem, The Book of Dragons by E. Nesbit. Edith Nesbit is a British novelist, poet, short story writer, and a children's author. She has written or collaborated on over more than 60 books of fiction for children, several of which have been adapted for film and television. As a young reader with an insatiable appetite for fantasy and children's literature, this enchanting collection of dragon tales has captured my imagination from the very first page. I cannot wait to delve into the magical world of adventures and dragons, recounting the thrilling escapades characters that has made this book a timeless favorite for readers among all ages. This book falls under the genre of fantasy and children's literature. It beautifully combines the elements of magic, humor, and adventure to create a captivating reading experience. It has the themes of friendship, courage, and the power of imagination. One can buy this book with an amount of rupees 250, which is very affordable and worthy as well. The number of pages in the Book of Dragons vary depending upon the edition. The edition which I own is of 196 pages. This book was first published in the year 1900 by the publishing house Dodd, Mead and Company in the United States, and it was also published in the same year by T. Fisher Unwin in the United Kingdom. The book which I possess was published by Scholastic and was printed at Parsons Graphics, Mumbai. So this book has 8 different chapters, and each chapter is a different short story. So as it is a collection of different short stories, the main characters vary depending on the short story. Most of the stories happen to be occurring in an era of kings and queens. So the children and all the princes and princes are very cute in each and every story. And also each and every story introduces different dragons who go on really adventurous escapades. So there are no common characters because the main characters are always the dragons and the children. We also have some supporting characters who help the children to have an encounter with the dragons. So we can classify the dragons on the basis of color, size, and character. Some of the dragons are kind-hearted and helpful, while others are cruel-minded and demolishers. The children who encountered the dragons have taken the story to the next level with their curiosity. The way in which they react to the situations and the way in which they take decisions and the sense of bravery and curiosity that they have possessed had taken this book in a fantabulous manner. And also, this whole book is in a narrated version by the author. There are places in which the author interacts directly with the readers, which I found was very interesting. And each story also had a lot of humor in between them, which helped me not sleep in between. The story was very lively, and I felt like traveling in a world of dragons, just like that, sitting on the dragon's back and going on around in each and every chapter. It was very captivating, and I loved reading this book. But this book had a lot of pictures as well, which was very interesting, and also the picture was very detailed. But I felt that there was no continuation from one chapter to another. Each story was very self-contained, as it was a collection of short stories. Other than that, the vocabulary was very legible, and everyone can be understanding this chapters, and it is perfect for the readers of all ages. I would like to give 4 out of 5 stars for this fantabulous book, and highly recommend it to all the fiction and fantasy lovers. Thank you.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm SP Tamil Nadi of grade 10A, studying in Frontline Millennium School. And today I'm here to share my thoughts and review about the book, The Deadly Royal Recipe. And the author of the book, The Deadly Royal Recipe, is Ranjit Lal. Ranjit Lal is the author of more than 25 books, both fiction and non-fiction, for both children and also for adults who are still happily children. And the book The Deadly Royal Recipe by Ranjit Lal is an adventure story that is based on the imaginary kingdom of Kamarkar. The kingdom, whose royal family that is famous for its incredible food with top secret recipes that have all been chronicled in a secret book called the Master Book that has been passed down from generation to generation as a precious heirloom. And now, 13-year-old Zafira has just joined school and discovered friendship after years of being tutored at home. And things are going wonderfully for her and her new friends, Lana, Ragini, Yogita's little brother, and Barfi, until they become the victims of the evil neighboring kingdom's Raja's plot to steal the master book by kidnapping them for ransom. And this story is entirely about how Zafira and her friends use their wits to get out of the dangerous situation while also ensuring that the book does not fall into the wrong hands. And the plot by itself is amazing. It is simple and smart, and the book manages to sustain the interest of the readers throughout the story. And the characters' personalities are well drawn throughout the story without slowing down the pace of the narrative. And perhaps the most important protagonist in the story after Zafira is the legendary food of Kamarkar. The author has been liberal with the descriptions of many recipes that feature in the book, which is not only delightful but also makes you work up an appetite. And then the most little ingenious little twist at the plot in the end adds to the positives. My biggest gripe with the book was that the language that was liberally employed by the characters, which betrays both their age and as well as the audience it is intended for. I assume its function was probably to highlight the intensity of the situation, but it just does not work. Like the author attributes certain characteristics and habits to the bad guys, which is understandable because they're bad guys after all. But having a 13-year-old make references to a bad guy's drinking ability would be better suited for a dark mature comedy as opposed for a book that is meant for teens and preteens. And the book has a total of 18 chapters and 225 pages. And the price of the book is rupees 225 rupees, which I personally think is very affordable. And what I liked the most about the book was that the cover of the book. It was creative and unique. It was in the form of a comic, which makes it even more interesting for us to read. And what I did not like about the book was that it doesn't contain any form of illustrations in between the chapters, which some readers may find boring to read. Overall, it was a good read, and I would like to rate this book a 4.5 out of 5. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Ashwin Kumar KS of grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School. I am here to give a honest the storybook, The Hotel Named Starlight. It is written by Siddharth Nahal in the year 2021. It is his first book. He published this book with the help of his friends and his family. It is a self-published book. This book gave him a great reach, so he wrote the second part of this book, which is the continuation of The Hotel Starlight, in the same year, 29 August 2021. Siddharth Nahal was born in 2001 in New Delhi, and when he was writing this book, he was studying in college in Bangalore, Karnataka. It is a paranormal, demonic, haunted hotel novel, and this book contains of 47 pages with 10 chapters, and the price of this book is rupees 199. I think this book is not worth for the money because this book just contains of 47 pages. If the book price is rupees 99, it might be affordable for the readers to buy, and it will be a worthy one. The synopsis of the story is David leads a simple life by working in a small restaurant in his town until he goes to deliver food for the hotel Starlight. There he encounters a demonic entity which relates itself to him. And before David, already Jack, a person, has went to the hotel and stuck into the demons. David had a chance to get help from Jack, and he can get escape. The total story is that David be escaped from the demons in the hotel Starlight by getting help from the Jack, or without getting help from the Jack. I recommend this book for the age category of 8 to 11 years, because in our I thought that this book will be a horror one, but when I started to read this made me disappointed, and it doesn't give me a feel of that horror and the ghost. I would recommend this book for the age category of 8 to 11 years, because this book is suitable for the age category of those ages, because we don't get attractive to those stories. This looks very cringy, and and the author have used very easy vocabularies which are very easy to understand to the age category which I have been mentioned above. I would give a rating of 3.5 out of 5, because the story is good but not suitable for our age category, and the vocabularies used is also very easy. I have reduced 1.5 star because the book doesn't contain any pictures. At least if the book contains any black and white pictures, it might attract the reader to turn the pages. I would like thank you.
A very good evening to the ladies and gentlemen gathered here. I am Agustin Rohit Jovi, studying in grade 10B in the Frontline Millennium School, Tirupur. And it's my pleasure to review the book titled Thea Sultan and the Venice Masquerade. This book's original title is Carnival di Venezia. It was initially published in the year 2017 in the month of November. And later, this special edition which I am going to review was published in the year 2022 in the month of May. This book was printed by Sai Pak India Publication Printing Private Limited. This book also has the name Stilton in it, which is the name of the famous Stilton English cheese, and the company uses a trademark for it. This famous and fantastic book was published by the publications called the Scholastic Publications, which are worldwide famous. The author of this fantastic, creative, innovative, and creative storyline is none other than Elisabetta Dami. She also has genuine facts in her story that are used when needed, and emotions when needed, and also has a bit of humor along with danger, which attracts the attention of young readers as well as older readers. So the book was illustrated by Barbara Pellizzera, who is responsible for the illustration of designs, as Flavio Ferron, who is responsible for the illustration of colors. This book has a theme, Unity is Strength. This book also imprints the characteristics of courage, confidence, love, power, and energy, strength, unity, and teamwork into the hearts of young children who read this book. Being a cost-affordable book that is Rs 375 to ensure knowledge gain in the students, this book can be bought by a lot of readers and buyers. The reader level of this book is reader level 4, that needs easy vocabulary and simple words. So students from the age group of 10 to 15 and 18 can easily understand this book. And the book is also recommended for these children because it prints the life characters needed for these teenagers. So the main characters of this story are Thea Sultan, the Thea sisters, which constitute of Colette, Nikki, Paulina, Pamela, and Violet, along with Elsa, Marco, their father, who is the chief executive of police in Venice, and they also have Beto del Don, and they also have the magician. So Thea Silton, she's the correspondent of Rodin's Gazette in the New Mouse Island. And she also works as a journalist to her brother Geronimo Silton, who is the manager of the Rodin's Gazette. She loves to travel and take part in Avengers along with Geronimo Silton. And she now works in Mouseford Academy, or also called as Mouseford University, where she has a group of children named after her called the Thea Sisters. The Thea Sisters include Colette. She's from France. She loves fashion. She loves to be up to trend. She loves everything that is in pink color. And what she cannot stand is shyness. She's very shy of crowd. Next we have Violet. She's very fond of music. She wants to become one of the greatest musicians in the world. She's from China. And what she cannot stand is lack of sleep and lack of hunger. She loves to learn, so she's often referred to as bookworm. Next we have Nikki. She's from Australia and she loves to be outdoor and sportic person. Next we have Paulina. She's from Peru. She has magic touch when it comes to using gadgets. And Pamela from South Africa. She's a foodie and her favorite food is pizza. The story goes on along with the team Thea Silton going to Venice to meet their old friends Marco and Elisa, and they end up in an unsolved mystery where a magician steals a lot of items, a lot of masks, and they also have informational facts in the story there where the children gain knowledge. So I recommend this book for a lot of readers and knowledgeable people who want to enrich their knowledge with much more flourished facts where the Thea Silton travel. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. Myself is Dharnish Kumar of Grade 10B. The book which I am going to review is Pushing the Bear, which is written by Dan Glancy in the year 1996. The author of this book, Dan Glancy, has received American Book Award in the year 2001. This book is published by Hardcourt Press and Book Company in the year 1996. The cover page of this book looks attractive. The cover illustration is done by Murph Jacob and the cover design is done by Vahan Andrews. The cover illustrator Murph Jacob is one of the best editor in America and also an author. The author of this book also gives a clear idea of the story at the beginning at the cover page, that soldiers are forcing some people to move away from their southeastern homeland. Then the author also gives a detailed map at the beginning of each and every chapter, and that map says where each and every characters are staying. This contains 8 chapters and 242 pages. This story is a fictional story. The English used in this book is very easy to understand. Even children can read this book without the help of dictionary. This is a real story happened in America in the year 1838 to 1839, which is titled as The Trial of Tears. The important characters are Maritol and Nobauti. Those two are among those Cherokee Indians who were also forced to move away from their southeastern homeland and walking 900 miles in 4 winter seasons. Some of the characters involved in the story are real historical figures, and some characters are imaginary, but those imaginary characters are admired from some other real historical figures. This book cost about $12 US, that is 984 Indian rupees. The cover page is printed in white color. This book also teaches us how to stay, how to travel in winter seasons, and how to handle difficult situations, and how to overcome other problems. And I recommend this book for the age category of 13 to 15. because those teenagers can learn how to travel and how to stay in winter seasons. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. I am Deena of grade 10th B from Frontline Millennium School, Tirupur. I am here to review a book called Gargling with Jelly. This is written by Brian Patton and illustrated by Chris Riddle. Brian Patton was born in Liverpool and he is a kid's favorite poet in the world, and he has received numerous and many awards for his writing. Chris Riddle has received award for this book, and this book was firstly published by Viking Kestrel in the year 1985, and this book secondly republished by Puffin Books in the year 1985. And this book consists of 130 poems which are all fictions. In this book, each poem contains different creatures and new characters like troublesome sisters, naughty children with nasty habits, superheroes come to the life, vampires, giants, jalopy, caretaker, and many others. In this collection of poems, which I like the most is the school caretaker, because this poem taught me that life can turn upside down within a second. This book is available in UK, USA, New Zealand, Ireland, Canada, South Africa, and also in India, which is easy for us to buy this book. And this book is also available in some online websites like Amazon, Flipkart, and many others. The length of the book is about 133 pages. By reading this book, I got an extraordinary experience. So I went to search on puffinbooks.com and I ordered another book of Brian Patton called Alternators. That book is also very interesting. I would like to suggest this book for the age group of 7 to 12, because this book related to the children's, and children's might get personal bonding with this book and they will be happy by reading this book. And the front cover of the book is very odd and colorful, which made me to buy this book. And the front cover was illustrated by Peter Strain. The back cover of the book contains a small summary of this poem. And the rating which I would like to give for the book is 3.5 out of 5, because the author has used simple and common English which is understandable by everyone. But in 2 or 3 poems he used hard vocabularies which is not understandable by a children. But even though they can read this book to inculcate their vocabulary skills. And the font size of the book is too small, which make the readers to be stressed. And according to me, this book is somewhat childish. And the price of the book is about 6.99 UK pound, which is not affordable, but interested reader can buy and read this book. I would like to conclude that this is a humorous and adventurous poem by Brian Patton. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Jayapranav from grade 10B. I am studying in Frontline Millennium School, Tirupur. Now I am here to review a book named The Mystery of the Missing Man. This story was written by Enid Blyton and it was first published in 1955 in Great Britain. Then later it was republished in 2013 by Egmont. This book consists of 230 pages and 23 chapters. It also has a short summary of 10 pages at the last. So the author Enid Blyton has written many other stories like The Mystery of the Disappearing Cat, The Mystery of the Strange Room, The Mystery of the Hidden House, and etc., which are fictional. This story, The Mystery of the Missing Man, is also an fictional story. The main characters of the story is Fatty. He is the chief of 5 hindquarters. Desi and Pip are the 2 members of 5 hindquarters. Buster is the dog owned by Fatty. Bits, he is the youngest member of 5 hindquarters. And Chief Inspector Jung, he is the friend of 5 hindquarters. Ennis. She is the daughter of Fatty's father's friend. Mr. Trolling, Mr. Trolling, he is the father of Ennis and he is the friend of Fatty's father. Once Fatty, who is the chief of 5 findouters, received a news from the chief inspector Jung that a dangerous criminal is on the run and he is a master in disguise. On hearing this, Fatty suspects that the criminal must be in the fair which is conducted in the village. So, because in fair there are many people where the criminal can hide very easily. So Fatty and other investigators go to the fair to catch the criminal. While investigating, Fatty meets Joseph, Lukita and Birds. Birds, he is the clown in the fair. Lukita and Joseph are the 2 employees in the fair. On investigating them, Fatty comes to know that the criminal name is Harris. And Fatty asks the help of Lukita and Joseph to catch the criminal. They also agreed to help Fatty to catch the criminal Harris. At last, with the little help of Ennis, Joseph and Lukita catch the criminal and they were holding the criminal in their caravan. So Fatty and the investigators arrested them and they became famous. So the price of the book is 199 rupees. I think so the price is affordable for everyone. I rate this book 4 out of 5 because the story is very adventurous and I too like adventurous story. Then I reduced 1 point because there are no pictures in this book which I feel somewhat boring, and the font size of the letters are good. So thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Karthik of grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School of Tirupur. And now I would like to review the book named Why Do Bad Things Happen to Good People? The book was written by the author named Melvin Tinker and it was published by the Christianity publication. In the year of 1997, it was published firstly in UK and it was reprinted in India at the year of 2001. And this book consists of 10 chapters and 170 pages. From this, and the characters are Evil, God, and Habit. And from these chapters, I liked one of the chapter named That the God Speaks. In this chapter, there were 2 brothers and their parents, and here their parents faced many difficulties in the failures in their jobs, and they Evil also faced some problems, and these problems were solved by the God. It's an imaginary story, and that the God came and solved their problem. It's like so imaginary. I was interested by seeing the title of the chapter named That the God Speaks. It also, the title of the book itself was Question, which also was interesting. And the author Melvin Tinker has collected many views from the peoples and he gave the biblical answer for the evangelistic churches which faced many problems, and he also looked after the problems faced by the peoples and churches and the Jesus. And Melvin Tinker has written more than 15 books and he is a short story writer. And this book's front page is so not attractive, but the title of the book is attractive like a question. And if the author used many like artist works in the front page of the book, and the book will be, front cover of the book will be interesting, and the font size of the letters are too small, which made me stressed while reading. If the author had used many little big font size, then the font size will be good and it will be good. And the author didn't use any pictures which made me bored. I didn't get any imaginary skills, and if the author used colorful pictures, it will be nice and it will be interesting and there will be imaginary. And the back side of the book consists of that the Melvin Tinker had some points and there was a quote, and the price of the book is about 60 rupees. And I will recommend this book for the age group of 13 to 20 because the book gives a biblical answer, and the author says that this book, like if the Christianity people reads this book, it will be helpful to them. And author shared this message. And I would like to give the rating of the book 4 out of 5 because the author used many hard words and difficult phrases which made me difficult to understand and read. If you want to improve your vocabulary skills and you want to improve your reading skills, you can buy this book. And while I was reading, I used to refer many times to dictionary because it consists of lot of vocabularies which made me difficult. And it was so biblical, and they said that author said that it was mostly belonged to Christianities. And I will thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Mohit, studying the grade 10, here to give a review about the book named Life of Pi. Life of Pi is a work of fiction and an adventurous novel. Even though it is a work of fiction, it also has some philosophical meanings to it. The philosophical meanings can be used to real lives. The author of this book is John Martel. John Martel is a Canadian author. He wrote this book after his second book failed and flopped between the people. And he traveled along the India when he wrote a book which was the story of the book was situated in Portuguese, but he does not like it, and he has a small amount in his pocket. After that, hearing some mythical stories in the local people from India, he started to write this book. He got fame and power after writing this book, and this book also got a movie adaptation, which duration is about 2 hours 30 minutes. The movie was released in the name of Life of Pi and was released in the year 2012. The book has 319 pages and around 100 chapters. The chapters are too small and easy to read, and even it keeps the readers engaged with it. And when a reader sit to read this book, it is very easy for them to understand each and every chapter. And I completed this book within 72 hours. The vocabulary used in this book is very easy, and there is no need of dictionary to it. And the main characters of this book are Pi family members, and the interviewer who is actually the author. Pi, a young boy who lives in the Indian subcontinent, Pondicherry, who with his family members, his father, his mother, and his brother. His original name is not Pi, and it was actually named after a swimming pool. This is because his uncle was a great swimmer, and he went all around the world to just swim in every swimming pool and to see which swimming pool is the better to suit him. And he found a swimming pool in France, and he told the Pi's father to name his second son after the swimming pool. And his father did it without any hesitation. Pi's father had a zoo. After a few years living in Pondicherry, they decided to move to another country. They loaded all their animals from the zoo to a ship. After crossing some kilometers, there was a huge problem in the ship, and there was a shipwreck. Pi was the only one to survive in the shipwreck, and he found himself standing alone in the lifeboat. But there was also a 450-pound furious Bengal tiger, which was first aggressive to him. But after few days and months, they became friends. Pi also found how to train the tiger without any problem. And after few years or few months, he found himself standing on an island without any food. He found that there was many food in the island. He started to stay in the island. But after few days, he found that the island was surrounded by deadly creatures, and the island itself was deadly. And he decided to move out of the island. And after few days, he found himself in the Mexican coast. I will give this book a rating 4.5 out of 5. I reduced 0.5 stars due to the font style pattern used in this book. As there are many font style used in this book, it is not easy to read this book. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Pranav of grade 10 of Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. I am going to review the book titled James and the Giant Peach, written by Roald Dahl. Roald Dahl was born on 13th September 1948. He studied in Oxford University. He has written many other books like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Charlie and the Great Glass Elevator, Mr. Fantastic Fox, The BFG, The Dirty Beast, Going Solo, and many more. This book is illustrated by Quentin Blake. The cover page in the front contains a picture which depicts the theme of the story containing James and a giant peach. This also contains the title of the book, the author of the book, the illustrator of the book. The back cover page contains a short synopsis of the story and a picture of the author and a barcode and a rate of the book. This book contains some normal characters such as James, who is very clever, and a young boy, his mother and father, who is very kind to him, and Spiker, who is very lean, and Sponge, who is very fat. Some weird characters such as Grasshopper, Earthworm, Glowworm, Centipede, which are a human size big. James lived with his mother and father happily until he reached the age 4. When he reached the age 4, they all went to a London zoo, where his mother and father is eaten up by a rhinoceros escaped from the London Zoo. After that, he is taken care by his aunt Spiker and Sponge. They are very cruel. They does not call James with his name. They call him just a cruel beast. But the one who is cruel is not James, the ants. They make James' life and misery. After that, an old man gives him a green substance which is made up of tongues of thousand long slimy crocodiles boiled in a skull of which with the eyes of lizard and fingers of little monkeys. After that, something more peculiar, something more strange starts happening in James' life. He goes and spills the green substance near a peach tree. The peach tree starts to give a giant peach. That was the peach tree which does not give any peach since ever it was growing. The story goes on by the adventures faced by James by escaping from the ant Spiker and Sponge, who was ready to earn more money and become richer and richer with the giant peach. This book contains 156 pages and 39 chapters, which is very interesting. And I recommend this book for the age group of 9 to 7 because of the easy vocabulary and the writing style of the author. The cover page of the book is very fantastic. So I give 4.5 out of 5 ratings to this book. I gave reduced to 1.5 marks because this book does not contain any colorful pictures. I gave 4.5 marks because of the fantastic storyline, creative settings of the story. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Ramakrishnan of grade 10B. Today I stand before you to give a honest review on the book The BFG. The abbreviation of the BFG is The Big Friendly Giant. This book was written by Roald Dahl, who was recognized as the #1 storyteller in the world. This book was published in the year 2013 by Penguin Books in London. Roald Dahl was born on September 13, 1916 in London. This book's cover page was illustrated by Quentin Blake, which looks attractive. This book was printed in Great Britain. The summary of the book, The BFG, is that the BFG is a nice and jumbly giant. In fact, he is the only big friendly giant in the giant country, while all the other giants in the giant country are bone-crunching brutes who guzzle up human beings as their food. Now, the BFG and his friend Sophie must stop the bone-crunching giants from guzzling up human beings. The main character of the story is the Queen of England because she is the one who helps the BFG and Sophie from
stopping the bone-crunching giants from guzzling up human beings. The main theme of the story is the power of friendship. This is proved in the story by the friendship of Sophie and the BFG. The strength of the book is the author haven't used any complicated words or even sentences. The weakness of the book is the book does not consist of any colorful pictures in it. The front cover of the book displays the name of the book, name of the author, and it also displays the picture of the BFG and Sophie. The back cover of the book displays the synopsis of the book and also displays the price of the book, which is $14.99, which seems not affordable for every reader to buy the book and read it. And it also displays a barcode, and it also mentions that out of total income of this book, 10% will be contributed to Rolda's charity. This describes the author's humanity. My personal response to this book is readers who are interested in reading fictional stories can buy this book and read it. It consists of 196 pages and 24 chapters in total. The rating I would give to this book is 4.5 out of 5 because I reduced 0.5 stars because it does not consist of any colorful pictures in it. So the readers like me can't visualize the story well. Thank you.
Greetings to one all present here. I am Rohit B of grade 10B. I am studying at Frontline Millennium School. Now I am gonna give the honest review of the book named 12th Night. 12th Night book is also called as What You Will. 12th Night book is written by Mr. William Shakespeare. Mr. William Shakespeare wrote this book around 1601 to 1602. It was first published in 1623 in first folio by William Shakespeare's actors named John Hemmings, Henry Condell. The first folio book is also named as Mr. William Shakespeare's Histories, Tragedies and Comedies. First folio consists of Mr. William Shakespeare's play. William Shakespeare is a famous author in this world. He mostly writes plays, which is romantic plays. And the book contains 85 pages. The main characters in the book are Viola, Cesario, Sebastian, Duke Arezzo, Olivia, Maria, and Sir Toby Blitz. First comes Olivia. Viola. Viola is a young woman. She is very clever, but she often caught up in love situations. Next comes Cesario. Viola pretends to be a man and changes herself her name as Cesario and enters Duke Arezzo to find only herself caught in love triangle. Next comes Duke Arezzo. He is the ruler of the land Illyria. He falls in love with Olivia. Next comes Olivia. Olivia is a wealthy woman in the land Illyria. Maria is the maid of Olivia. Next is Sir Toby Belch. Olivia's uncle is called Sir Toby Belch. He loves to drink and he has fun with others. He only adds humor to the story. The synopsis of the story. The play starts with a shipwreck, where Viola and Sebastian are twins who both got separated in a shipwreck. So Viola asked the sailor of the ship, where can we go? So he told that we can go to the land Illyria. So she went to the land Illyria. And Viola pretends to be a man and enters Duke Arezzo, changed her name as Cesario. So Duke Arezzo asked Cesario to help her to win over Olivia. Olivia falls in love with Cesario without knowing actually she's a woman. So next is according to my point of view, the vocabulary in the play was very tough. I would recommend for every children, only for the moral in the story, not for the romantic scenes in this. So the moral of the story is that we should be we need truth and determination. So the truth is every children need truth and determination because they are going to face many problems in their life. So I would recommend for every children's in this story. I would give the rating 4.5 out of 5 because I reduced to 0.5 ratings because the vocabulary was tough and then there were no colorful pictures in this. So I reduced 0.5 ratings. The cost of the book is 4.99 US dollars. It costs around 500 to 600. But I got it for 100 rupees in a book fair. So this book is affordable and every member can buy it. Thank you.
A warm greeting. A warm greeting to one and all present here. Hi, I am Shailesh from grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School. Today I am going to review a brief oral review of my book. The book I am going to review is The Case of the Candy Bandit. The author's name is Archit Tenita, and this book consists of 129 pages. And this book was published by Duckbill Books and on 1985 and it republished on 2002, and the cost of the book is 175 and it is very affordable to buy. And I recommend 9 to 12 age category to read this book because the storyline of the book is very childish, and I'll give 3.5 out of 5 rating because the letters of the book is very small and there is no color pictures inside of the book. And if you interested to buy this book, visit www.com duckbill books to order it. And the language of the book is not too good, and the letters and vocabulary also simple, and it is easily understandable. And the main characters of the story is Aarti, Divya, and Spark called Mouse, and Ranjit. And the character sketch of the story is Aarti and Divya, the two leading characters, and Ranjit is the class monitor of the class, and Spark called Mouse. And I say the short synopsis of this story. One day in school, Aarti and Divya were playing in their classroom. That was a max period, but the max teacher was unable to come to the school, so the principal gave them to PT period. But except Aarti and Divya, everyone gone to the PT period. But Ranjit alone peeping into the window to see what Aarti and Divya were doing. But Aarti and Divya were casually speaking to each other, and Aarti and Divya and suddenly a Spark called Mouse robbing everyone's lunch boxes and giving to Aarti and Divya. This incident was saw by Ranjit, and Ranjit gone to ask what Aarti and Divya were doing, but Aarti and Divya were casually pretending, and after some time they both said the truth, and Ranjit taught a good lesson to Aarti and Divya. And the theme of the story is not to rob anything from anyone, and we are not supposed to touch anything from the owner's permission. And this book was sold above 2 billion collection in worldwide, and in the country, this book was published in the countries like New Zealand, Brazil, Ireland, and also native India. This is the first humorous story by Archit Tenija, and at last I would like to conclude that adults also can read this book because they can rewind their past school life memories, and it gives a nostalgic feel to them. And this book was also affordable to buy. And the positive side of the book is the writing style of the author is too different and good, and the writing style of the author is too good, and thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Srinas of grade 10th B. Now I am standing before you to give an honest review about a book called Hitachi Story Daylight. It was written by Masashi Kishimoto and rewritten by Takashi Yano in Japanese. And it was finally translated into English by Jocelyn Hannon, one of the best Japanese to English translators in the world. Itachi Uchiha is 4 years of age, goes to war with his father, where he could only see blood and bodies. And he want to change this, so he want to become stronger
in his skills and in his talents. So he trains a lot, and between his journey, he meets his younger brother Sasuke and his one and only best friend Susui Uchiga, and the academy in which he studied, and tuning and gaining exams he went through all alone by himself. And finally joining the Anbu Black Ops, which was the most highest ranked classes in his whole village. This story is a fictional one which contains 165 pages and 3 chapters totally, which was published by VIZ Media in the year of 2015 for the first time in Japan. And it was translated in English and published at the year of 2016. As per my introduction, you would have find that Itachi Uchiha is our main character in this story. He is a cool and awesome character which was first portrayed as a villain and finally portrayed as a hero who saves the whole world against a war. And as per my personal response, this book is best for common readers and a manga fan and also an anime fan like me, because contains a single character which is most by everyone from thousands of characters from a show called Naruto. And this book uses very simple vocabulary and writing style. As I mentioned earlier, Jocelyn Allen is the best Japanese to English translators I could ever read, and I would appreciate her writing skills. As per my point, I would suggest this book for the age category of 15 to 16 years old, because at this age we would recommend like adult contents and also fear, horror, and also adventure, actions, drama, emotions. And also this book's price is very less. It comes around rupees of 350 rupees. But the original price is $10.99, which is way much higher if you buy in $10. But I got it less rupees in Amazon. And for my personal point, this book is a good book because I would read mangas. And when I changed to this book, I thought this was going to be very hard because of looking so many letters in a page. But I felt very easy to read, and I completed this book within a week. And I would include my speech by telling a famous line of Uchiha Itachi from the show of Naruto. One who cannot acknowledge themselves will eventually fail. Thank you for listening.
Greetings to everyone. I'm Tuhin of grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School. I'm here to share my review about the book titled 12 Red Herrings. This book was written by Jeffrey Archer, who's a famous author known for his writing skills and storytelling method. The way Jeffrey Archer takes over the stories makes everyone interested, and to read this book from first to last with the same interest without any spoilers. He was a member in House of Commons for 5 years and in House of Lords for some 14 years, and he has a great reputation in United Kingdom. He wrote his first novel, which is named Not a Penny More, Not a Penny Less, in the year 1974. He wrote this book, 12 Red Herrings, in the year 1994, and this book was published by HarperCollins Publishers, whom I think published most of Jeffrey Archer's book. This book has 12 chapters with 12 short stories and 400 pages. In 12 short stories, some are fictional and some are non-fictional. Out of these 12 short stories, the story which I like the most is the first one, in which the protagonist of the story is imprisoned for a crime done by his colleague, and how he proves that he is innocent is the plot of the story. I like this story very much because it contained many unexpected twists, and the plot was completely different from what I had expected it to be. The character which I like the most in the story is named Jeremy Alexander. He's actually an antagonist, but why I liked him the most is that he doesn't fit any description of a villain. He's thin, tall, and weak. But using his critical thinking skills, he manages to escape from the protagonist for several years, and that's why I liked him the most. I think that he fits the best for the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover." This book has many positives and negatives. Speaking of the positives, Jeffrey Archer's narrating style is one of the biggest positives in this book. The way he explains a scenario makes me feel that as if I am in that scenario. And the title Red Herrings means unexpected twists and turns. As it suggests, the stories contain many unexpected twists and turns, which made me very interested to read this book. And coming to the negative points, the grammar used in this book was very tough, and it took me literally 2 to 3 hours to read one page. And it totally took me 3 months to complete this book. The cover page of this book was impressive, in which a man with the gloves pouring 12 red pebbles down, symbolizing the 12 short stories in this book. This book costs $5.99 US, which I think is not quite affordable for common readers. And I would suggest this book to the children of age category 14 and above, as it contains some adulterated matters. This book was very interesting for me to read, and I would suggest this for everyone who would like crime thriller novels. And basically, I am not interested in crime thriller novels, and it was not that much interested, but it was quite nice for me to read. Finally, I would conclude that this book is quite well for spending your time. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Vignesh from grade 10B, studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. Now I am going to review a book named Judy Blume Blubber. The author of the book is Judy Blume. She is a woman author. She likes to write more books. And she is also a children noveler. This book contains 19 chapters. I like this book very much. The cover page is not nice, but inside the stories are very good. So I tell, don't judge a book by its cover. Now I'm going to tell a short summary. A girl named Linda and Jill, they both are studying in grade 5. And they both often will fight because Linda will tease Jill because Jill is overweight. So they both will often fight. His class teacher told that I will separate your sections even though they were fighting. One day his class teacher separated the sections even though in the break they were fighting. So his father came and promised that hereafter she won't fight. And they both were relations. One day they planned to go to a temple. The temple was located in the Christopher Low Hill. After visiting, they went to an orphanage. And they served lunch and they were enjoying few days. And Mr. Manish and Kinney, they both were fighting each other because his husband does not like peanut butter sandwich. His mother was preparing peanut butter sandwich, and they fight. It is a fictional story. The vocabulary are very easy to read. This book contains 192 pages. The book cost is 520 rupees. It is affordable to the readers. I recommend this age group of 12 to 15 because the stories are childish. The vocabulary are very easy to understand. Those who likes to learn more vocabulary can also read this book. this book. I got this book in offer for 300 rupees. This book is available in online also. Thank you.
Warm greetings to everyone. I am Ashwant of grade 10 studying in Frontline Millennium School. Now I am here to review a book named Point Blank. It was written by the famous author named Anthony Horwich. Author's note: he born in the year 1955. He is best known for screenwriter, child novelist and teenage novelist. He is very special for teenage novelists. He motivated many teenagers by his books. His first book published in the year 1978 named Frederick K. Bauer. He studied in the Rugby School in London. For his higher education, he went to an university named York University. The price of book Point Blank is 5.99 pound. I got this book in offer for rupees 200. This book available in many shopping apps like Amazon, Flipkart, etc. This book was published in the year 2001 by Walker Books. This book was printed in Great Britain. Short summary of this book. This is the second part of Alex Rider series. This book, first part, Stormbreaker, sold about 10 million copies throughout the world. The story revolves a 14 years old teenage spy named Alex Rider who is recruited by British agency MI6. One day he sent to one dangerous mission to investigate an prestigious academy named Point Blank Academy. It was owned by influential and wealthy authorities who is Dr. Hugo Griff. On his first day, when he crossing the ground, he saw many hundred boys and girls wearing grey and blue uniform. On another day, he used to carry many books in his bag, so he fall down. He don't like his French and history teacher because they always scolded him for anything and everything. Dr. Hugo Griff, who used students and brainwashed them to sell drugs throughout the city and the academy for their concentration. The Alex should find the mysterious thing happening there and send a report to his agency so they can arrest the Dr. Hugo Griff. This book full of adventure and suspense and life-threatening skills. I like to recommend this book for age category 12 to 19 because the story around a teenage boy. I like to give rating for this book 4 out of 5. Because the font size used in this book is very small and there are no color pictures, but there are some pictures actually that are not pictures, that is written copy of this book. The English used in this book is very easy to read. There are no new vocabulary words in this book. The front cover of the book is very attractive with an helicopter and mountain and a boy. At the back side, the author clearly mentioned the short summary of this book and QR code. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm greetings. I'm Ashata, a 10th grader of Frontline Williams School, here to review the book, The Famous Five, Part 1, 5 on a Treasure Land. It was authored by Enid Blyton, the famous English author, and it was published by Horace Children's Book, a division of Horace Headline in 1942, and due to some problems, it was again republished in 2006 by BCA. To say, Five on a Treasure Land is a work of children's adventure and mystery. It totally contains 192 pages with 17 chapters and each one interesting. To say about the synopsis, this Five on a Treasure Land has 5 characters where 4 kids are there. They are Julian, Dick, Anne and Georgina. Along with their dog Timmy, find an exciting map, a treasure map especially, to find a treasure in Kiran Island. On their way, they encounter all those problems coming across them and solve puzzles. And along their way, they also learn about friendship, teamwork, loyalty, and even doing what's right and what's wrong. Well, the characters are even well developed. Here, the main characters, as I said before, are Julian, Dick, Anne, and George. Here, Julian, Dick, and Anne are all siblings, whereas George is the short form of the name. Georgina is the cousin of them. Timothy, the short form of the name is Timmy, is a loyal dog that Georgina owns. Here, they all encounter the secrets of Kirin Island. To say about the author's writing style, Enid Blyton's is amazing. She uses simple yet captivating language to attract young readers, and it is also accessible for them. She knows how to bring the adventures to life and also maintains the suspense throughout the story using descriptive language. She also makes the readers hard to keep the book down and make them continuously turn the pages. Why not we speak about the characters? As I said before, it is well developed. Each have distinct personalities and unique roles. Here, Julian is the eldest one, and also responsible and protective, while Dick is resourceful and quick-witted. Anne is kind, gentle, and soft person. George, who prefers to be a boy, is tomboyish, adventurous, and like to be independent and quick-witted. Timmy is loyal and intelligent, who's always there to support the team. And altogether, they just embark on a challenge. Yeah, well, this book got some advantages, like it has some imaginative plots and it is unpredictable for few readers. But still, there are some weakness, like the portrayal of gender is not really required. I accept that it was written in 1942, but it's 2023. I feel like it is not really required and it is outdated. And also the book cover was not quite attractive and it looks like old-fashioned. We know we should not judge a book by its cover, but still many does. So it might be looking somewhat attractive to attract all those young readers. And I bought this just because my friend recommended. And I also recommend others too. Well, apart from that, the vocabularies used are quite good and we don't require dictionaries so often. The pages are of fine quality and the pictures were illustrated so beautifully. How can I forget this? It was illustrated by Elin A. Soper and he is a classic designer, and by seeing the front page itself, you can guess how he designs pictures. The pictures are not even colorful, but still it is related to the story and even the storyline is quite good. So considering all these factors, I would give a rating 4 out of 5 stars and I would recommend this book to readers of age category 8 to 15. And I bought, as of my knowledge, is 168 rupees, which I think is quite affordable. And considering this available in different shops and different editions, I think you can buy it and it is available in various shops. And don't worry, for those who are not able to go to shops, it is available in audio PDFs where you can download and see it. So to conclude, overall, this book is worth recommending and worth reading. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Danya Shri of Grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School of Tirupur. Today, I'm here to give a book review about the book All Roads Leads to Ganga. The book All Roads Leads to Ganga is written by Ruskin Bond. He's a famous and well-known Indian author. The book was published in the year 2007 by Rupa Publication. The book consists of 11 chapters and 121 pages. It is a travelogue. The book, by seeing the outlook of this book, we can conclude that the book recites the vibrant culture, rich history, and deep significance of River Ganga in India. The book follows the adventure of author as he travels along the banks of River Ganga and explores diverse landscape and people who exist there. Firstly, the author shares his experience and feelings when he is on the hill. He says that people are coming and moving, but mountains are the permanent things. He also shares the importance of hills. And he also states that he can feel a sight of happiness inside his heart. Secondly, the author shares the story of Doon. In late 16th and 17th century, the Doon was ruled by a woman called namely Rani Karnavati. She was an outstanding, strong, and positive-minded woman in her periods. He also states that Uttarkashi was also known as the kingdom of women. Thirdly, he shares the story of
the beautiful village Garhaval. And by following that, he shares about his native place, which was surrounded with fresh, greeny environment. He also shares about his grandfather's house, which was surrounded with various kind of trees such as banyan, neem, etc. And he also highlights the ancient banyan tree, which was more than 50 years old. And finally, he narrates the formation of river Ganga. It was just at the Rudraprayag, where the water of Alaknanta and the water of Mantakini and others beyond the Himalaya destined together to become the holy river Ganga. According to in Hindu mythology, the Ganga is devoted as the goddess, and it is the sign of purity. And he also states the presence of temple Kedarnath, which was dedicated to Lord Shiva and always devoted by Hindus. He also shares the spiritual importance of river Ganga. He's a talented boatman who shares the practical aspects of life along the banks of river Ganga, and a talented fisherman who shares his knowledge about the river's wildlife, and a boat builder who shares the art of boat. Finally, All Roads Leads to Ganga is a novel which tells us about the problems and obstacles that Ganga faced in the modern world. And it's our responsibility to preserve these nature. And it also tells us about the importance of this Ganga river. And it takes the readers into the scenario and to protect this important heritage of India. The paper quality of the book is quite normal, and the font style is also the same. Since it had less pictures, I would rate only 4 out of 5. Thank you.
A warm welcome to everyone. I'm Dharani of Grade 10B, and I'm here to review a book named Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. It is a fictional story first printed on September 2018 with 224 pages and 30 chapters. Great Expectations by Charles Dickens is a classic 19th century novel about an orphan named Pip, living with his harsh sister and kind-hearted brother-in-law. He encounters to see an escaped convict near the tombstones of his parents, and later on visits Miss Havisham, where he happens to meet Estella and falls in love with her. The main characters of the story are, first it is Pip, whose full name is Philip Pirrip. He is the main character and the narrator of the story. He is an orphan who is raised from a humble background to London society. He attains personal growth and learns important lessons about social class, love, identity, and ambition. The second main character is Estella Havisham. She is the second main character, and also she is the person whom Pip falls in love with, and she is raised by Miss Havisham to seek revenge on men. The third main character is Miss Havisham. She is a wealthy but a spinster who lives in seclusion, still dressed in her wedding dress. She was jilted at the altar, so she raises Estella to seek revenge on men. She is portrayed like a destructive power and consequences of living in the past. The fourth main character is Abel Magwitch. He is the person whom Pip encounters to see near the tombstones of his parents, and also he is the unexpected benefactor of Pip. Apart from his criminal background, he shows paternal love towards Pip. Finally, the fifth character is Joe Gargrade. He is the humble and kind-hearted brother-in-law of Pip, and also he's a blacksmith by trade. He's portrayed like a father figure in the story. With all these characters, along with many more, contribute to this rich tapestry of Great Expectations. Charles Dickens gave this beautiful book with vivid imaginary, social commentary, with a blend of humor and descriptive language too. He also made it accessible for young readers too. So with all these, he captivates the readers to bring his story to life and does not allow the readers to put the book down. The strength of the book, I would say that it had many pictures, captivating pictures, and the front page was so attractive. And it had a good sentence and grammatical structure too. The weakness, I would say that some parts of the story was a bit boring, and also it was slow for me. I would give this book a rating 4 out of 5 because, as I said, it was a bit boring, and also some parts was a bit slow. I would recommend this book for the age group 9 to 15. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Harshita J. of Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School, studying in grade 10, here to give a honest book review on the book named Claudine at St. Clair's. So, this is a fiction book written by Enid Blyton and published in Great Britain in 1941. This edition is published. The current edition is published in by Eero Kids. And this book contains about 156 pages in it, and the author of the book is Enid Blyton, and she is an English author and writes books which are mostly read by children, and she also writes poets and all. The main characters of this story is Claudine, Patricia O'Sullivan, and Isabel O'Sullivan. First one, Claudine. Claudine is the main protagonist in this story and appears in this book, and she creates some nuisance in the story, as well as in the school, hostel. She creates some incident which is not forgettable for anyone in this story. And second, Patricia O'Sullivan. Everybody call her Pat. This is her nickname. And Pat is described as having a dark brown wavy hair, iris lit on her voice, which is very pleasant to hear. And she is kind, generous, and friendly. Next, Isabel O'Sullivan. Isabel is the twin of Patricia O'Sullivan. They both look similar as the same. She is also described as having a dark brown wavy hair, and she also has the iris lit on her voice, which is very pleasant for the people to hear. And next, the purpose of this story is to show the experiences in the boarding school. I really felt that when I'm reading this book, and as I said before, the author of the story has some criticism on our characters. That is, there are so many characters in this story. I personally like one character, which is Aileen. She is very responsible, helpful, and she also helps her mother in every low time of her mother's. And in her holidays, she would help her mother to cook and to keep the garden clean. And Isabel is one of the main protagonists in this story. I really felt she is very kind, friendly, and Isabel behaved matured. The price of this book is rupees 125, which is affordable for everybody. And I would rate like 3.5 out of 5 because the book font size is very small for me, according to me, and the font style was quite tough, but normal people can understand the styles. There are some situations where I felt very bored when I'm reading this story, and the author come under some criticism when she's creating new imaginary characters. There are so many and number of imaginary characters in the story, and the price of the story is very affordable for everyone, and the pages of the story contains low quality, so that when I read the book, I felt somewhat difficult. And I would recommend this book for the people who like funny, adventurous, and horror. Thank you.
My warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Netra Shivani CK of grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School, Tirupur. Today, I am going to review the book named as Demon Dentist by David Williams. When the strange things were happening in the dead of nights. So when the children put their rotten tooth under the pillow so that the next day the tooth fairy would leave a gold coin under their pillow. But instead of this, there was something happening new. Like when the children open their pillows, they see some dead slugs, earwigs, and eyeballs that are still alive. So what was happening? Was evil at work? Creepy alert. This is a very creepy but also a hilarious book. And The Demon Dentist is the latest book by David Williams and one of my favorites so far. It is a book about a 12-year-old boy named Alfie
whose teeth are totally rotten. And when a new dentist named Miss Root has come to the town, a dentist came to the town. He thinks that something might be wrong and something is suspicious. And the Alfie and his new best friend were investigating about this thing, and they found that the Miss Root, who the dentist is giving sweets for all the childrens and the acidic toothpaste to the childrens, which burn through the holes in the teeth. So then soon Alfie realizes that he's in a trouble, and the dentist soon traps him and straps him in the chair, and plucking out all his rotten tooth. Like in all David Williams books, the main character is always Raj, but in this book it is different. And in this book, the character was also great. This book also contains sadder parts, which is the sinister ones. Sadder parts. But still it is fantastic, and it is a funny tale which is inventive and original with its fantastic illustrations by Tony Ross. I like this book because it is a comic, and it was a bit spooky and unbelievable. This book was the illustrations were done by Tony Ross, and the sadder parts in this book also made this book looks this concept so realistic. And this book contains of 439 pages and 40 chapters in it. And this book was published by HarperCollins Publications in the year 2013. And this book cover was really attractive, and the fonts were really big. The made up word alerts were really good, and it was very fun when I was reading it. For reading this book, it took me literally 1 month to complete this book because it contains a lot of pages. The main characters in this book is Alfie and Gaps, Alfie's best friend. So I would like to conclude by saying that this book is a comic and a very funny tale. Who likes comic can read this book. Thank you.
Everyone, I am Ojashvi of grade 10, and I am here to review the book The Girl Who Drank the Moon. The Girl Who Drank the Moon by Kelly Barnhill is a mesmerizing and enchanting novel that will attract readers of all ages. The book is fiction and full of fantasy. The book was published on 9th by Alan Quinn Young Readers, a division of Workman Publishing, New York, USA. And it was again published in Great Britain by Piccadilly Press. The book is on sale since 2016. The book has 386 pages and 48 chapters. Now let me come to the overall summary of the book. The story is set in a village which is surrounded by a dangerous forest, where the villagers have to sacrifice a baby to a witch every year. But to the unaware villagers, the witch Zan is kind-hearted, who rescues abandoned babies, giving them to loving families in the neighborhood village. This was happening for several years. One year, accidentally, the witch Zan feeds a baby with moonlight instead of starlight. Then the child Luna becomes magical when she becomes a teen, that's the age of 13. And seeing that, Zan decides to raise Luna on her own, embarks on her journey, and protects her from those who fears her power. Luna grows with her innocence, understanding her power. She is particularly the engaging protagonist of the story. The story mainly explains about the of self-discovery, love, nature, good, evil, relationship between Zan and Luna, and bondness of family. And the main thing which I noticed good in the book was the relationship between Zan and Luna. It was beautifully portrayed. And Barnhill's writing style is lyrical and poetic, bringing magic to the world with vivid descriptions and imaginary. And the characters are well developed, each with their unique voice and personality. And the weakness which I saw in this book was the quality of the paper was not good, and the font size was okay to my eyes. And I would recommend this book to age group of 13 to above 13 because of the complex word building of the book and multiple character threads. There were too many characters in the book, so I was not able to remember all those characters. If I want to see who was that, I want to go to the first page of the story and see who was that. And I would give this book rating of 3.5 stars, as I told before, of the complex word building, because even though the book was fully filled with wonder, I found reading a bit slower at times because of the complex word building. And I have to search some words in dictionary to understand the meaning of the whole sentence. And the story was full that I have to read each and every line to understand it. And I have to go before and I have to read that again and to understand this one. And this book is also available as ebooks, and it is also available in online stores like Amazon and Flipkart. The people who loves adventure, thriller, and fantasy read this book. And overall, I conclude this book is of rate 528, which is affordable, and which is affordable. According to me, the book is worthy. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. I'm Prabha of grade 10B from Frontline Millennium School CBSE. I'm going to review the book The Power of the Subconscious Mind. Do you know over 90% of our mind is subconscious and only 10% is conscious? It stores over 10% of our mind is subconscious. It stores all our beliefs and values, determines our memories, and monitors the thoughts. This book is designed to improve our health, relationship, and also to give internal strength to our mind. This book will act as a guide and help you to understand the depth of your subconscious mind. The author says that the book are thoughts which are repeatedly throughout in a day is the seeds, and the subconscious mind being a fertile land. It comes to this thoughts will be coming to in our reality. The thoughts, our thoughts seek deep down into our subconscious mind at every night. At every night. At every night. This, for example, if you are telling that you want to get good marks to your subconscious mind, the subconscious mind won't take it as a joke. If you add some emotion to that statement, it just give it in your real life. This book will open a world of success, prosperity, happiness, and peace for you. And the publisher of the book is Srishti, and it is published in the year 2020. This book contains 220 pages and 21 chapters. This book is a non-fiction book. The subconscious mind, which deciding what to send to the conscious mind, and what to store for later. The thoughts that we are. This book has an unique features that makes our real life also unique. I'll recommend this book of the age group of 13 plus because the words are in the books are more complicated and they won't understand the meaning of the sentence of the words. The cost of the book is $275 and it is also affordable for me. and I conclude that the subconscious, the whatever the thoughts that we get into our conscious mind, that goes into our at the night time, it goes into our subconscious mind, and it reflect in your uh, uh, subconscious. The thoughts that we reflect are, it's not it reflect in our inner world. Our thoughts and beliefs create our reality. Thank you.
A warm greetings to everyone. I am Satvika of grade 10B from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. Now I am going to review about the book Scarlet and Ivy. Scarlet and Ivy is a fictional story and it contains 311 pages and 45 chapters. And this book was written by Sophie Cleverly. And the book was written by Sophie Cleverly. And the book follows the adventures of two sisters who attend the Rookwood boarding school. And the last one of Scarlet and Ivy. Scarlet, who is starting at Rookwood school, and Ivy was once a student before disappearing. And she discovers with dangerous and thriller novels, and she navigates her way through secrets and lies at Rookwood school. So the characters are well developed, especially Scarlet, who is determined, brave, and intelligent. Great job with setting up the atmosphere with darkness, and so stars and students so that have been hidden something. So one of the best storyline I have been come across, and so I'm waiting eagerly for the next one. And so Ivy troublemaking twin and Scarlet goes missing at Rookwood school, and Ivy is invited to take care of her. And so but she thinks that so Ivy is become Ivy and act like Ivy, and so the font size of the is too small, and the quality of the pages were nice. And so I really like Ivy because but I think my favorite character would probably Scarlet, because I think I relate to her. And so the cost of the price is rupees 399, and I highly recommend this book who enjoys the thriller novels. And Sophie Cleverly writing skills encouraging readers and atmospheric setting and make it joyful. And the relationship between Scarlet and Ivy was portrayed beautiful. And so showcasing their bond as twin and length. So Ivy is willing to go to the uncover the truth. So the theme of the story includes friendships and loyalty, trust, and power of determination. So, and also depth the narrative and allows readers to connect emotionally with character. And so I really like that. And there are also some pictures. And Fox is a headmaster of this story. And a character are well developed. And so the font size of this book is too small, and the cost of the price is rupees 399. And the quality of the pages were nice. So the story describes centered around siblings bond. And so thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Shivashri of grade 10B. I am here to review the book called Swami and Friends, written by R.K. Narayan. R.K. Narayan is a renowned Indian author who has received Padma Bhushan for his works. His first storybook is Swami and Friends. He always writes stories based on Indian society. His stories are often set in Malgudi, which is a fictional town created by him, and it reproduces the social sphere of India.
This book contains 216 pages and 19 chapters. Now, let's move on to the plot. The plot follows the adventures and misadventures of a 10-year-old boy named Swaminathan, who is fondly known as Swami. He grows in a conservative Indian society and struggles to cope up with his strict parents, his passion to play cricket, and his desire to join in Indian freedom struggle. For a more clear view of this book, imagine yourself growing up in India in 1930s, where parents have only one mindset, that to make their children study and study harder so that their future would be great and bright. And the society was reluctant to accept sports, extracurricular activities as a proper way, as a proper path to pursue a job. But you, on the other hand, are only interested to play with your friends and not even a slight interest in studying. And you always strive to play with your friends and enjoy your time. This is the same situation in Swami's life too. He is occupied by the thoughts of his friend's fight and the relationship about his friends, while his father keeps nagging him about studies. Now, let's go to character analysis. Swami, who is the protagonist of the story, Mani, who is a bully and is a friend of Swami, Rajam, who's a newcomer to the school and first was described as an attitude showing boy. Later, he was described as a kind, loving boy. Next is Somo, who's mockingly called as P, and Shankar, who's a bookworm and always scores the highest mark in his exam. Now, I would like to narrate the favorite scene in the book that is given in that the picture is given in the front cover of the book. That is, when there's a misunderstanding between two friends, they decide to fight and plan their fight in the river bank. And Swami also goes with them. One comes with a heavy club and one comes with a gun. One comes with a gun. And later, the fight gets dissolved and there is a happy ending. They two become friends. I like that when the fight comes, when they talk and they get an idea about each of them and the misunderstanding is resolved and they both became friends. So the book, I like that book very much, but I didn't find it that interesting because I love fantasy books so much and it didn't interest me enough. The main theme of the book is friendship and bitter sweetness of growing up. It is an ordinary school life of a school boy. I would rate this a book a 4.5 out of 5 because it has no pictures and as I said before, it was not interesting enough for me. And in conclusion, I would say if you like to revisit your past I would recommend this book to age group from 11 to everyone, because from age 11 to 15, readers would be able to relate their life with their book characters, and 15 above would be able to revisit their past memories. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Srishti Janath of grade 10B, studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School, CBSE. And I'm here to give a review of a book named Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe was born in Nigeria, a Nigerian author who has written over 20 to 25 books in the form of short stories, essays, novels, and poems. One in those novels is Things Fall Apart. It was published during 1958 by Modern Classics Penguin Book of Readers. This book, Penguin Book of Readers, this book is a very thought-provoking and a compelling one. It was set at the late 19th century, which was during the period of colonialism, and it has this setting. It has this setting of the place called Umofia, which is now Nigeria, and people who live in that village are called as Igbo people, and those people are characterized as people that strongly believes in the traditional customs and the culture of the South African society. Some of the main characters of the story are Okonkwo, Noe, Ikemephona, and Ezinma. My favorite character from this story is Okonkwo because Chinua Achebe has very well portrayed his character as a powerful and a truthful warrior. And Ezinma is Okonkwo's child, and Ekemephona is Okonkwo's wife. Some character that I dislike about this story is Okonkwo's dad because he was well known for his lack of responsibility, laziness, and weakness. Okonkwo didn't wanted to be like his father, so he instead chose to serve for his society. And Chinua Achebe has very well explained about the internal struggles of a warrior through Okonkwo's life. And something I didn't like about this story was it didn't get me hooked up from the beginning till the end. At times it was very slow, and something I liked about this story was the plots and the twist. In the end, it really had a good ending, which was kind of sad. The ending was kind of sad, and it had no pictures in it, which is also which I don't think I like about the story. It had no pictures, and the quality of the pages is also not good, and the font size is very small, which I also didn't like about this story. And I would recommend this story for students that are above 13-year-old because it had so many hard words and the sentences was very complicated that I wanted a dictionary near me to refer every single word it had. But if you like war kind of mysteries and tragic kind of books, you can really give this book a go. And this story explains the South African culture and the advent of Christianity. This story shows the time period of colonialism, so it definitely takes you into the storybook, and you can experience the colonialism period. And yeah, I would give this book 4.5 out of 5. Thank you.
Warm greetings to everyone. I'm Shweta from grade 10B and I'm here to review a book named The Chronicles of Narnia. The Chronicles of Narnia is a series of books and I'm here to review the third book, that is The Chronicles of Narnia, The Horse and His Boy. The author of the book is C.S. Lewis. It is illustrated by Pauline Baynes. The book is a fantasy or a children's fiction. And the book is published by HarperCollins Publishers. And it is on sale since 10th December 2009 on HarperCollins Publishers Australian website. This book is well illustrated and also well narrated by the illustrator and the author. Now, stepping into the short summary of the story. It is all about the journey of two runaways, and the journey is hopeless. The two runaways are named Shasta and Aravis, and their only desire is to leave from their present desperate lives because they encounter some obstacles in their life that they find difficult, and they try to escape from those lives. And soon, during their journey, they encounter a battle, and this battle decides the fate of themselves and also the fate of Narnia also. Coming to the main characters of the story. There are many main characters, but let me share few characters that I like. And all characters in the story share unique themes, and they share some themes to the readers. First is Shasta. Shasta is the boy mentioned in the title, that is the horse and the boy. The boy is Shasta. Shasta is a Calamine boy. Here, Calamine is a state or the place that is mentioned in the story. He is a runaway and he tries to leave from his present life, that is with his father, because his father decided to sell him as a slave. Next is Bree. Bree is a talking horse, which is special about the story. Bree accompanies Shasta in his journey. Next is Aravis. Aravis is same like Shasta. She is a runaway and she is a Calamine girl. She tries to escape from her life because her family members decided to make her a marriage. Next is Hwin. Now Hwin is same like Bree. Hwin is also a talking horse and he accompanies Aravis in her journey. Next is Aslan. Aslan is a great figure. He is a great lion. He is the ruler of Narnia. He shows justice and goodness. Next is King Edmund. King Edmund is one of the P1 siblings, and he resembles logical thinking and bravery. Next is Queen Susan. Queen Susan is also one of the P1 siblings. She shows logical thinking. Next is Tisroc. Tisroc is the ruler of Narnia. Tisroc is the ruler of Calamine, and he shows a cunning character. Coming to the writing style, the author C.S. Lewis had done a great writing style. He had been the professor at Oxford University for English literature, and he has well narrated the characters, and the characters are well developed in the story. I find the story and the sentences a little complex. It may be because I've not read the book 1 and 2. I straightly went into book 3. By this, I say that my overall thought about the book is the book is loved by everyone in the world, and even I was engaged reading the book. The book's strength is its narration and the illustration done by Paul and Baines. The weakness of the book is it didn't describe the secondary characters how it did the main characters, which could be improved. And also the secondary characters could be improved, and also the characters which were in book 1 and 2 can be informed. I would give this book a rating 4 out of 5, and I would recommend this book to the age group of 10 to 15 years old. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. I am Tarshika of grade 10, here going to review a book, Brain Juice from Goosebumps. This book is part of the series 2000. The series 2000 is a very big part of the Goosebumps. Whoever is a bad fan of Goosebumps know that series 2000 have a major role, because series 2000 says that that 2000 means that it is 2000 times scarier. So obviously, if it is from series 2000, it is from our popular author R.L. Stein. R.L. Stein is well known for his horror writings. R.L. Stein is an author for the past 50 years, and this book was published on 1998, December 1st, and this book consists of 25 chapters and 121 pages. So coming to the main character of this book consists of two aliens, Morgul and Golub. Morgul and Golub are just imaginary. Everything in this book is the imaginary character of the author. Morgul and Golub are imaginary characters too. Morgul and Golub are in search of a popular scientist for their experiment. Morgul and Golub wanted someone in their team to destroy the planet Maplewood. So Morgul and Golub went to Maplewood to find an expert to destroy that planet. So the one they went to meet was Dr. Franking. Dr. Franking is a brilliant scientist, well known for his experiments, and Maplewood is just a imaginary planet of the author. So Dr. Franking Dr. Franking is a very brilliant and expert scientist, and who is well known for his all the experiments he is done, and his past was such a beautiful one that the author could describe. And the Dr. Franking had two nephews named Nathan and Lindy. Nathan and Lindy are teenagers and they went to school for their education. So Nathan and Lindy are known as the below average students, because Nathan and Lindy are always stupid kids in the school, and nobody wants to be with them, because Nathan and Lindy always do something that others don't like. So Nathan and Lindy are always separated from their class, and wherever they go, Nathan and Lindy are not considered as normal people to them. So Nathan and Lindy wanted
them to be smart. So what Nathan and Lindy did was they went to Dr. Franking as he's a brilliant scientist. Dr. Franking suggested them a juice. It is just a juice which is a grape juice, but he told that it is brain juice. So the brain juice was given to Nathan and Lindy, and they were immediately turned to intelligence. So according to me, I didn't like this story because it had less humor, and it had the roller coaster of emotions. It was very emotional in the middle, but very humorous in the starting, and I didn't like this kind of thing. And this book is completely comedy and fiction, and this book also consists of very low quality paper because the paper was yellowish, and I didn't like to read the book, and the font style was also not good. And I would recommend this book to the age group above 8 maybe, because I don't think that people of my age will like this book. Even though R.L. Stein is a great novelist, I don't think that people of my age will like this. And this book cost of rupees 195, and it is definitely affordable. I'm concluding that this book can be read if you are a person who loves this kind of stories. Thank you.
Pleasant greetings to one and all present here. I am Viveka from grade 10B from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. Here to review the book called Please Do Not Feed the Weirdo. The book is from Goosebumps. This is the 7th and the last book in the series known as Slappy World. This book, Please Do Not Feed the Weirdo, is authored by the famous horror story writer R.L. Stein. The book contains 135 pages and 33 chapters in total. The genre of this book is a fusion of fiction and horror. The main characters of this book are Jordan Kepler, Carla Kepler, Slappy, Manny, and Robbie Ferber. Let me explain the characters. Jordan Kepler is the main protagonist of the story. Carla Kepler is the younger sibling of Jordan Kepler. Slappy is the evil narrator of this series. Manny owns a carnival, and Robbie is the son of Manny Ferber. So the story starts in the carnival world. Jordan is expecting a nice, quiet day at Carnival World. He does not like scary rides like his sister Carla does. But he gets pulled in by Carla into the Tunnel of Fear by force. Tunnel of Fear is one of the scariest rides in Carnival World. Inside the Tunnel of Fear, Jordan and Carla experience unexpected twists, terrifying encounters inside the tunnel. But due to a glitch, the cars in which they were traveling stopped due to some technical fault. So they decided to walk through the tunnel to the end. But unfortunately, they emerged from a different door, ending up in the back of the tunnel. There, in the corner, they find a cage. Inside the cage, there was a boy about their age. He introduced himself as Robbie Ferber, and he claimed to be the son of Manny, who is the owner of the carnival. Robbie Ferber begged the kids for some food. After they fed him with food, Robbie turned into a green furry beast and started attacking everyone in the carnival world. And the green furry beast attacked everyone and escaped from the carnival world and escaped into another town. So after repeating encounters with Robbie Ferber, they decided to catch him in a class picnic and carnival world. So they set the trap and kept everything ready for catching him. But unfortunately, Robbie shape-shifted into Jordan, and they caught the real Jordan instead of Robbie. The book, I would recommend this book for the age group 13 and above, and it is published by Scholastic in the year 2018. The strength of the book lies in the author's writing style and descriptive sentences used in the story. And I would like to rate this
4 out of 5 because it contains interesting plots and the cover page was really attractive. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Vikas. I am studying in grade 11A of Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. The book that I am going to share my opinion on goes by the name The Old Man and His God. This book was written by Sudha Murthy. She is an Indian author, an educationer, a philanthropist who is also the chairperson of Infosys Foundation. She was born on 19th August 1950. She was awarded the Padma Shri Award, which is the fourth highest civilian award for doing social work for the government of India in 2006. Now, to start talking about the book, this book contains 131 pages and 25 chapters, each showcasing and featuring a unique personality and a unique set of characters. This book is published by Penguin Publishers in 2006 at the rate of Rs 150. There are a lot of stories which I find quite interesting, and there are a few which I like to mention here. A blind old man from a little Shivan temple in midst offers peace and shelter to the author in midst of a raging storm and emerges to be the most generous and unselfish soul the author has ever met. There's a quote in this book which I find quite interesting and I would like to mention here. There's a personality in this book, in the story, she named Shanti. She meets the author in an interview of a college where the author goes about her work. She is just a normal person who goes to work for a day-to-day life. But there's a problem in her work. She is quite unsatisfied and unhappy about the way her boss treats her employees and herself. She shares her problem to the author. The author replies, "Yes, Shanti, I understand your problem. But you have to keep in mind, and there's something I have learned throughout the years." She says this and continues that with a good mindset and a good personality, you can create a heaven around you. She says this and continues. As Shanti hears this, her spirits rise up. She strengthens a new mindset and the very next day goes to work with a broad smile. There's another story which I find quite interesting and I would like to mention here. A little stone bench under a banyan tree in a village from Karnataka is the perfect place for visitors, travelers, and villagers to rest for a while and forget their burdens as they drink cold water from an earthen pot and talk to a man who listens to all their hardships patiently. Some say he's a better counselor than one you can find anywhere on the city. This book is quite interesting because, not like many other books, it does not share a single moral and a single story. Rather, it showcases a lot of different stories with unique morals and unique life principles, which is quite necessary in the day-to-day life. I would rate this book 4 out of 5 stars. The remaining 1 star is not given because of its huge perk, which is also his huge weakness. This is the lack of continuation. This book isn't a continuation of a single story. Rather, it is a collection of a lot of morals put together in a pack of a book. I would recommend this book to the people of belonging to the age group of 13 and above, as the people belonging to this age category are the ones seeking for help, life principles and morals which help them in their day-to-day life and to overcome their stress. In conclusion, I encourage everyone to buy this book, and I think it is in the affordable zone, which is of Rs 150, and I ensure you it's worth your time. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Vinodan SM of grade 11A, studying in Frontline Millennium School. I am going to share my experience of reading the book, The Power of Positive Thinking. The Power of Positive Thinking is a classic non-fictional self-help book that was written by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale and has had profound impacts on countless individuals' lives since its publication in 1952. About the author, Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. He was an influential American minister, author, and speaker. He was best known as the father of positive thinking. He was also best known for his book, The Power of Positive Thinking, as it made him very famous and successful. Now, unfortunately, due to aging troubles, he passed away in December 24 of 1993. Now, on to the review of the book.
In the book, Dr. Norman Vincent Peale provides a wealth of uplifting anecdotes, real life examples, and stories which show the transformative power of positive thinking. In this book, it is also worthy to mention that everything that Dr. Norman Vincent Peale delivers is in a very clear, engaging, and concise manner. This book really shows how positive thinking can change you, the people around you, and your entire atmosphere as a whole. I really like the chapter 6, which was called as Stop Fretting and Fuming. This was really relatable because I used to get annoyed at silly things and even the smallest things in life. In this chapter, a story of an ambitious workaholic is mentioned here. The workaholic meets up with a physician because he had so much pressure and stress building up inside him due to his work. Then the physician gave him the prescription. The prescription was just to take a 2-hour day off of work and take a long walk. And in the weekends, he was asked to take a half a day walk in the cemetery. And when the workaholic asked why, the physician mentioned that it was to see the graveyards and tombstones of people who thought just like him, who thought the world revolved around them and only they can get a particular work done. Overall, I really like this book and I would give 4 out of 5 stars, and the 1 star is missing because this book has so much biblical quotes which any normal reader wouldn't understand. But overall, other than that, the book was very good and the author delivered his message in a very clear manner. I would suggest this book for the age group of 10 and above and to people who are going through emotional distress and trauma. I'm really grateful for reviewing this book, one amazing book. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Anushriga SK of grade 11A from Frontline Millennium CBSE School. I am here to review the book The Ghost Hunters and the Incredibly Revolting Ghost by Cornelia Funke. Cornelia Funke is a German-born author who was born on December 10, 1958. She was New York Times best-selling author of many magical novels for children. She had written over hundreds of books and she is still alive now in Italy. This book was first published in the German language in Great Britain. And this book was published in the year of 2007 by the Chicken House. And this book has many parts which is published in the preceding years of 2007. This book contains 21 chapters which is divided into 135 pages and cost of the book is 4.99 euros. I was not bored while reading this book. Now, let me tell you the summary of the book. A boy named Tom stuck in his house with his horrible sister Lola and he finds something stickier hiding out in his cellar. That's a slime-dripping ghost. And then the boy becomes a ghost hunter with the help of his grandmother's friend who is a world-famous ghost hunter. The author provides many pictures in the book so that the readers can get clarity about what is exactly happening in the scenario. The book, every single page of the book contains the poetic device onomatopoeia in which the expressions of the readers are expressed. And I would rate this book a 9 out of 10 because it is very enjoyable and it contains so much fun in it. I would recommend this book to all ages because I am the person who thinks reading book does not require the age factor. This book is a combination of comic and short story, and I think comic readers would surely love this book. My favorite character in this book is the grandmother, because she was the only one who listened to Tom while he was telling about the mythical story of the ghost which is hiding out in his cellar. And I really love the cover of the book because it is very beautiful, and I also like the animation of the characters which is present in this book. And this book contains so much humor in it that made me to laugh alone while reading this book. This book does not contain any moral or message, and this story is not unfinished or remains with a question. And this many movies has been inspired from this book, and some of the name of the movies are the Ghost Hunters, the ASG, the IRG, and so on. This book contains many parts which is published in the after 2007, and many this book is the first part which is published in 2007. And I really I want to recommend this book all to comic readers because the story would be very interesting for them. And this book is motivated everywhere like ghost, and theme of the book goes like ghost everywhere, and the genre of the book is horror with humor. As this book is a humorous one, the author had used many humorous words and easy vocabularies, so we don't need to use any dictionaries while reading this book. So every single character in this book has its own importance, and I would tell that I want everyone to read this book and to spend your time very usefully and peacefully. And as this book is a humorous one, I would like to conclude by telling a quote: "A day without a laughter is day wasted." Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. Myself Adla from grade level A from the school Frontline Millennium. Before going to my topic, I will ask a question that which type of animal do you like? My favorite animal is dog. So that I chosen this book, Puppy Puzzle, which was written by Louis Daniel. The copyright of this book was written by Ben M. Bangalore in 1996. At the same year, this book was published by Harder Children's Book. This book was issued as the first animal or pet series, which contained 11 books. All the 11 books are about the animals. Puppy Puzzle was the best seller in the animal or pet series. Ben M. Bangley was born in New York in 1960. He worked as a children's book editor for 7 years. After it, he created two children characters who helped the animals in different adventures. This adventure became as an animal or pet series. The main character of this book is Mandy, whose parents are working as a veterinary doctor in animal or clinic, which is mentioned in this book. She has more knowledge about the animal so that she help her friends with the pet problems. The another two main characters of this book is James and Sarah. They are 8 years old and they are classmates. I like them with their funny fightings in the school. I like them too with the true friends of them. My favorite and attractive character of this story is the two Labrador puppy, which is the outer cover of the book, is the dog, which is the Blackie and Shooty, who's changing the story of this book. The main story of this book in the way at the pet day where the two Labrador puppies were missed and the one was lost. By the help of Mandy, they find the puppy or not is the main story of this book. I suggest this book who likes animals or who had to read the animal stories. I will suggest them. And I will suggest the book who has pet and give them troubles and trouble too. I will give the rating 4 out of 5 to this book because I love and I was interested by reading this book by each and every chapters. I reduced the point because who did not like animals, they could not read this book interestedly. It was easy to read this book when it is easy English and vocabularies are easy to read. The outer covering of this book is attractive. By this, I was choosing this book. My favorite thing in this book is the two characters, the puppy. I will suggest this book who likes to grow a puppy or a pet in their home and we could not grow in their home. The age group of this story is 12 plus, which is under my group, was easy to read, and it makes to imagine more things and helps me in imagination. Thank you to giving the book as a review. I was happy to give a review on this book. Thank you.
Greetings, gentle audience. I'm Janani Varsha from grade 11A, and I'm here to give a review on a book named Flood and Fang. And the author of my book is Marcus Sedgwick, and it was published in the Great Britain in the year of 2009 and by Orion Children's Book. It was illustrated by Pete Williamson, and the cost of my book is $5.99. In Indian rupees, it is nearly up to 500 rupees, but I got it for 250 rupees. Flood and Fang is the first book of series, continued by Ghosted and Gadget and Lunatic and Luck. I hope you can find a symbolism in here, like Flood and Fang, Lunatic and Luck, and Ghosted and Gadget. Many poets tend to use poetic devices to enhance their poems, and many authors and novelists does the same thing by using literary devices. And I believe my author did the same here by using a poetic device known as alliteration in his stories titles. So now I like to give introduction to my author, Marcus Sedgwick. Marcus Sedgwick is a British writer and an illustrator too. He was born on 8th April 1968 in a small village, Preston, in East Kent, in England. And he was really well known for his dark theme young adult fantasy books, and he authored several children's and adults books too. Unfortunately, he died on 15th November 2022, which is last year, in France. Now, I like to give introduction to my characters. Meet Lord Valvin, the head of the family of Otherhand and father of four, and the inventor too. His full name is Valvin Plantaget Vesuvius Rupe Otherhand. Yes, the surname of the family is Otherhand, and the castle they live is Otherhand Castle. And his wife's name is Minty. Though her real name is Euphemia, Minty was a name given by her husband as a nickname. They had 4 children together. The eldest one is a girl named Celestiles, who is just a poetry writing and a black hair beauty. According to Edgar, she is described beautiful. And there is their middle son named Cudwit, and according to Edgar, he is just a frightened little boy with his pet monkey, Fella. Then there is their twins, who are just toddlers, and their name is Fizz and Buzz. Who are being raised in Minty's former Gothic ways. Together, that makes 4 of them together. And I believe I've mentioned Edgar in this narration twice, and you may think Edgar is a person in the story. No, Edgar is not a person at all. Edgar is a raven. Yes, Edgar the raven, the faithful guardian of the family Otherhand, and not only him, his father, his grandfather were the self-appointed faithful guardian actually. And nowadays there is no trouble or a problem in their way, so everybody just mistreat and ignore Edgar at all ways. Now, I like to give a summary of the story without giving much of spoilers away. Meet the wonderfully weird family of Otherhand and its faithful guardian, Edgar. Edgar is alarmed by seeing a nasty-looking blacktail slicking under the basements of the castle. And when he tried to warn about this, his warnings have gone ignored. Because Lord Valvin is too busy to invent something which is unthinkable and discover something unknowable. And his wife Minty is too obsessed in her latest obsession baking. And there is their middle son Cudwit, who's just a running little riot with his infernal pet monkey. Then there is Celestile. She's the only person who seems to pay attention to him and put his words into actions. And as the lower story of the castle began to flood, and the maids in the kitchen started to go missing, does her family ever come close to the owner of the blacktail? Let you review the book for yourself and read the book for yourself. I definitely rate this book 8 out of 10. And everybody think that this story does not have any kind of message as it is a cartoon story. Yes, there is always a message in a story, and it is getting ignored like our character Edgar. And when a bit of a spoiler, when everybody seems to ignore and mistreat Edgar, he was the only person who came to save the family and the day too. Thank you, everyone.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Karnita of grade 11 from Frontline Millennium School, and I am here to review the book The Three Mariners. The author of the book is Joy K. Mohanty, and the publisher of the book is Happen Curls. This book was first published in the year 1993. This book contains 107 pages and 18 chapters. So Joy K. Mohanty is an Indian writer. He was born and raised in Odisha, India. He has published a lot of books, poems, novels, children's stories, and so on. So, The Three Mariners is all about three young boys on a deserted Pacific island, and their struggle to survive in alien territory shows them into the world's stage of danger and excitement. They actually encountered many cannibals and pirates, but they refused to be frightened. Finally, these young brave boys came back to their homeland wisely and become certain more knowledgeable. So, this adventure is set against the background of modern day Odisha and present and ancient Kalinga. So the three main characters in this story are Bajrakishore, Baira, and Ananda. So Bajrakishore is his father is a sailor at Port Kalinga. His hobby is to watch ships sailing in and out of the harbor. That is why his friends call him as Rover. His father is really worried about him as he is not yet settled like other young men. That is why he made him to join as an apprentice in a coaster, where he met Baira and Ananda. So Baira is 18 years old, he is good looking and had a good education. And Ananda is 15 years old, he is so cheerful and fun-loving boy. So these three boys become fast friends and spend most of the time in gossiping together. So the message from this story is not to give up at any time of your life and keep on fighting for your goals. Like these three young boys who met up with Storm, Shark, cannibals, pirates, and so on. But these guys fought bravely and came back to their home safely. And we should have the courage and willpower to overcome any kind of difficult situation that we will be facing in our life. So while reading this book, I did not feel so curious as the title of the book helped me to guess what the story is about. But the lines and words used by the author made the story really interesting. For example, the author used, "It was a fine day and a mild breeze blew. The rising sun tingled the seas and the waves broke into foam." Here, the author explains about the day and its weather, and further he explains about the sun and describes about the sea and its waves. This was really attractive, and I would like to recommend this book for age group 10 to 15, as this book does not as the language was really easy and simple. And overall, I like to recommend this book for all age group, as this book does not contain any violent languages. Overall, I would like to rate this book for 8 out of 10, and I hope everyone will read this book at least once. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all presented here. I'm Kritika Kalimuthu from grade 11A. Today I'm going to review the book named My Sister the Vampire. This book was written by Sena Mercer. She was the author and a great poet. She was born in 1956, Toronto, Canada. She did most of her writings in her attic, surrounded by photos that she would taken on her travels. She always wished to have a twin sister, but unfortunately she did not. So she started to write the story, My Sister the Vampire. She also gave her the great comeback in the series, My Brother the Werewolf. The book was first published in Great Britain in 2009. The book I'm reviewing is the third part of this series. It contains 247 pages and 12 chapters. In many stories or fictions, people say that vampires make enemy of humans and they only depend for human blood. But this story is entirely opposite to it. It shares about the true relationship between a vampire and a human. The main characters of this story are Olivia Abbott and Ivy Vegas, who are the true twin sisters, and their true biological parents were Nick Kendall and Charles Vegas. Unfortunately, because of a serious situation, Olivia was put to adoption, and her adopted parents were Steve Abbott and Audrey. The main story is about a girl, Olivia,
who was met by Ivy in a school. They first became friends, and later she came to know that Ivy and Olivia was a twin sisters. Ivy is a vampire. The truth was came to know about Olivia later. Ivy kept a test to Olivia that whether she is worthy to know about the secrets of vampire. Olivia was also successfully passed the test, and she came to know all the secrets of vampire. Her biological mother unfortunately died while giving birth to them. So Charles blamed himself for many years and years. So this situation made to put Olivia up for adoption because he thought that Olivia will not able to manage the situation of vampires, and he was feared that about her safety. The only identification mark that the twins have the emerald ring that they wear. I recommend this book for the people who love mysteries and fantasy because this book is fully full of vampires and mysterious creatures. The age group for this recommendation was about 10 plus. The book contains good vocabulary and easily able to understand by all. The main part of the story, the most eye-catching point from the story that I was attracted was when Olivia and Ivy planned to cancel the emigration of Olivia's adopted parents to Europe. By this, we can say about the true relationship between these twins. Also, Olivia and Ivy supported each other in every difficult situation. My ratings for this book was 8 out of 10 because while reading this book, it made me to go enter into the scenario. So I recommend this book to the people who really loves the true bond between siblings and mysterious creatures. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Greetings everyone present here. I'm Momita from grade 11. I'm here to give the review of the book The Man-Eater of Malgudi. The author of my book is R.K. Narayanan. This book was published in the year 1961 by William Hyman. I agree that we should not judge a book by its cover, but the cover page of this book attracted me the most for reading it. The cost of my book is $150 and it has 250 pages in total containing 12 chapters. R.K. Narayanan is a great Indian novelist. He has written 6 short stories, 14 novels, and 2 autobiographies. His famous publications are Swami and His Friends in 1935 and The Bachelor of Arts in 1937. He has won the Sahitya Academy Award and the National Pride Prize for his book The Guide. This story is cast in the mythical framework, which is a blend of reality and fantasy. It is about an old Hindu myth about a demon called Bhasmasura. Bhasmasura is a great demon who got a boon from Lord Shiva that anybody he touches in the head would turn into ashes. After getting this boon, he created a lot of problems in earth. To stop all the problems, Lord Shiva took birth as a beautiful dancer for whom Bhasmasura fell for. To marry her, he must perform the dance moves performed by the dancers accurately. And Bhasmasura agreed for this. While performing, the dancer touched her head. Without even thinking for a second, Bhasmasura copied her, and thus he turned into ashes. So this story is based on this concept. The main character of the story is Nataraj. He owns a small printing press, and this story is written in the form of narrative in the point of view of Nataraj. Shastri, he is a noble friend of Nataraj who works in Nataraj printing press. Rangi is the temple dancer, and finally Kumar is the elephant for whom Nataraj risks his life for. Vasu is a powerful taxidermist. He kills animals for their bones, teeth, and other valuables. I personally like the character of Muthu because he helps Nataraj return to his home from the forest. We all should learn from him that we should help anybody who is in need without expecting any rewards. Vasu is a powerful taxidermist. All the villagers hate him because he's a great bully and kills animals. He captured Nataraj's printing press because it is situated near the Mempi Hills of Malgudi, which is a perfect location for him for his job. Read this book to find out what happens next and who all the characters who come in the middle. I would rate this book 4 out of 5 because this book has simple language, but this book has very less pictures. I would say that there are very less pictures, which makes me boring while reading. The main theme of the story is the conflict between good and evil. Human beings and animals both are created by the Almighty to live on this earth. All the animals here are born just like to utilize the earth like human beings. They are born to live, not to sacrifice their life for human beings. This is a very important moral which should be learned by every one of us. I would recommend this book for the all age category audiences because it is written in simple language. Read this book and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. Myself, Navya of 11th A from Frontline Millennium School. I have chosen a book named Murder is Easy. It was written by Agatha Christie, the world famous mystery writer. She was born on 19th September 1890. In 2000, she received Anthony Award for the Best Writer of the Century. She wrote 66 novels and 14 short stories. Her books are popular because of the characters in the story. And in many books, she made herself as the character of the story. And this book is a detective fiction book. This book is published by Collins Crime Club in 1930. This book is a very interesting book. Everyone can read this book. And the characters of the book are Luke Fitzwilliam, a retired police officer, and also the investigator of the story. And Jimmy is Luke Fitzwilliam's friend. And Bridgerton is a girl who works under Lord Whitefield. And Lord Whitefield is also one of the characters in this story. And Pinkerton is an old woman who looks like Luke Fitzwilliam's aunt. And she will be die at the first chapter of the book. And this book consists of 23 chapters and 320 pages. And cost of the book is 150 rupees. And it is an affordable price. And this story starts like a retired police officer, Luke Fitzwilliam, meets an old woman in a train. And she claims that there is an active serial killer in Wedgwood. And she will be died after getting out of the train. And my favorite character in this story is Luke Fitzwilliam, a retired police officer. And he is the main character and also the interesting character. And he plays a vital role in this story. And this story deals with the concerned effort of a retired police officer, Luke Fitzwilliam, to find the active serial killer in Wedgwood. In Wedgwood, there are 4 to 5 murders were happened in the way of accidents. And deep reading of the book makes me more empathetic. And chapter 22 is my favorite chapter because in that chapter, murderer is revealed and I was quite shocked on reading the unexpected climax. And pacing of the book is quite slow and the story is finished. And simple English is used to narrate the whole story. And writing style of the story is easy to read and follow. And the story is very interesting to read and the age category to read the story is above 11 years children. And the words that the author used to narrate the story is very easy to read and to understand. And there is no negative points about the book. And there are many suspects and victims in this story. And this story is a very good story to read and it makes us to read many stories like detective fiction books. And the author Agatha Christie wrote many crime novels, but she's not alive today. And this book is very interesting to read for me and it is very easy to read and follow because the author used only simple English to read, to write this story. And I refer this book to the above 11 years children and I will rate 4 out of 5 stars for this book because the cover page is not attractive for me and the quality of the paper is also not attractive to read. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Pranaviha Ganesh Kumar of class 11A, studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. The book I'm going to review today is Doctor Who and the Leisure Hive. This book consists of 127 pages in total and 9 chapters. This book was published by Target Publications in 1982. The author of this book is David Fisher. David Fisher was a British science fiction writer who is best known for writing 4 Doctor Who serials. He is also author for more than 20 New York Times bestsellers. His works has appeared in many most major magazines and many newspapers. The Doctor Who is a British science fiction series which was broadcasted by BBC since 1963. This series depicts the adventures of a Time Lord called Doctor, an extraterrestrial being who appears to be human. The Doctor explores the universe in a time-traveling spaceship called TARDIS, which was disguised as a blue British police box, which was a common sight in Britain in 1963. The preferred age limit for the be 10 years and above. This story takes place in the planet Argolis, which is rendered as a bare desert with colorfully adorned skies and harmful radiations after a devastating war with their enemies Famuzi. Then this planet thrives as the leisure hive, an entertainment center for the galactic travelers, and at the heart of this hive lies the Tashion Recreational Generator, a machine with most extraordinary performance capability and vital for the continual survival of the Argolis. While visiting the leisure hive, the Doctor and Ramana are sucked into a whirlpool of treachery and deceit and are eventually arrested on the suspicion of murder. This book is a fabulous piece of art in the Library of Literature. This book, the imagery of entirely new race of extraterrestrials and new planet is extremely vivid. The writing style of the author is easy and comfortable to read. The main characters of this book are the Doctor and Ramana, and I felt quite intrigued by their sheer knowledge on anything related to space and time. Their keen analysis on the complex structure of the Tashion Recreation Generator left me surprised and impressed. This book is very much interesting to read, and the illustration of the new characters and the use of space and time in this book is extremely brilliant. And I like the part where the planet Argolis was described. I got the paragraph. Outside, you could see the pitted surface of the earth stretching away to the horizon, and overhead vast and immensity of the sky. The effect was as if we had been immersed in a sea of light and color. Brilliant light, incredible color. No rainbows in the galaxy ever boasted such colors. It was only when you learned the history of the planet that you realized that the colors you found so intoxicating were the colors of death, the death of the planet. Like, I read this paragraph and was immediately hooked. This is a very good promise of adventure and adventure in a barren land with bejeweled skies. So I'd like to conclude my speech here. Thank you.
Greetings. I am Raghavi Kannan of grade 11A, studying in Frontline Millennium School. I am here to review the book named Carrie Shaw by Nina Mary Borden. Based on her own childhood, had delighted readers for more than 40 years. Before entering into the review, I would like to tell about the author. Nina Mary Borden, an English novelist and children's writer, was born on 19th January 1925 and died on 22nd August 2012. She was shortlisted for many awards and also was a recipient of the Golden Pen Awards. She wrote about 40 books, including novels. The price of this book is $10.99 and 250 rupees. This book was first published in the year 1973. This book contains 210 pages and 15 chapters. The reading category is 9 to 11 years old, and I personally like this book as it connects with my real life. I find the cover page really attractive as the cover page gives some idea about the story. The cover page illustration was done by Patrick Legger, and the publisher of this book is Puffin Books. Now I would like to tell about the characters of the story. The main character of the story is Carrie Willow,
followed by her younger brother Nick Willow, who is 2 years younger than her. Next, Albert, a friend of Carrie from Wales. Here comes Auntie Lou, who is kind and gentle, whereas Mr. Evans was harsh and rude, with whom Carrie and Nick was staying. Now, I would like to summarize the story. It's World War II. Carrie and her little brother Nick have been evacuated to Wales to stay with Mr. Evans and his timid mouse of sister. Meanwhile, Albert, a fellow evacuee, was even more luckier, staying with Mr. Johnny and Hepzibah Green, who tells wonderful stories. Gradually, Carrie and Nick started adapting to the new surroundings. Meanwhile, Carrie does the worst thing ever in her life, which is the story about. As I said previously, this story connects with my personal life. During the pandemic due to COVID-19, I was in a situation to go and stay with my uncle and aunt for about a month. Similarly, in the story, Carrie and Nick have been evacuated to Wales to stay with Mr. Evans. The story tells us about the love, affirms, and the resilience that exist in the communities which are forged by war and familial strife. One thing I don't like about the book is it doesn't contain any pictures. So I was getting a little bored while reading this book. One thing I like about the book is that the language used by the author is very simple, so it was easy to read. I would suggest you this book if you are more into loyalty and friendship. Overall, I would like to rate this book a 4 out of 5. And from my point of view, I would really suggest you this book. Thank you.
Rise like a sun and shine like a stars. A warm greetings to each and everyone present here. I am Vevina Rajendran of grade 11 and today I am here to review a book called Master Your Emotions. The author of this book is Thibaut Marous. The book was published by Wisdom Tree in 2020. The book was printed in India. Now, let me tell you something about the author. Thibaut Marous is an author, coach, founder of whatispersonaldevelopment.organization. He has been featured on major personal development websites such as Lifehack, Tiny Buddha, Goalcast, and Addicted to Success. He is addicted with self-help books. In love with foreign languages, the author Thibaut Marous is a foreigner who is French, writing in Japan and living in Japan for the past 10 years. Now, let's go to the review of the book. This book is a practical guide to overcome negativity and better manage your feelings. It is a self-help book that provides the readers with a bundle of information about our emotions. This emphasizes the importance of controlling one's emotions and teaches that your attitude towards the life influences your happiness, not you. The author begins by outlining the signs of emotions and tells us how to manage our emotions. The begins with a storyline that we have to focus on our emotions instead of focusing on others' point of view. The next session predicts the mapping of points of emotions such as mindfulness, cognitive behavioral therapy, and self-talk. You can learn to separate yourself from your thoughts with practice, which reduces their influence and strength. The notion that our thoughts and emotions have a great point of view and biggest factor on how we feel is the book's major theme. Marous argues that by changing the way how we think about our situation, we can change how we react to it. The author also stresses on understanding the importance of one's emotions and acting according to it. Another important aspect of this book is that the emphasis on self-awareness and valuation, which also includes emotional independence. Now, let me tell you the favorite lines and positive things about this book. Emotions are just emotions, nothing more. Repeating to yourself that I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy all day long won't turn you into a living Buddha. The author has provided clear step-by-step workbook which provides the learners a clear understanding of their emotions. By nature, emotion will also fade away as time passes unless you reinforce them by recalling the same scenario again and again in your mind. Some people die at 25, but they aren't buried until 75.
Emotions can be tricky as they come and go, but the main work of emotions are not here to make our life harder, but to teach us something. Without them, no one can grow. The negative part of this book is that the author is trying to say the same thing again and again at the end of the theme. So I would recommend this book to the people who struggles to deal with negative emotions. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Minia of grade 11, studying in Frontline Millennium School, feeling very honored and excited to share a book review on the book titled Flora and Ulysses. This book was published by Kate DiCamillo, who was a famous author and well-known writer of young adults. This book was published in 2013, where it had won many awards and continues to create many new readers till dates. This delightful children's novel takes the readers on an exciting journey full of friendship, unexpected journey, friendship, bravery, and lessons of imaginations. Let us dive into the enchanting world of Flora and Ulysses. In the story, Flora, a 10-year-old girl who loves comics and considers herself a cynic. The characters in this book are endearing and relatable. Flora is a spirited girl who is dealing with a parent separation and her own pessimism. Everything changes when she rescues a squirrel from a vacuum cleaner accident and named it Ulysses. Ulysses, superhero squirrels gain lot of supernatural power like flying a sky, writing poetry, typing in a computer, and so on. Ulysses, the superhero squirrel, adds a touch of whimsy to the story. Together, they embark the challenges filled with adventures and unexpected friendships and the lessons of bravery. The supporting characters in the story brings the depth and humor to the narrative, highlighting the importance of empathy and connections. Kids aged 8 to 12 would fall in love with Ulysses, but it appeals for the readers of all ages too. Here, friendship is up to the core. Ulysses and the squirrel and the Flora, a 10-year-old girl, have a lot of connections and bond beside their differences, which is a great thing, right? Yes. This kids aged 8 to 12 would fall in love with Ulysses. This book contains lot of adventures, emotions, feelings, funny characters, which makes this book a perfect choice of enjoyment too. Flora and Ulysses is a charming and enchanting book which touches the reader's heart. Lovable characters, memorable memories makes the readers very joyful and happy to read this book away. I would like to rate this book a 4.5 star out of 5 star as it won my heart and blew my mind away. This book contains 250 pages and 60 small chapters where every chapters in this book are very interesting and realistic. This book appeals to create more imaginations to the readers who read this this book seems frictions as it creates more and more imaginations by reading this. Lovable characters, memorable memories makes this book a perfect choice of enjoyment and takes readers on an unforgettable journey with full of joy and enthusiasm. I heartily recommend you all to read this book as it won my heart and blew my mind away. This book is very, very interesting for everyone to read this. This book shows the power between a friendship between a squirrel and a 10-year-old girl, which is impossible in our real life. Yes. Do you believe in true friendship? If yes, this book is a very great thing for you. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity to prove myself in this wonderful event. Thank you.
To review the book titled Final Exam. Just imagine a situation where you'll die if you fail an exam. It's horrible, right? Yes, that is all my book about. The author of the book Final Exam is A. Bates. Arlene Bates is an American writer who writes for young ones and young adults. She has written many books and she is famous for her thrillers. Some of her publications are Crazy for You, Dead Game, Mother's Helper, Final Exam, etc. About the book. The cover page of the book is not very much attractive, but each and every line in the story draws the attention of the readers. Arlene Bates is so descriptive in her narrating as she has written every scene in detail.
This book, Final Exam, totally contains 201 pages and 43 chapters. Final Exam was published in the year 1950s. It was originally written in the language Spanish in the year 1950s, and then it was translated to English in the year 2000. It was published by Scholastic.inc. This book, Final Exam, has a main character called Kelly, and the supporting characters is a best friend and a schoolmates. The setting of the story takes place in a school. The genre of this book is a thriller. It is a suspense-filled story too. Now let me tell you the preview of the book, Final Exam. Kelly is a school-year-old girl who is the main character of the story, who is afraid of final exam, and now she is scared to death. Someone in her school did not want Kelly to graduate, and day by day she was afraid of it. And they started playing few pranks on her, like trashing her locker, stealing her purse, scribbling on the desk, changing her grades, etc. And Kelly, they also prepared a special exam just for her, and she had to answer it right because her life depends on it. I hope the preview was interesting. To know more about the book, do read it. I solely like this book because of how well Kelly has managed the pranks that was played on her. And she was not like the other girls too, because she used to wear a short hair. She used to have a short haircut and wear shirts and pants. Kelly is the bravest girl of the group. The theme of the story, Final Exam, is a winner never quits and a quitter never wins. The best part of the book, Final Exam. The best part of the book, Final Exam, is the final part where Kelly successfully and finally graduated, and she got in together with her love. Even though she struggled a lot in the beginning of the story, the ending was really happy. I would like to recommend this book to all ages. In particular, I'd like to recommend this book to 12 to 15-year-old ones because they'll be able to relate their life with Kelly. And I rate this book 3.5 out of 5 stars. And whatever the situation be or whatever the task is, never give up. Hard work, persistence, and determination will definitely make you win the game. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Joe Jeffrey from grade 11B, studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. Now I am here to deliver the book review on the book named Toro Toro, which was illustrated by an experienced illustrator named Michael Foreman. Toro Toro is a story of a young boy growing up in Andalusia, Spain, on a farm rearing bulls for the bull ring. The name of the boy is Antonito. Antonito's life was changed after his father's horrible death because of bullfight. He felt lonely, so he decided to grow a pet. But his mom doesn't like to grow a pet. So when he was walking around the hills, he saw a little black calf abundantly available. So he took it and named it as Paco. He grew Paco like his family member and feeded it like his own kid. After he kept Paco inside a cave and grew in order to hide it from his mom. After 2-3 years later, a little black calf had become a big black bull, and Antonito also grew up. And after 2-3 years, he had came to know about the horror of the bullfight, and he freed the Paco, and he rided with him all over the hills. Suddenly, news arrived that his village was destroyed because of bombing. So he decided to stay back as his farm and family was destroyed. After 2-3 days later, Paco also went away. So he felt frightened. At the end of the story, Antonito had met the real resistant fighters and learnt about the horror of the bullfight. This story was written by Michael Morfurgo, author of this story. He was experienced author. He was born on 5th October 1943. He wrote more than 130 books, which was loved by all children. And He was died at the age of 79. The 79. And this book consists of 127 pages, and the cost of the book is 199. I think it is worth for its cost because it is interesting and it is an adventure story. And I would request all the students who are all interested in reading adventurous story, they can read this story. And I would rate this book 4 star out of 5 star because it is written in easy English language, and there were little hard vocabularies, but it can be if we read 2 or 3 times we can understand it. And I would recommend this book for the age group between above 13 plus, because below 13 students can't understand the hard vocabularies. Above 13 they can easily understand the words. And this book's art was very nice, but it was in black and white. If it is colorful it will be better. And I would conclude this story by telling that every student should read storybooks in order to improve their vocabulary skills, writing skills, reading skills and speaking skills. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Warm greetings to everyone present here. I'm Kavin Aditya of grade 11B, here to share my experience of reading the book, The Hound of the Baskerville. The Hound of the Baskerville is written by Arthur Conan Doyle. Arthur Conan Doyle is an iconic detective novel that features the renowned detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. This masterfully crafted story takes the readers into a thrilling full journey through the airy moors of Dartmoor in England, where a legendary curse haunts the Baskerville family. The author, Arthur Conan Doyle, was born in Edinburgh, Scotland in 1859. He pursued his medical career and qualified as doctor in 1885. He served as doctor in British Army during African War. His first Sherlock Holmes story was Study in Scarlet. There are 60 stories and 2 pastiches of Sherlock Holmes series were appeared in various forms in a lengthy run of 40 years. Now on to the review of the book. Set in the airy moors of Dartmoor in England. The story begins with Dr. Mortimer, a family friend, seeking the assistance of Holmes to solve the curse that haunts the Baskerville family. In this story, Dr. Watson is the main protagonist. Doyle masterfully constructs an atmosphere of suspense and uncertainty throughout the story. This book immersed me in a deep imagination through the ever-growing feel of dread in the foggy environment. I would like to recommend this book to the people who love to read Sherlock Holmes story and to those who love to read detective and thrilling stories. This book was published by Wilco Publishers, which is an affordable one and worth for spending. This book consists of 200 pages and 15 chapters. Every single pages and chapters will give a new experience to the readers. I really liked chapter 12, the death of the Moor. When I was hyped when Holmes gave a comeback and there to solve the curse. Also, the classic duo of Dr. Mortimer and Holmes was really good. I am glad that I got a chance to review this marvelous book. Thank you.
So hello everyone, I am Remy of grade 11B and I hope you are all having a great day. And now I am here to give a book review on the captivating book Such a Long Journey, written by the brilliant author Rowington Mystery. Rowington Mystery was born in 1952 and he got emigrated to Canada in the year 1975. He pursued his studies in English and philosophy at the University of Toronto. He began his writings in the small Canadian library through short journals. His writings had won him several prestigious awards. This book Such a Long Journey has won him the first Canadian Novel Award, and it also got shortlisted for the Booker Prize Award. Some of his famous books are Such a Long Journey, Fine Balance, and Family Matters. The book was published in 1991 by Faber First Company, and this book consists of 339 pages and 22 chapters. When we see about the setting of the story, it is set in a vivid destination, Mumbai. It takes all its readers into the early 1960s India and also transports the readers into the bustling streets, busy markets, and crowded neighborhoods. When we see about the important characters in the story, Guster Noble. Guster Noble is the main protagonist of this story, and he is a Parsi man. He finds it difficult to meet the challenges of the changing society. A Parsi man is one who has a mixed race and culture. He neither belongs to our country, our culture, and other country. He has both mixed race and culture. His wife Dilnawaz and his two sons Zorab and Darius, his best friend Dinsaji, and his neighborhood Major Bill Moria. The instances that touched my heart in this story is when Major Bill Moria asked help to Guster Noble. Major Bill Moria was working for the Indian Intelligence Services, and he wanted Guster to collect information about those who were involved in anti-government activities. First, Guster hesitated to do so, but out of the bonding with him, he began to help him. He collected information about all those persons and gave him, but this got him into several consequences later. The second instance is when he started receiving anonymous letters. He started receiving many threats and threats that people would kill him and his family. This caused him distress and anxiety. The third instance when his son Darius fell ill. He found it very difficult to cure his son Darius because the medical facility in early 1960s India was not good. But somehow he managed to cure his son. In these three instances, the narration of the story was really good, and that's why it touched my heart. When we see about the theme of the story, the author speaks about the personal struggles, political unrest, and about the impact of ordinary people during Indira Gandhi years and during the Indo-Pakistani wars. The values which I got from this book is that friendship and love. He sets a perfect example how a person should guide people as a friend and how he should love his family and friends. The other values which I got are hope and resilience, integrity and solidarity are the values which I got from this particular book. And thank you.
Warm greetings to all. I am Rohit Singh Rajprait of grade 11B. I am studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. I am going to give book review on the book Wings of Fire. First, I would like to talk about the author, who is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and Arun Tiwari. It is an autobiography of Abdul Kalam. This book consists of totally 180 pages and 16 chapters. This book even has pictures which gives a visual imagination of this complete story. The cost of the book is $275, which is affordable and it is worth. Second, I would like to talk about the main character, or even we can say as the author, who is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. His full name is Abul Bakir Jainulabdin Abdul Kalam. He was from a humble family and poor background. His father, Jainulabdin, was a fisherman, and he was the 11th president of India between the year 2002 and 2007. And he was well known as a scientist. He was honored and distinguished scientist also. A short summary I would like to give is that Abdul Kalam was born in Rameswaram in a poor family. His father, Jainulabdin, was a fisherman and his mother was a housewife. Even though they were poor, his mother used to give food for homeless people. And when Abdul Kalam starts to go to school, his unfavorite subject was Maths. He often used to get beat from his Maths teacher. And at last he was a talented and well-known student in this school. When he became adult, he joined the ISRO and DRDO for the science development, and he served many things and sacrificed many things for his country. I would like to recommend this book to the age group of 10 years. as after the age group of 10 only we get a real understanding of what is actual science. And even I would like to say that this book is not recommended below for 10 years, as this book consists of many vocabulary words which is difficult to read. I would like to suggest this book to those people who are interested to learn about science and about stories related to friendship, family, and if you want motivation. According to me, it is not only a motivational book, it is also, according to me, it is not only an autobiography, it is even a motivational book. Many teens have gained motivation after reading this. As Abdul Kalam told, that we should dream big so we can achieve big. I would like to rate this book 4.5 stars out of 5, as I reduced 0.5 stars for its vocabulary, which is very difficult to read. Abdul Kalam's favorite quote was that dream is not something which we see while sleeping. It is something which never let us sleep. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam was well-known scientist. He had done many things. He found missiles. He helped India to develop and gain its power. He sacrificed his science and his money for the development of his country. I would like to conclude by saying thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarnesh of grade 11B from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. I feel proud to present my review of the book The Kite Runner. The Kite Runner is written by Khalid Hussaini in the year and published in the year 2003. Khalid Hussaini was born in Kabul, Afghanistan, where he is a son of diplomat family. He lives in Northern California, where he is a physician. He wrote his first novel, The Kite Runner. The Kite Runner is a story of 12-year-old Amir, who is desperate to win his local kite fighting tournament, and his loyal friend Hasan promises to help him. Amir belongs to a rich community where Hasan is the son of worker in Amir's house. Neither the boys can foresee what will happen to Hasan that afternoon. After the Russians invade, Amir's family was forced to flee to America, and after years he realizes that he must return to his native. Several aspects of the story which impressed me and the readers. First, the character development. One of the novel's strength lies in its character and their evolution throughout the story. Next, the cultural and historical context. The Kite Runner gives a rich view into the cultural and historical context set in Afghanistan. Last, the engaging narrative skills. Hussaini's narrative skills is engaging and accessible so that the readers can follow throughout the story. The Kite Runner is a debut novel which became an international bestseller and is a novel of friendship, betrayal and redemption set in Afghanistan. The main part of the story which impressed me and the readers is in chapter 14. It starts with a quote which says there is a way to be good again, in which we have an opportunity to rectify our bad things and to lead a good life. Khalid Hussaini also wrote about 14 books. Each of the books was an international bestseller. I would like to rate this book for 4 stars out of 5 stars. I reduced a star because the starting of the book were very slow and difficult to understand. The negative aspect of the story, which is there is no photographs in the books, as the photos make the readers interesting to read the book continuously. I would like to recommend this book for age group who is 15 so that they can understand the feelings of friendship, betrayal and redemption. The book cost 400 rupees. There are 25 chapters and 390 pages. Each of the pages were worthy to read it. I would like to recommend this book for adults so that they can understand the situation in Afghanistan. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Yashwanji of Frontline William School. Today I am going to review the book of Boy in the Striped Pyjamas written by John Byrne. Before going to the review, let us know about the author, John Byrne. He is an Irish novelist born on 30th April 1973. He wrote more than 14 novels in his lifetime. Each were best-selling. His book, The Boy in the Striped Pyjamas, was published in the year 2006 and even took as a movie in 2008. His first novel, Sunday Tribune, was written in 1993, which was published over 50 languages all over the world.
His book, The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, was printed in 7 million copies and published worldwide. It is a historic fiction which took place in the during the Second World War. This book was published by Vintage Classic. The main characters of the story are Bruno and Samuel. Bruno is a young boy living in Berlin who lives a normal life as usual like every kid. But Samuel is a Jewish boy who was captured by German soldiers and brought to concentration camp to be killed. The main setting of this place are Germany, Poland, and Berlin. The main theme of the story is lack of violence and peace. Now let us go into the story. It is about a boy named Bruno who is living in Berlin and living as usual life like all kids, playing with friends and enjoying his life. His father was a high-ranking military soldier. Their life was going good until his father was transferred to a concentration camp near Poland. Bruno was not willing to go, but he was supposed to go to Poland, but there he was not supposed to go out of his house. He spent his time by playing with his toys and his sister. It made him bored. After a long time, when he saw outside the window, he saw a concentration camp where many boys were playing. He thought to go there, but he was not requested to go out of his house. One day, on a fine day, he went out through the window and went to concentration camp. There he met a boy named Samuel, who was a Jewish boy who was captured by German soldiers to be killed. The conversation between the Samuel and Bruno is the main theme of the story. After long days, Samuel told that his father went lost. Bruno told that he would will help him to find his father. And the next day, Bruno went inside the concentration camp. But unfortunately, both were pushed into the room where everyone killed. And unfortunately, both were killed brutally. Even though this book has sad ending, this book is a good to read. This book contains 235 pages and 25 chapters. Each pages were very interesting. So now let us go into the negative factors. First, this book does not contain any kind of pictures and photos. Second, this first 4 to 5 chapters are very slow and tells the backstory of Bruno and how Bruno lived in Berlin. And then, even the best quote which inspired me is, "You should never forget the voices of lost ones." This was told at the last chapter by Arthur. So even though this book has sad ending, Arthur wrote this book very well and used a moderate language and moderate vocabulary, so which everyone could understand. We can recommend this book to the age group of 14 and above. We can give 4-star rating out of 5-star because I reduced 1 star due to several negative consequences such as no pictures and no pictures. This book is a very interesting book and we can read. I will recommend this to everyone. This book was first published in English language and printed over 7 million copies and published all over the world. So I like to conclude my speech by saying that even though if you don't have the time to read book, you can watch a movie. Thank you.
A warm good evening to honorable present here, honorable judges, teachers, and my dear friends. Today I am going to review the book. I am SNP of grade 11B. Today I am going to review the book named The Land of Green Plums. This book was written in 1987 by Hertel Mulam. She is a European author. She has been wrote more than 10 books and 2 novels. She born in 1959 in Europe and she gave she have been gave many published book, and this book, The Land of Green Plums, was published by a German company in 1987. This book is good for the people who can understand well. This book is about a girl who succeed in her life. The girl name is Mulam. She have been a good student in her class. After when the school trip have been happened, many students were happy, and instead of her, many were happy because her mother is old and her father have been died due to an accident. After this, their place to travel is to the Land of Green Plums. This place was located in Europe, and they traveled by climatic condition. They have been troubled and many difficulty they traveled. After some days, the girl have taught to succeed in her life. By many difficulty and parent support, she have been succeed in her life. This book contains of 242 pages and no chapters. This book is a fictional book and I will give 3.5 stars out of 5 stars because this book and don't have no pictures, and this pages will be yellow and difficult to learn. And why I gave 3.5 star out of 5, because this book is interesting to learn, and the author told that girls can succeed in their life. The author have been told that friendship, when true friends are there, many people can succeed in their life. This book is wonderful, and I will suggest this book to the age group of 14 and 28. And who are patient can read this book. I will not suggest this book for the below age group of 13, because many words will be difficulty and more vocabularies are there. This is a wonderful book, and this book cost around 339 only in Indian rupees, and in UK 7.99. And this book have 242 pages, and the heart-touching word in sentence in the book is, friends will be true, and many people are be blind. Don't trust them, and trust the true person. This sentence in the page of 142 page. And this book is good for learning, and person who like have true friendship can read this book. This book is wonderful, and Herta Mulam was written more than 10 books, and the first book written by her is The Land of Green Plums. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Harshita Balachandran of grade 11, and today I'm here to present a review on the book named The Hunger Games, written by Susan E. Collins. Now, let me introduce the author, Susan E. Collins. She was an ordinary girl, but her dad was not. He was an army man, a military general working in the Department of Air Force. So it gave him a chance to teach his daughter all the survival tricks and tips, so that she could tackle all the hardest situations of her life. And Susanny also had the capacity to understand the difficulties and the seriousness of the military field. And in an interview, an interviewer questioned her that how she got a wonderful idea to write such a story like The Hunger Games. And her answer was that on a fine day when she was watching TV very much bored, she was switching through random channels, and a particular thing caught her eye. And that was a group of people, and it was more like a reality show where they were put in the same place and they were all fighting for the reward or like money which the higher officials would give her. And in the next channel, there was people fighting a real war with guns and pistols. And at that moment, she decided to collide both of those scenarios, and that's how the divine trilogy of the Hunger Games occurred. And now, let me tell you about the book. This book, Hunger Games, is, as I told before, it's a trilogy, so it has 2 more books as continuation. And today, I'm going to review the first book called The Hunger Games, and the second book is The Hunger Games Catching Fire, and the third one is The Hunger Games Mockingjay. And in the first book, there are exactly 26 chapters and 454 pages. And now, I'd like to give a small summary on this book. And this story revolves around a 16-year-old female protagonist named Katniss Everdeen. And if I get a chance to explain about Katniss in one word, I'll tell broken. And why I address her as broken is because she has a traumatic past. Because when she was a little kid, her dad, unfortunately, he passed away in a bomb blast which occurred in the mines of District 12. And that remained as one of her cruelest childhood traumas. And she has a mom who's always sick and lays on bed every day and only wakes up just to prepare food for the family. And she also has a little sister named as Primrose Everdeen, shortly called as Prim. And that little kid also has a goat by herself, and she derives milk from it every day and makes cheese with it and sells it to earn a little amount of money. And in this in this country of Panem, which is located in the Northern America, there'll be a weird thing which is followed every year, which is called as reaping. And reaping is nothing but the process of selection of contestants for a deadly and cruel game called
the Hunger Games. And in this Hunger Games, two tributees, that are two volunteers from each of District 12, are selected and put in a deadly arena where they should fight each other or even kill to survive. And the last one who stands still and alive is declared as the winner. And here, on this year's reaping, Katniss' sister Prim got selected, and Katniss, who sensed that Prim would survive long, took her place as the female tributee of District 12. And the other two books describe Katniss' experience inside the Hunger Games arena and how she went through it and did she survive or not. In all, I'd like to conclude my review by telling my favorite quote from the book, which says, "Kill or get killed." Thank you.
Rise like a sun and shine like a star. A warm greetings to one and all present here. Myself, Pavitra Lakshmi of grade 11B. So, I am here to give a review on the book of Born to Rise. The author of the book is Deborah Kenny. And about the author, she has a beautiful family with the 3 children and husband. The story is about a real lifetime experience. Here, she wrote, actually it is the non-fiction story because she wrote a real lifetime experience. And my favorite part in the story is she faced a lot of difficulties after the death of her husband, and she faced difficulties to grow their children. And the idea of the story is to help the poor children for their education. So first she planned to publish the books and later to start a charter school for poor children. So here, while the accomplishment of the publishing book done, her husband was died, and she faced difficulties to start a charter school. So with the help of friends and colleagues, she started a charter school, and it was running well. So here I like to recommend this book for the age category above 13 years. It has more difficult words. Actually, it is the easy English, but it has more difficulty and new words, which helps us to improve our vocabulary skill. And I like to suggest this book for the people who want to become an entrepreneur and who want to become a teacher, because she mentioned that difficulties and struggles faced to start a charter school, which help for the entrepreneurs. And she also mentioned the relationship between the students and the teachers, which help for the teachers to teach in classes. So the length of the book has 246 pages and 16 chapters. So I like the chapter 16, Born to Rise, which motivated me a lot. And I like to give the rating of it. Rating of the book I like to give is 3.5 out of 5, because it has more difficult words and it does not have any colorful images. It has images, but it is only in black and white. It does not have colorful images. So, and another I got impressed is the first thing, while they are traveling with their family, they were speaking about more experiences which Kenny got in a previous age, and also she said how the struggles which she faced in the older age also. And she also mentioned that how children should be and how children should grow, and this helps for the children to read it. So I admire by the cover page, and it was like the Kenny's image, and the cost of the book is 1900. Yeah, the book also worth for the cost, and it has a good quality to read it. And I like to conclude my speeches I like to conclude my speech by saying life is an art of drawing without an eraser. Thank you.
A warmest greeting to one and all present here in this great event, and I am proud of myself for taking a part in it. So before hopping into my content, I would like to start by introducing myself. I am Ritanya of 11B from Frontline Millennium School, here to give a short book review on the book named The Art of Living, which was written by Norman Vincent Peale. So before hopping into my content, I would like to ask a question. So we all know that we are alive right now, and does that mean that we understand the art of living? In my opinion, it is a no, because our author Norman have specially stated in our book that a person who is simply existing or living in this world does not mean that he or she understood the meaning or the art of living. So I would like to give a short note on our author. Our author's name is Norman Vincent Peale. So this man is originally an American who is also a clergyman and a Protestant. He was born on 31st May in 1898 in Ohio, USA. So this wonderful man wrote these books based on positive thinking as well as on living. So he is also known as author of 46 books and the progenitor of theory of positive thinking. And about these positive thinking books are really great, but among them, the power of positive thinking and art of living is the best, I would say. So this book has a concept that has evolved around an issue that has revolved in our mind for a long period of time. That is, how can I be eternally happy? So this book provides us with ways and step-by-step explanation for people who desire to live victoriously. So if you guys want to meet your success as fast as you can, I would recommend this book. And I would like to recommend this book for people of age more than 10, because children below the age of 10 does not really want to, or they're not interested in non-fiction books because they find it more boring. So I would say that it is not a boring book, but after 10 years, they would find it interesting because the author Norman have taken his life examples plus others and taken his parents as exemplars to provide us a good guide. So from this book, many of them finds comfort, which is also the strength of the book. So there are many strengths and weaknesses of this book. But among the strength, the one I liked is that people who want to heal their inner injuries or find a love and affection, escape worries, fear, anxiety, and stress, does feel comfort with this book. And which is a great thing. It is required for most of the adults in this society today because they are under a lot of stress nowadays. So this and has provided us with many ways to meet ourselves, to banish worry from our mind or our brain even, and many ways to find love and to make fun of our life. So, like meeting ourselves, does that mean that standing in front of a mirror and seeing yourself in the mirror? No, it's definitely not, because meeting yourself means meeting your potential on your positive side to put it for a good use, so which is definitely required. So I understood that author Norman was a great man, and he has immense faith on this on his God, like Christ. So he has also written a chapter, that is chapter number 9, which was named as Christ's healing power. So from this name, we can understand that he has a strong faith in the God. So I would like to conclude by saying that prayer is a man offering himself to God. So just pray and hope that you'll be successful. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Vishnu from grade 11C. I am very proud to say a review about the book named The Richest Man in Babylon. This book was written by George S. Clason. He was born on November 7, 1874 and unfortunately died on 1957. He was an American author. He first published a book at the year 1926. He attended the university in the Nebraska. He served the United States Army during the Spanish-American War. This book consists of 11 chapters that explains different financial concepts. This book contains 134 pages and the price of the book is 175 rupees. So, in the first chapter, they says that the history's importance of the Babylon. In the second chapter, they says about two characters that are Gopi and Banzir. They are two poor friends who live in a poverty laden. They both wish and dream to become rich. So they they pay a visit to a Arcad. Arcad is the richest man in Babylon. Then Alchemist is a money lender. Then in chapter 4, they says about the seven rules of money. So in that first, start the purse fattening. Second, control the expenditures. Third, make a gold multiply. 4, guard a treasure from loss. 5, make a dwelling a profitable income. 6, ensure a income. 7, enable a ability to earn. So these are the 7 rules of money. So in the 6th chapter, they says about 5 laws of gold. And in 9th chapter, they says a beautiful quote, that is, determination is a way can be found. So if your dreams and desires should be fulfillment, you must be successful with money. So you should save at least 1/10 of what you earn. Suppose you are in a debt, you should save 70% on what you make, save 10% on yourself, and repay 20% for your debts. Then the richest man in Babylon is an excellent book to read, written in a simple language that everyone can understand. I recommend the age group of 20 to 45 to read this book. So this book is wonderful to read. This book is wonderful to read. This book teaches the readers that anyone can become wealthy if they follow the principles of discipline, investment, and saving. The story tells the readers that how to save and how to save and budget for future, how to invest wisely, how to protect wealth, and how to handle debts. So overall, The Richest Man in Babylon is an excellent book to read, that anyone can become wealthy if they follow the principles of discipline, investing, and saving. So although this book is written in early 20th century, although this book is written in early 20th century, the principles discussed in the lesson are still applicable for today times. And I like to conclude my review by saying thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I'm Kavya of grade 11, here going to give a review on the book named True Shark Stories. Wait, when I said the word shark, what comes to your mind first? It is a terrifying animal, right? But in the story, the author explains that shark is not a terrifying animal, but something, a kind creature. Yes, this book was written by William shortly known as Terry. He is a British children's author, over 200 books. His book always deals with mystery, history, and horror, and his well-known book is Horrible History series, which kept interesting for all the peoples. But unfortunately, he is no longer today. So everyone might hearing of a terrifying man eating an animal, but have you ever heard of terrifying man eating an animal? Yes, in the story, the author mentioned about ironical manner where there is a deadly creature which rides the sea and take what it wants and return it to the dry silent place. So it thinks like it should keep it dry land safe by pouring all the waste into the sea. So does anyone guess what is that creature named as? Yes, the creature is named as human beings. Yes, we are the one who distracts and waste the aquatic animals. So in your mom would probably say a story about Indian god Vishnu. He's often stated as coming out of a monster, but it is not a monster, it is exactly a monster fish. It is shark. This book consists of 123 pages with 10 interesting chapters, and in this book has contained a fact file where every facts are easy to learn and it is quite interesting to know about it. So I like the most admired fact by me is a myth said by an island people. They had followed a myth that if you kiss a shark, you can tame it. And there are
if you are the one who does not prefer for reading books, you can go with movies and series. His books come out of the series and movies, which is really interesting and quite easy. And this book consists of nice vocabulary skills, and I came to know about new vocabularies, which is useful for myself in day-to-day life. When I took this book cover kept interesting me to read this book, and this book has a fluent chapters, and I give the rating for this book is up to 4 out of 5 because the pictures was not clear enough, and there was some chapters which I felt a struggle to read, and there are more negatives and there are more positive side in this book. So I would recommend this book for age group of all categories because this book is an art for learning general knowledges to gain about sharks. While I came to read this book, I came to know about many things where the shark is always named as killer. But in a particular story, Red Death, there was two sailors who has crashed in flood, but the shark was the one which helped the sailors. So I like to say that we can't blindly say that shark is a killer, but we can say shark is also a kind animal. I would like to conclude by saying that all try to be a shark because shark never stops moving until it gets for its prey. Thank you.
Energetic good day, everyone. I'm Navina from grade 11C school. Here honored and privileged to stand on this platform and review the book Learning to Say No When You Usually Say Yes. The author of the book is Marit Samanariza, who had authored 2 books for the Atlantic Publishing Group. One is How to Open and Operate a Financially Successful Import and Export Business and Learning to Say No When You Usually Say Yes. And the second book is that I'm reviewing it today. Specialities of her is she's a grand writer, a motivational speaker, a writer, and a trader, and a writer for Ookla magazine since 2012. It's the self-help book that helps us to analyze ourselves where we say yes and no, and what are the struggles we would face if we constantly say yes to everything that arises to us as a question. It's a motivational book with simple English containing 131 pages. The book was first published in September 2011, and Reader's Digest has commissioned this special edition of book Learning to Say No When You Usually Say Yes from Jayco Publishing, Mumbai, India. The book went on to the next chapters, understanding the reader's mindset and correctly progressing what the readers would think after reading this, what would come after this. At some points, the book subtopics were not so catchy, but the content was really eager to read for me as person because I love reading the book with the real life examples that take place in our day-to-day life and something that it teaches us a life lessons, which I personally like or prefer to read books. I was surprised to notice an UK author had mentioned about Mahatma Gandhi saying, that is, a no utter from the deepest conviction is better and greater than a merrily utter what is worse or pleased to avoid trouble. It was surprising for you too, right? Yeah, of course it would be, because an UK author had mentioned about Mahatma Gandhi saying, right? My rating for this book would be 4 out of 5, because it does not fall under my age category and falls under the age of 22 and plus, because it explains us about how to manage or say no to the questions that arises from your friends, families, children's, workplaces, your managers and colleagues, and so on, the persons you meet in your life in future. I recommend the book to those who don't understand why we say yes to everything, because the book mainly focuses and explains why we say yes to everything that arises to us, and also to those who don't understand the long-term positive impact within yourself as a reader of the book, because it makes a positive impact of saying no to questions that arises to us. It made me to connect with my personal life at many points, but the most touching one was that in the 5th chapter, the author guides us to ask a question when the request from your friend is unfair, whether you would do the same if you were in my situation. Once I had asked my friend the same question when she was unfair to me. The major themes that are explained in the book are about ourselves, friends, families, and workplaces where we constantly say yes to everything and we must stop saying no to all those things. It created a curiosity to read from the introduction to the conclusion without not a break at all. I love the way the author introduced the book and concluded it. The most notable thing was that the author had made a quotation that is, the art of leadership is saying no, not yes. It is easy to say yes, which was the most touching one and made me as a great reader. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm Pratibha from grade 11C of Frontline Millennium School, here to give you all a review on the book Three Men in a Boat. This book, Three Men in a Boat, it was written by Jerome K. Jerome. Jerome K. Jerome, he is an author of several successful plays and novels. He is remembered best for this book Three Men in a Boat, which was first published in the year 1889. Soon after the first publication, the sales exceeded 1 million copies, and this book it was also translated into most of the European languages. The genre of this book is a comedy novel and it contains 222 pages and 19 chapters. This story it revolves around the three men who decides to take a break from their overworking life and go on a boating trip in the river Thames. As the title itself says, the three men in a boat. The three men are Jay, Harris, and George. Jay, he's the narrator of the story. He's a funny, lively, and a poetic man. He thinks himself as a walking hospital. He possesses a good sense of humor and appears dreamy. George, he's a bank clerk. He loves orders and discipline in his life. He's a matured person, but he does have a mischievous nature which can be seen in this story. Harris, he's a boastful person. He always creates a mess whenever he takes up a job, and he's also a short-tempered one. Jay's dog, Montmorency, was also a part in this boating journey. During their boating journey, nothing goes seriously right, but nothing goes very much wrong either. The language of this book is and easy for the readers to read and understand. The author, he gives and detailed information about the places that he visited during his boating journey. The writer's ability to find humor in everyday life instance is quite amazing. And top it all, this book is a fine piece of literature. The writer has his own amazing view of life. He's poetic at times, describing the mother nature throughout his journey. One thing that I would like to praise about this book is that how undated it appears to the modern day readers. Even though this book it was first published in the year 1889, the jokes are still praised as fresh and witty. My ratings for this book are 4 out of 5 star, and I'm pretty sure that everyone would enjoy reading this book. I would recommend this book to the ones who are in their early teens. This book it can also be recommended to the ones who love reading adventurous and humorous novel. The cost of this book is 95 rupees. This novel it explores the themes of friendship, the joy of simple pleasure, and the escape from the pressure and routine of everyday life. This novel, it offers us an escape into the world of three friends on their boating adventure. The writer, he influences the readers. He constantly reminds them to take a break from their overworking life and get comfort in the nature. Overall, this book, Three Men in a Boat, is a highly entertaining and a humorous novel that has stood the test of time. This book, it was initially intended to be a serious travel guide, with accounts of history, with accounts of local history and the roots in it. But the humorous points took over, where this book it was seen as a humorous one. This book, Three Men in a Boat, it offers us a delightful escape into the world of three friends. Thank you.
A delightful good evening to everyone present here. I am Ruvantika of grade 11C, studying in Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. Hereby, I am going to share an oral review on my book, My Naughty Little Sister, which was written by Dorothy Edwards and illustrated by Shirley Huggins. This book has 15 chapters and 184 pages. The characters of the books are Mrs. Coco Jones, Mr. Blackie, and Mr. Jones, and Bad Harry, and their big cousin Dan. And the most important character of the book is the naughty little sister. From the title itself, the readers may understand that it is about a little girl who is always naughty and makes the surrounded people to get anger of her behavior. My naughty little sister is a stubborn, greedy, and full of mischievous. She tries to cut off a cat's tail and eats all the truffles at Harry's party. How much bother can one little sister be? And I would like to recommend this book for those who have their own siblings, and a great book for readers aged 10 to 15 years old. And I would like to recommend this book those who prefer to read humorous stories. And this book was published in a variety in television shows and the audio books. And there are 4 parts of the stories. Those are: part 1 of the story is The Naughty Little Sister, and the second part of the story is When My Naughty Little Sister Was Good, and the third part of the story is When My Naughty Little Sister Was Good and Bad Harry, and the fourth part of the story is My Naughty Little Sister's Friend. Books written by Dorothy Violet Ellen Edwards was A Wet Monday, and The Old Man Who Sneezed, and Read to Me a Storybook, and so on. As I am a single child, I am able to imagine that I have a sister who is always naughty and makes the surrounded people to get anger of her behavior. While starting, the book was just interesting to read, but when I related it to my real life, it was so interesting to read, and it gave me an eagerness to read what will be happening in the next part of the stories. And one of the book's strength lies in its ability to capture the innocence and the imagination of the childhood. My naughty little sister goes on a new adventure which always ends in a mischief. Despite her mischievous behavior, her siblings, her sisters, and her friends and her parents still love her the most. And the story was narrated by her younger sister, Phyllis, and this story was set up in the olden days where children play outside and make their own fun rather than relying on technology like nowadays children. Nowadays children are mostly relied on technologies, and this book was published in the year of 1952, and this is a fiction story, and most of the children would like it because the book is full of pictures, and the book's cover was catchy, and this story was relatable to real life story, and they can easily relate it to their real life. It is so easy, and the vocabulary words are so easy to say, and the author mentions about the naughty little sister in all parts of the stories, and she went keep on writing 4 books, and which was creating her creative ideas to write a story about her. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Darshan from Frontline Millennium School, and I am here to give my review on the book The Diary of a Wimpy Kid, which was published in the year 2009. So this book was written by Jeff Kinney and was published by Puffin Books in the year 2009. So Jeff Kinney is a 52-year-old American author who is known for writing the series of the book The Diary of a Wimpy Kid. He also is known for the font which he used in the book because it has a stylish font when compared with the other books. So, and this book consists of 256 pages, and the quality of the pages are very less. So, on the cover page of the book is yellow in color, and it has a real texture like a diary. So, when we compare this book with another book, that is the Diary of a Wimpy Kid Old School, which was published by Scholastic, the quality of the pages are high, and the the cover page is also very nice, but the cost is same. This book costs around 500 rupees, and it has a very I would rate this book around rating of 7 out of 10 because this contains very lengthy story which makes sometimes boring. So the story of a book is about a boy named Greg who loves to spend his summer holidays by playing video games and watch movies. So his mom has other plans like to join Greg to a swimming pool and make him learn swimming. But Greg doesn't like it. He want to play video games and watch TV for the whole summer holidays. So after a few days, Greg's mom joins Greg to a swimming pool in the city. Greg didn't like it. So he got his friend Rolly to come to the swimming pool for a company. After a few days, they drank many juices in the swimming pool without paying the bills. When asked to them why they didn't pay the bills, they said that we didn't know that we need to give money for drinking juices. So they were banned from the swimming pool. So after a few days, they joined in another swimming pool in the town. They didn't like the swimming pool because the water was dirty and many uncles were bathing in the swimming pool without any clothes. So and later they got a friend Jennifer. After getting a friend, they started to go to the swimming pool often. So his mom said that they won't pay the bill of the juice they drank in the city swimming pool. So Greg and Rolly went for works around the city. They posted placards around the city that they would be doing gardening works for around $20. So one day they got a call from an old lady near the city. They were when they went and saw their house, the garden was filled with very tall grasses, so which cannot be cutted by a cutter or a knife. So Greg jumped into his grandmother's house without the knowledge of her, and he took the grass cutter and came and started to do his work. So after doing his work, he went and asked money from the old lady. But the lady didn't give the money. So he got money from his friend and he gave it to the swimming pool. So, and this book consists of a wonderful story, and I would thank the author for giving such a book. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Darun Shivakumar of grade 12, and today I am here to review a book named A Horse in the House, written by Sir Lucy Daniels. He is an exceptional writer in the field of novel writing and short story writing. He is so fond of animals, so most of the books published by him are all about animals. This book was illustrated by Jenny Gregory and was published by the Animal Arc series. It is a part of the Children Hoarders book. If you know, the series contains more than 50 books, and all the books are all about animals. If you, for example, puppies in the pantry, kitten in the kitchen, and the book Horse in the House, if you notice something, the books will have the words with same letters like horse in the house, horse house, puppy pantry, and kitten kitchen. The main character of this series are Mandy Hope and her friend James. They are friends in school, and at the time of story they were small kids, and in the later phase of story they'll become veterinary doctors. The setting of the story is in a place named Animal Arc. It's a veterinary hospital. It has been run by Mandy Hope's parents and grandparents for generations. In future, Mandy Hope and James will become veterinary doctors and they'll be in the clinic. In this story, they'll become friends with all the animals that come there and take care of them with love and care. In this story, The Horse in the House, the main character is Tricky. It is a horse. It loves adventures and touring. The horse belongs to a person named Old Bennett. Once at a night time, the lashes of the horse got loosened and the horse escaped to the nearby neighborhood. So there it entered a house which had an open door. At the night time, the horse first thought that it was its own place. So it entered the house and it roamed everywhere and it created ruckus. It destroyed all the furniture there and broke the televisions also there. The members of the house first thought that it was a ghost which entered the house, and they were so petrified and they did not dare to come out of their room. Then they called Mandy Hope's parents and her in order to help them. They were not ready to believe all these things. At the morning, they realized that it was not a ghost but a horse which made all these problems. So they thought of making a plan by which they can send the horse out of the house. First, they thought of making some violent plans and send the horse out, But the horse, like its name, is so tricky, so it escaped from all the troubles and all the traps set by them. And finally, the horse also started to realize that it was not its own place and it longed to return back to its stable. Then it started to cooperate with the members of the family, and then it also went out of the house. The main advantage of this story is that it has simple language and vocabulary, so any reader of the age category of 12 to 16 can be easily understand all the context of the story. So I will recommend this to the age category of 12 to 16. But I noticed two big disadvantages of this story. The first disadvantage is that there are 3 or 4 books in the same name, so it is difficult to purchase this book. So you have to search a lot in order to find this book. But and the another disadvantage I noticed is that the story is so laggy. The plot of the story is so simple, but it takes an average of 270 pages, and it took for me around 6 weeks. 6 weeks to complete because I took many rest and break in between. So if you love animals and if you can complete this book with interest, you can complete this book. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Deepan Chakravarti of grade 12A from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. I am here to give a review on the book Sense and Sensibility. Sense and Sensibility is a novel by Jane Austen. It was her first of her novel to be put into print for public recognition. In a short span of 2 years, Jane Austen had produced 2 timeless classics, namely Sense and Sensibility and Price and Prejudice. The author is particularly known for her short, detailed portraiture of early 19th century upper-class English society and for her remarkable talent in creating complex and vibrant character in this story. The character in her story add richness and color to the story, where the central theme of the story, Sense and Sensibility, add richness and color to the story. The novel depicts the decorum surrounding courtship and its livelihood. The novel also represents the importance of marriage in woman's life, the polar personalities between 2 Dashwood sisters, and their temperaments and belief towards love and marriage. The novel begins with the death of. Before getting into the story, I would like to talk about the 2 main characters in this story. The 2 main characters are Eleanor Dashwood and Marianne Dashwood. Eleanor Dashwood is the daughter of Mr. Dashwood from his second wife. She was 19 years old and gifted with a sense of coolness. And the second daughter is Marianne Dashwood. Marianne Dashwood was more sensible and eager to burst out her emotions like her mother. The novel begins with the death of Mr. Henry Dashwood, leaving his wife, Miss Dashwood, and his 3 daughters, Eleanor, Marianne, and Margaret Dashwood, with an uncertain financial future. With his son, Miss John Dashwood, the son from his first wife, has inherited the estate of Norland Park by influence of her selfish wife, Miss Fanny Dashwood. After that, with the help of the distant relative, Sir John Middleton, they were now living in Borden Park, estate of Borden Park. There they met 2 persons named Colonel Brandon and John Willoughby. Colonel Brandon is a 40-year-old single man who loves Marianne. When he saw Marianne for the first time, he got affection and started loving her. But he hesitated because of his age factor and his appearance. In case of Eleanor, she also loves a person named Edward Ferrar, the brother of Fanny Dashwood. But Fanny Dashwood didn't show any interest in her because Fanny Dashwood want his brother to marry to a rich family, but Eleanor Dashwood came from a poor family. This book has been adapted for films and television for the several of times. This book is another addition to the Immortal Illustrated Classic series. I would like to suggest this book for the age group above 15 and including 15. Thank you.
Respected judges, and my dear teachers, and a wonderful audience. Today, I am like to share my book review on Dr. Heidi and Mr. Jekyll, who the story start with Dr. Utterson. Utterson was an lawyer who takes care of his friend Dr. Jekyll. He was an beautiful person in the society of London. And he was a surgeon. He had a split personality in physiology. They say that a person have the two or more person in the same body, which are a character. Here the Heidi is a character who was an evil character opposite to Dr. Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll Dr. Jekyll was a surgeon, and he was a good person to the society. He made his friends and made a club where he cannot control Mr. Heidi, and Mr. Heidi could irritate them and throw out of them the club. Mr. Heidi is a clean serve person, and Mr. Jekyll is a beard person. Mr. Utterson was a cavalry person who take care the cabins and watch out the stories happen. Now I am going to say about the author. The author is Robert Stevenson. His full name is Robert Louis Stevenson Balfour. He was born on London at 13 November 1850, and he died in 6 weeks after writing this book to the sick on 3rd December 1894. This book was a science fiction book. It was an all-time classic. I got the book in paper clip at ₹75. The book contained more than 100 pages. I approximately take 2 weeks to read. I took daily 40 to 1 hour minutes to read the book. The book is eligible for 14 years children, and the author want to say that the Dr. Jekyll's things must be followed, because he take care of his father in taking care of his son, and where the Mr. Heidi is a person who take care of the his sons. Taking care of sons is very bad, and taking care of father is good. The book contained more than 100 pages. In the pages, I could see only 4 or 5 images, which was good, but the drawings are not too bad to watch it. And the books has more than new words and abolished languages. So I felt some difficulty to read this book. I got this book in paper clip at ₹75. Based. The cover page was beauty, and the book contained romantic fictions. So the book have many beautiful scenarios in that. The first 3 chapters have a detailed sketch lines of the character, and the chapter 5 have the main story theme, and it conclude. In a large statement given by the author was in a very full written. It has ABC words. From this I conclude taking care of Jekyll is the fall. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Kaushigan, here to review on the book Vampire School Stage Fright. So this book is authored by a creative man named Peter Bentley, and with the mesmerizing artwork of Chris Harrison. So this book is filled with a lot of interesting plots, interesting characters, amazing twists and turns, and the story moves in a good pace as well. So the author's attention to the details helps us to imagine the situation in a better way. Now, let's get into the main characters. The story centers around the young vampire named Lee Prince. So, though the Lee Prince character was hilarious, he got a pantomime to perform in a school named the Snow Fright and the Seven Dwarfs, in which Lee Prince is one among the Seven Dwarfs. So they go to the school named St. Orlac Primary School. This school is not an ordinary school, because this is a school where all the night creatures come to school, like vampires, snow frights, and werewolves, and so. So in this school, the pantomime will happen. So how the pantomime goes is the story. Though Lee Prince is a hilarious character, he has a problem, stage fright. So how he overcomes the stage fright is the outline of the story. With the help of his mentor, Miss Gargoyle, and with the help of his friends, Bella Williams and Billy, he was able to overcome the stage fear at last. So this is the story, and I would like to rate the story 4 out of 5, and with the author's detailed description of every situation helps us to imagine the situation in a better way. So the cover page doesn't look good, but don't look at the cover page and judge the book. Though the cover page is not good, the story was full of adventure. This book was first published in Great Britain in 2011, but lately in India at August 2014, this book was reprinted by Scholastic, which was easy for me to buy and experience this vampire thing. And though the book is for children's, I read this book out of a recommendation by a friend, and this book helped me a lot because in this story, Lee Prince is the main character who was not able to perform in the stage because of stage fright. So it gives a message to young readers like us that stage fear is not the only thing. Any fear that conquers you should not. You should not let the fear to conquer us. We should conquer the fear. And the overcoming of Lee Prince stage fright is a message that the theme of the story is friendship, self-acceptance, and obstacle overcoming. Because with the help of his friends, he was able to overcome the stage fright, and at last, his mentor was also plays a big role in this overcoming stage fear. So overall, this book is perfect for a cozy afternoon quick read, and perfect for a bedtime story, because as this book only contains 89 pages with 6 chapters, it is easy for you to complete this book within a day. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is S. Maunoshan. Today I am here to give an overview on the book The Undersea Kingdom, which was written by the famous author Timeri N. Murari. Timeri N. Murari is famous for his non-fictional stories and screenplays, and his latest works are like The Magical Medallion and The Undersea Kingdom. His Taliban Cricket Club novel was translated into 20 languages, including Hindi and Tamil. His last novel was published in the year of 2014. The Chanakya Returns was his last novel, and that novel was translated into 15 languages, including Hindi. This book was published by Scholastic in the year of 2013, and Scholastic will always publish standard and quality books, and the Undersea Kingdom book is one of them. In this book cost around 250 rupees, and the cover page of this book is designed by Tasnim Arumdadi, who got the famous designer award in the year of 2012. And the genre of this book is fiction. In this story, there are 3 main characters. One is Arail, Axis, and Gillette. Gillette is a black color alien doggy which is having a power of shape shifting, in which within few microseconds it converts or it changes into some kind of living organism. Arail is a 20 years old woman, or 20 years old girl, who shows very much interest in culture of pirates and in treasure hunt. Axis is a 28 years old boy who is having a power of controlling others' mind and having a problem of daydreaming. In this, Galect, Arail and Axis will be moving to grocery shop to get vegetables. That time, some kind of loophole will be created by Gondwana tribe. Gondwana tribe are the people who lives under the sea. Gondwana tribe, they will be moved, they will be pulled through that that loophole, and they will be moving to the place Gondwana. That time Axis will be thinking that we are dead, we are in heaven, but one villager, one old man in the village will come near him, and he will say that you are not dead, my son. You are in the place of Gondwana, the imaginary world. And after that, he comes to know that he is in his own dream. That time, villager, the old villager, will make him as a king, and Arail as a queen of the village. And old villager will give him a magical sword to him to kill a monster which is present in the mountain of Uhu. In this story, they did not give answer for three main questions. First one is why and how Axis and Arail selected as a village king and queen, and why did they kill the monster or not. I recommend this book for grade 10, 11, 12 children. Also for the persons who all have the problem of daydreaming. Mr. Timeri and Murari gives some advice or tips to overcome or avoid the problem of daydreaming. Advantages of this book are like the vocabulary of this book is very easy to read, and disadvantage I see in this book is like the dark humors are used in this book, which can't be, which thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Monisilak of grade 12, here to give a review on the book The Case Book of Sherlock Holmes. The Case Book of Sherlock Holmes is written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. It is a fictional book about the fictional character Sherlock Holmes. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle is known for his work on crime fiction stories. He has written 4 novels and 56 short stories with leading character Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is a private detective in London who is well known for his crime solving skills. He is armed with good forensic skills and also good observation skills, which could help him in finding the clues in the crime spot. Also, he has a habit of reading daily newspapers and get connected with the news around the England. This story is set up in London in early 20th century, and this character of Sherlock Holmes was created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle in early 20th century and got famous all over the world at the end of 20th century. Many characters got inspired by this Sherlock Holmes and writing skills of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle in the later period. Next comes the important another main character of this story is John Watson. John Watson is also shares apartment with Sherlock Holmes and also solves difficult cases with Sherlock Holmes. He is an ex-military person and also helps him to fight against the enemies and also try to get rid of enemies who cause harm to Sherlock Holmes. This book contains around 248 pages, and the cost of the book is around 300, so that every people can afford it and read it very wisely. The font of this book is very thick and bold, so that the reader can read it comfortably. And also the illustrations are green or thick, detailed manner, so that the reader can read this story in much detail way. There are 7 chapters in this book, and among all these 7 chapters, I like the Blanchard Soldier as the most, as this story gives some motivational, not totally like a crime fiction story. Like it deals with the ex-army man who fought in a war in South Africa and got injured there, and he will be returning to the home. One of his friend who was working with him want to know about him and also want to meet him. So he will be writing a letter to his friend, but he will be not getting reply from his friend, but he will be getting reply from his father. So he got something not suspicious and wanted to meet him live. So he went to his home and stayed over there night, and he found that there was a strange room over there, and there was a man who was sitting alone. And finally he went to the room and saw that was his friend. And while going to go near to the room, his father caught him and said it is lack of trust, and he said to leave the place immediately. And he took this case to Sherlock Holmes, and Sherlock Holmes accepted the case, and they both went to the home tonight and started to investigate on it. First, they did not get any evidence about his father or any mischievous activities over there. And finally, they got permission from his father and went to the strange room and inquired and saw that it was his friend, and finally, they asked his about the incident, and they said he was being attacked by a severe skin disease, and he was afraid to come out of the room. I would recommend this book for age group of 16 to 18 years, as this book contains some violence and also some intellectual scenes which were shown by Sherlock Holmes, as this age group people can understand it much easy. Thank you.
A warm welcome to honorable present here. I am Rohit Prasanna from grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School, here to share a book review on the book named A Giant Slice of Horrid Henry. This book was written by Francesca Simon and it was published in 2006 by Warren Children's Book in Great Britain. This book has a delightful collection of stories featuring mischievous and lovable character Horrid Henry, known for his antics and wicked sense of humor. Horrid Henry is a fictional character. Francesca Simon spent her childhood on the beach in California. Then she went to Oxford University to study about the medieval history and literature. Now she lives with her English husband and their son. Now she stopped writing the book and started to review the restaurants and theaters. One of the best features of the book is reliability. Henry's experience often mirror an everyday struggle faced by the children, such as dealing with annoying siblings and seeking attention from parents. Young readers can easily understand the Henry's frustration and his desire to have fun. There are totally 19 books in Horrid Henry series. In that, I recommend only 2 books to the children. One is Don't Be Like Horrid Henry and Horrid Henry's Birthday Party. A sting bomb becomes a deadly weapon in a long-running war with his enemy Moody Margaret. He uses all his guile to win the school reading competition. He goes for a sleepover, a retreat in horror, whenever he finds that other houses aren't nice as his own house. And he has a joy of seeing Miss Battle-Axe ticked off by his head whenever he finds that it was all his fault. This book is reader-friendly with its bold print and illustrations. When we speak about the illustrations, it was illustrated by Tony Rose. The illustrations are very detailed and add more value to the storyline. There are 3 parts and each part have 4 stories. The first part is Horrid Henry's underpants, Horrid Henry meets the Queen, and Horrid Henry sting bomb. Each of the story offers plenty. The kids who like prank and like to see someone get away with the things will enjoy these stories. I suggest this book to the age group under 14, as it engages and makes children to think. There are totally 247 pages and we can complete it within a week. The cost of the book is around 300 rupees. This book will be very interesting to the children. So, thank you.
Greetings to one and all present here. I am Sanjay Ratnam of grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School, here to give an oral book review on a book, Friend or Foe, which is written by Michael Morpurgo. Before going into the book review, let's know who is Michael Morpurgo. Michael Morpurgo is a Britain writer who have written more than 40 books. And with his skillful writing, he has received many awards like Whitbread Award, Smarties Award, Gold of Circle Award, and Children's Book Award. And even his name was shortlisted 4 times for Carnegie Medal. So now let's go into the story. The story gives an air of reality to the readers and explains about the struggle faced by the children, soldiers, and the civilians who are affected by the World War II. The 2 main characters of the story are David and Tucky. David is an 11-year-old boy who is interested in finding new things. And Tucky is a bold and brave one. These 2 guys lived in London. Since this story happened in the time of World War II, they were forced to evacuate from London. And they moved far away and found a place where they can live happily. But after settling there, they thought that they can be happy and lead a new life, but their happiness didn't extend so long. One day night, there was an airstrike, and bombs were planted, and flashes of gun and bombs were covered the full village, and which made them announce that the war is still chasing them, and it's now near them. And so even they were evacuated from there, and they helped the others to evacuate from the whole village. Two more evacuees were joined with them, named Esther and Harry. The author makes the readers feel how a soldier would feel in the battlefield, and then civilian and children how they would feel when they are affected by the World War. When these guys were going in the way of evacuation, when they were going near the seashore, they found a plane crashed there. When they went near it, and they found that it was a German airship, and a German air pilot was stuck there, and who was very serious. So after seeing his condition, they had a confusion that whether to save him or tell this about the soldiers of their country. In conclusion, the story the story tells about the friendship, loyalty, and humanity in the face of battle. And while reading this book, I remember an incident which I read in my storybook, named Enemy, in which a doctor would be helping an enemy soldier. Whether he will be having confusion that whether to save him or to live with the soldier and his government. This storybook consists of 8 chapters and 121 pages, and this costs around 4.99 pound, which is approximately 500 rupees. But I bought this for 100 rupees. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Silverfish of grade 12, here to review the book The Great Rescue. Sam Silver, the Undercover Pirate is a series of books. This series contains 10 books. This was written by Jan Bridget and Sarah Wagler, the Britain authors. They are well known for their creativity and children's book writing. The main themes of their books are friendship, loyalty, and problem solving. The series contains 10 books, in which I am going to review the 7th book. Before reviewing it, I am going to give a short note on the first and second book, because these books are most interesting. The first book, The Skeletal Island. Here a company hires a group of 8 members for hunting a treasure in a skeletal island. Their journey throughout was adventurous, and after reaching there, while hunting the treasure, they saw many skeletons wandering. This is how the story is developed. And the second book, The Ghost Ship. Here people thought of sailing over the world. There, while the journey was initially good, but at the second day morning, they met with a storm. But however, they managed and survived. But at the night of the second day, many mysterious things started happening in their ship. Fish started to fall on the ship. Crows started surrounding their ship, and the captain of the ship became mad. This is how the story is continued. And now I am going to review the 7th book, The Great Rescue. Sam is the main character of this book. He is a boy who leads a double life. At mornings, he embarks himself as a schoolboy, and night he disguises himself as a member of the Captain Blade's pirate crew. Captain Blade is another important character in the story. He is a fearless and cunning leader of the pirate crew. He always relies on Sam's clever thinking and resourcefulness for facing challenges. Jo Ladybird, she is a loyal friend of Sam. She is known for her climbing skills, and she always helps their pirate crew when they are in need. And Hector, he is a cook of the ship. He is well known for his terrible cooking skills. This book totally contains 14 chapters and 148 pages. Out of these 14 chapters, I like the 8th chapter the most. It is the interesting one and the lengthiest one. In the 8th chapter, the story said is that Sam's friends were captured by a ruthless Captain Sar. For rescuing them, Sam, along with his pirate crew members, went. The journey throughout was adventurous, and so I like this part. The cover page of the book contains all the characters and in multicolors, and the pages of the book are yellow in color and contains a black picture after every 2 pages. This makes the reader more interesting. Overall, this book deals with time traveling, treasure hunting, and swashbuckling. I would like to give a 4-star rating out of 5-star. This is a fiction story. A bit can be improved. I would like to conclude that the story contains many twists and with a moreless ending, which led to the suspense of the reader. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Selva Surya from Frontline Millennium School, here to review the book named Who Will Cry When You Die. This book is written by the famous author Robin Sharma. He is the CEO of the Sharma Leadership International and also the author of 11 international bestsellers, which are being published in 60 countries and about 70 languages. He is also a highly influential blogger and a social media celebrity. The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari was the best book published by the author. In that series, this chapter comes, the Who Will Cry When You Die. The author got his name for this book because it was really a very successful book, because most of the people started to read this book, and it was very successful all over the world, and the people also got attracted to the book with such positive vibes and positive statements given by the author. This book involves 101 chapters, but each chapter contains only 1 or 2 pages. So a normal reader can complete this book in 4 to 5 weeks. After reading this book, you may feel very positive and get lots and lots of moral values, because this book does not have a continuous story. Each chapter gives us moral values, because each chapter has some different stories which gives you moral values, like how to be a unique person, and how to spend your time wisely, and how to start constructing your life when you are born. The author is really inspired by the life of monks, because he has mentioned lots and lots of information related to the monks' life, because he was really attracted to their life skills, because they sacrifice their lives for the God and they live with peaceful and harmony. So they are some sort of symbol who gives us peacefulness and some sort of humanity. So the author has mentioned how he changed into an good human being when he started to realize how the world has structured him. He got many informations from his father and about his friends. I recommend this book for the students who are studying in schools and colleges, because they can easily relate it with their life, because the author has shared his personal life when he was studying in schools and colleges, how he spent his time uniquely and how he worked hard to become successful in his life. This book was copied into 6 million copies, so it was really a very successful book, which made the author to continuously write some books. He also is active in social medias, motivating many people. This book does not have any pictures, but the words can make you feel very good, because the words and phrases used are really very simple, but some words are literally somewhat complicated. So you may need the company of dictionary to solve your questions. So I recommend this book for the people who need to succeed in their life. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tejas Anand Sawankya of grade 12, and today I'm gonna give a review on the book Mile Will Not Be Quiet. This book is written by two authors who are Nivedita Subramaniam and Soumya Rajendran. These two authors met in college. They instantly judged each other and got to know about the abilities and disabilities and decided to write something together. So this book is been written by these two authors. The title of the book, Mile Will Not Be Quiet, is really simple and really catchy, where the author really wants to know what is happening in the book. The cover page of the book is also really amazing. amazing. In the interview, the authors also have said that the authors revealed that they took about 1 month for designing the cover page of this book because they wanted to detail every single thing about the main character of the book. It is a freehand drawing where the authors have explained portrayed like how she looks, how the main characters in the story looks, how she, what kind of dress she wear, her hairstyle, her skin tone, and every other things. So about the book, this book only contains about 102 pages and has more than 100 chapters. Actually, the chapters are not numbered over here because it is a diary. The genre of this book is fictional. So in this story, there's a girl named Mail Ganeshan. Mail Ganeshan got a note from her dad, and she decided to use that note as a diary of her. So she used to write down every single thing happening in her life in the note. So the students in this age group of 12 to 16 can totally relate with her because she is a 12 years old girl, and the things happening with her in the school and her life with her friends, they can actually totally relate to her and can find many things which the same thing happen in their life. It's this story revolves around the girl Mail Ganeshan. Along her, there are four more family members, who is her brother Tamare and her mom, dad, and a grandfather. And thus they are a South Indian family, so the South Indians can also totally relate to the tradition and many other things in there. So this story, as I said, is very relatable. I want to share with you one of the chapter in it. It is a top secret movie plan. This was an amazing chapter where the Mail has said that how she went out with her friends without knowing to a movie without her parents knowing. So even once I went out like that, I was actually caught over there, but still it was really totally relatable, like how I planned just like her and many other things. And also the second, her grandfather, who also takes care of her in many ways. He's also a religious person, he's also a religious person like me. So he's also shares a lot of theories about this world and many gods. So about in all these theories, one of my favorite theory was about her grandfather telling that we are living in a dream of a Brahman who is taking a nap in the heaven. Once he wakes up from his sleep, this world will be not anymore. This is actually given the last chapter of this book. The vocabulary used in this book is really easy. It is that even a small kid can read it. So this book is really amazing and can be finished within 3 to 4 days. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Vijay Das from grade 12A. I am going to review the book The Haunted Museum, The Cursed Scarab, which was the 4th edition of the Haunted Museum series. This book was written by the author Susan Wayne, who was an American writer from New York. He had written many books like the Barcode series, The Diamond, for both young and elderly readers. He also a children's author. He also published many books for children, which was also fascinated by them. And this Haunted Museum is also one of the children's book. The setting of this story was situated on the entrance of the Haunted Museum, where Professor Mason, Taylor Mason, who was the main character of the story, who came to investigate about a queen named Nefertiti, whose necklace has been stuck inside the Haunted Museum, where he came to investigate about it because Professor Mason was fascinated by Queen Nefertiti. She was the ancient Egyptian princess who had ruled over Egypt after the death of the pharaoh Akhenaten. The professor was accompanied by his assistant Jason, and they were fascinated by the entrance of the Haunted Museum. I like the way which the author had described about the entrance of the entrance of the museum, which he described with the vivid pictures, and he also included the bleakness of the Haunted Museum too. Professor and his assistant were fascinated by the corridors and the lobby of the Haunted Museum. They were discussing about the various scriptures and scarabs along the walls. At a point when they see a photo which belongs to Queen Nefertiti, they were under a deep discussion. that how did Queen Nefertiti ruled over the country, whether did she faced any problems, and if she how did she face those problems, like that they were discussing in this part. I like the author how he described about this. He also made the picturization, which he had written this part steadily, which showed this picturization. Then. Later on, Professor Mason was in search of the scarab necklace. He found a cave, which was a strange path in this thing. He went through it. It was too dark, and he was also threatened by some of the haunted sounds too. When he go inside, he saw something shining there. He took that and see it was the scarab necklace, which belongs to Queen Nefertiti. He was fascinated by that, but he doesn't know that he had unleashed a terrible ghost into the world. Suddenly he was attacked by beetles and haunted things, so he threw the scarab necklace there, and he ran out of the cave and the haunted museum. Later on, wherever he goes, he could be able to see the scarab necklace. It reappears to him, whether he doesn't know that whether the scarab necklace is coming to say something to him, or whether he need to solve any puzzle. And when he go to Egypt, trip for Egypt, he was able to remember the past of his history, and he doesn't know anything. If you go through this book, we could be able to get on this. This book consists of 193 pages and 24 chapters, and each chapter only up to 10 to 15 pages. I could be able to complete this book in 7 to 10 days, and the text of this book is quite easy to read. And this book, the writing style of the author is captivating and elegant, and this book is a timeless classic which resonates with the readers. I would like to suggest this book for the age group above 12, and this book is published by Scholastic at the price rate of 250 rupees. And I would like to suggest the book for the readers who enjoy creepy, mystifying, and haunted stories. Thank you.
A warm welcome to everyone. I'm Jay Shuga, and I'm here to give a review on a book named A Little Princess, written by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Frances Hodgson Burnett is one of the most iconic names in the list of authors from England. This book contains nearly 19 chapters and over 240 pages. This story, A Little Princess, revolves around a small girl named Sarah Crewe. Sarah Crewe, an exceptionally intelligent and imaginative student at Miss Minchin's school, is devastated when her kind and indulgent father dies. Before her father's death, she is treated well and pampered by her teacher, Miss Minchin, only because she was wealthy. But later on, when she became a poor orphan, she was treated very bad, and she was forced to stay in an attic and work as a servant with a slave named Becky by her teacher. What will happen next in the life of this cute and gullible girl? Will anything change? And how this condition is related to the title, A Little Princess? You will find answers when you read this book. This is one of the masterpieces of Hodgson Burnett in the genre of slice of life and children's literatures, because this story is even directed as a film. If you want to build an optimistic and positive attitude, this book will surely help you. The author had magnificently written about the relationship bond between a father and a daughter. Kids with no parents would end up crying after reading this book. I really liked the description given to each and every character and situations, which were humorous at some places and emotional at various different incidents. The baseline or the backstory of this story is sad and grief-filled, so that the author tried to add more interesting elements so it would grasp the attention of readers. I would recommend this storybook above the age group of 12 because of the limited characters, simple storyline, and easy vocabulary. The major characters in the story are Sarah Crewe, her father Captain Crewe, her teacher Miss Minchin, her friends Lottie and Becky, and an important character Mr. Carrisford. I personally like the character Mr. Carrisford because of his kind and humble behavior, and he comes forward to help Sarah Crewe in her hard times. The character development of Sarah Crewe is really phenomenal, which shows the writing skills of the author. Like there is an ability of Sarah Crewe to spread happiness even how bad things in her life was. The author created a character where the character's imagination helps to cope up with the loss. Just like that, Sarah Crew tries to behave and act like a princess and also tries to be generous even after a great loss. The major drawbacks which I came across is the upcoming incidents in the story can be easily guessed by the readers, and also the plot. The plot was really too slow, so that if the story was brief, the readers would spend more time in reading it. Then, other than that, these drawbacks are tallied by the writing skills of Hodgson Burnett and the usage of word, which were phenomenal in this book. I would personally rate this book an 8 out of 10. And overall, this book is a beautifully written classic about the power of imagination. Hope you understood the positive and negative side of this book. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ajita Lakshmi Balamurgan of grade 12, and I am here to review the book Uma Not So Perfect. This book was written by Yamini Prashant. This captivating story was written by Yamini Prashant and explores various aspects of life and self-discovery. Yamini Prashant was 14 years old when she wrote this book. This book was illustrated by Soumya Menon. Soumya Menon is an illustrator and animation filmmaker. This book consists of 144 pages and 18 chapters. It is an accessible book introducing fairly complex ideas, and the book costs rupees 225, which everyone can afford. This book was published on 1st January of 2016, and the writing is supported by a simple set. The book aims at audience above the age of 10. First and foremost, Uma Not So Perfect centers around the protagonist, Uma, who is portrayed as an imperfect character with real flaws and vulnerabilities. This approach to character development makes Uma more relatable to the readers, as we all have struggles and imperfections in our life. This story revolves around an 11-year-old girl called Uma and her family, consisting of her father, mother, her elder sister, and younger brother, who moves to London from India. And it also revolves around her new friends. At the top 3 items of the to-do list of the new girl in London are fun, friendship, and fitting in. Uma had tick marks in all these boxes in the first few months of her school year. As the pressure of the school builds up, egos clash, terrible truths reveal. Will the tick marks survive or fade away? Abhirami is the best friend of Uma. Uma often receives emails in her phone from her friends in India. So after some weeks in London, Uma starts to miss India. Uma loves daydreaming. Throughout the story, we witness a journey of growth and self-acceptance, which becomes the central theme of the story. The storytelling in in Uma Not So Perfect is exceptional. The author masterfully weaves together various plot lines, engaging audience. From the very first page, the reader gets drawn into Uma's world. As the story unfolds, we become emotionally invested in her life. Yamini, the author, excels at depicting complex relationships and explores themes of friendship, relationship between siblings, dreams, talent, disappointment, and regrets. These relationships add depth to the story as we see how it shapes Uma's life and decisions. One of the strengths of this book is Yamini's ability to weave an intricate plot that keeps readers guessing. So I conclude my review by saying that I recommend this to all literature enthusiasts. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Akshay of grade 12A. Today I am here to present Kinborn. If there is one word that is synonymous with children's literature in India, it's Kinborn. He is one of the famous authors in India and he is well known. His first short story was Untouchable, which was written by him when he was 16 years old. And this book, that is The Room on the Roof, was written by him when he was 17 years old, was the first novel of him. This book was first published in the year 1956 by the Puffin Books. He authored more than 500 short stories, essays, and novels, which for children. The story was set in the town of Dehradun, India. The story revolves around Rusty, a 16-year-old Anglo-Indian boy who had a strict guardian named Mr. Harrison, who didn't allow him to have any fun, which made Rusty feel unhappy and suffocated. So Rusty longs for freedom and a sense of belonging. One day he met a boy named Somi, who was poor and lived on the streets. They became friends and he started spending more time with them. He also got to know about a group of Indian friends, Ranbir and Suri, who were carefree and full of joy. This made the turning point in his life. So, through his group of Indian friends, he discovers the joy of simple pleasure and the power of friendship. Together, they experience lot of adventures and immersing themselves in the vibe, traditions and cultures of India. Rusty struggled to find his own identity and fit in. He also developed a special bond with a girl named Meena, who loved books like Rusty. The heart of the story lies in the exploration of his own identity, and however, Rusty's guardian got to know about his activities and tried to control him even more. Feeling trapped, Rusty decided to run away from home, and he wanted to be free and terms. Rest on his own terms. So, with the help of his friend, he can new job, and he could finally find a place where he could be himself and follow his dreams without any restrictions. He also discovers the room on the roof, which symbolizes freedom and independence. This book beautifully captures the essence of Indian landscape, and it allows readers to connect deeply with Rusty's emotions and experience. His writing style takes readers to a visual tour with his description of its sights, scents, and sounds of Dehradun. The main theme of the story is that self-discovery of a teenager and the power of friendship. I recommend this book to all age readers, but especially to a teenager, because this book was also written by a teenager. I rate 5 out of this book because I totally enjoyed this reading. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Elekeshri of Grade 12A from Frontline Millennium School. So today I am here to review the book Petal Story, written by Sarah Huggins, who is famous for dogs and cat stories. In this story, the thing which I love most is it is based on real life situations and incidents that take place in Battersea Dogs and Cat Home. This book is perfect for the children who have a passion towards reading and as well as for dogs. Every year, the home, Battersea Dogs and Cat Home, takes in around 12,000 pets, and this book is a perfect one. Also, Elizabeth II was a patron of this home. Battersea Home reunite lost dogs and cats to their respective owners, and if they fail in that, they take care of such pets until a new home is found for them. In this series, the two main characters are Gemma and Petal. Gemma is the youngest of a huge family with 6 elder brothers and sisters plus her parents. Gemma wished to buy a pet for herself because her best and favorite companion, that is her elder sister Lorna, was moving to university. So she wanted somebody to accompany in her sister's absence. So she wanted a pet for this reason. When she confessed her feelings with her parents, with the help of her elder sister Lorna, her parents also agreed to buy her a pet. There comes our little cute plucky puppy, that is Petals. It is a dashed puppy from Battersea Dogs and Cats Home, who quickly made herself at the home. One day, Gemma's parents decided to take them to a fun fair, where Petal and Gemma ended up losing their path and got completely lost and got separated from rest of the family members. Gemma was really very down and she was afraid too and cried a lot. All of a sudden, Petal understood the situation and helped Gemma to find the way back and helped her to find her parents as well. It had a sweet ending as well as. In page number 10 and 11, all the characters are mentioned in detail. Also, this story has so many real life incidents and situations that families with pets would have experienced for sure. For example, in page number 53, Petal helped Gemma find the lost watch of Gemma's elder sister and got more close to the family members. There are so many situations like this in this book. The book kept me hooked from the beginning to the ending. Also, this book consists of so many games like puzzle, maze, and facts about pets, and also do's and don'ts with pet, and some recipes and tips to make children understand and to help them being a responsible pet owner as well as. I find these things very interesting and also educative for young readers. The book contained 112 pages with 7 chapters. As I said, the last few pages contain so many informations about the Battersea home as well as. This book was an amazing one, and actual age limit for this book is 9 to 12, but I recommend this book to all the pet lovers and especially dog lovers. It is a treat for all the dog lovers as well as. I love this book because it kept me very interesting as well as. Overall, this book was an amazing one. I rate this book 4 out of 5 because adults may feel it little short, feel that it is a very short story as well as. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Harsha from grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School, here to review the book. So this book was written by Kenneth Graham, who was born in Edinburgh on 8th March 1859. So he was brought up by his grandmother and spent all of his time in exploring the woods and wildlife near his home. So he was sent to work in bank, which he disliked. But while he was working, he began to write, and now he became a successful author. So this book was published by Vintage Classics on 1908. So this book consists of 12 chapters and 258 pages. So this enchanting tales takes the readers to a captivating journey filled with delightful, vivid description and timeless storytelling. So this introduces us to the charming world inhabited by anthropomorphic animals. So the story revolves around the adventure of 4 main characters, Toad and Badgers. So this story begins when Mole is tired of spring cleaning and embark on a spontaneous adventure, and eventually meeting Grat and immersing himself into the beauty of English countryside. So this encounters leads them to Mr. Toad, who loves fast cars, and his reckless behavior caused numerous problems, and throughout this story get friendship and they face, and they also discover importance of home and nature. So the book's greatest strength lies in the beautifully developed character. The animal's protagonist is distinct and relatable, so it making easy for the readers of all age to connect with them. So the mole's curiosity and innocence, the rat's love for river and adventure, and the badger's wisdom and authority, and at last Mr. Toad's boundless energy and impulsiveness add a depth a charm to the narrative. So the Graham's writing style is enchanting and poetic. So he paints a vivid scene of the countryside and the animals' experiences. So transporting the readers to the magical world where nature and friendship are intertwined. So the character also have a variety of different personalities where human like features are included in animal like traits. So in terms of Mole, who has a strong sense of smelling, and this book aimed to showing that animals was living in British life. So I recommend this book for age group 10 to 13. Thank you.
Good evening to one and all present here. I am Hashita of Grade School, here to review on the book My Sister the Vampire, Fashion Frightmare. This book is a part of popular children's series written by Sienna Mercer. In this review, I'll discuss about the key elements of the story, characters, and my overview of this book. Sienna Mercer grew up in Toronto, Canada. She was an only child and she wanted a brother or sister, especially a twin. Sadly, she never got that sister. So when she grew up, she wrote stories for girls about girl who reminded her of herself and gave her the most fun and fabulous sister, which is vampire. This book contains 228 pages and 11 chapters. It is filled with mystery, friendship, and touch of supernatural. This book follows an exciting adventure of twin sisters, Ivy and Olivia, who discover that they are not just ordinary siblings but also vampires. Both of them find themselves in the midst of thrilling mystery within the fashion world. A valuable dress vanishes just a day before a significant fashion show, prompting Olivia and Ivy to use their extraordinary vampire skill to solve this case. Throughout their journey, they face various challenges, uncover surprising secrets, and strengthen their sisterly bond. The mystery of stolen dress keeps the readers engaged, and author does a commendable job of planting clues along the way. Olivia is one of the twin sisters and the main lead of this series. She portrayed as the fashion with passion for designing. Olivia is creative, confident, and determined. Throughout the fashion frightmare, she showcases her talent and courage as she investigates mysterious incidents surrounding the fashion show. On the other hand, Ivy. Ivy is Olivia's twin sister and other main character of this series. Unlike Olivia, Ivy is introverted and bookish. As vampire, she possesses natural abilities which she used to assist Olivia in solving mysteries. Ivy is supportive, practical, and loyal. This book explores several themes which oscillates in young readers. One significant theme is the power of friendship. Olivia and Ivy's unwavering support for each other that shows the strength that can be found in true friendship. This story takes place in a Franklin Grove where supernatural beings coexisting with witches, vampires, and humans such as Olivia, Ivy, and their friends. This book is fast-paced plot and related made it an enthralling experience. It encourages readers to passion, cherish the bond of friendship. Thank you.
This book was written by the author Rudyard Kipling. He was an English author. He was born on 30th December 1865. This book revolves around the Indian cultures, various religions followed in India. This book, the setting is after the Second Afghan War, but before Third Afghan War. In this book, the author Rudyard Kipling himself involves as a character of him and shares all the childhood memories of himself at Lahore. Here in this book, this book was published by Manoj Publications, and this book was directed into a movie by the director John Davis in the year 1864. Then here the main character is Kim. This Kim, he's an orphan boy during his age of 3. He lost his parents. Then he was looked after by an half-casteed woman. He has to earn his daily living by begging and doing small jobs that he get at the roadside shops. On doing so, one day, as he's a vagabond, he was roaming in the streets. One day, he saw a Tibetan Lama who was sitting under a tree. He was little surprised and was bemused. Why was this Tibetan Lama sitting under the tree? He directly went to Lama and asked what was the reason he was sitting there. He just replied to him he was seeking for enlightenment. This again made him so confused. For enlightenment? What is the reason for? He asked him again. And with delay or refusion, he replied that he was on the process of seeking enlightenment in search of the river Arrow. So then again Kim asked him whether he can also join with the journey in search of the river Arrow. The Lama said, yeah, sure. He again went back to his home, asked permission to his mother for going to the river Arrow. As they don't have much work during those days, his mother left him. He and the Tibetan Lama now started their journey towards the river Arrow. They had to make their journey all through forest, crossing the big mountains to get the river Arrow. But still they are not sure where this river Arrow is located. As they go on, in the middle of the journey, again Kim is called back to his own village to serve as a messenger between the village authorities and the central government. After serving as a messenger between the central government and the village authorities, he again goes and resumes the journey with the Tibetan Lama. On the journey, they encounter various miracles around the forest, and they had to walk through long distance for reaching the river Arrow. Still, the story continues without any conclusion whether they had found the river Arrow or not. Then this book contains a good vocabulary that you always have to have and dictionary with you to better understand the concepts of the storyline. This book consists of 9 chapters and 156 pages. As I said to you, it contains 156 pages but only 9 chapters. Each chapter is so long, but it's quite interesting and always keeps us on fire. To go through the story. I recommend this book for age group of people above 16 and rate this book 4 out of 5. Thank you.
Imagine a world full of hidden tunnels, secrets, and melted coins waiting to be uncovered. Cheerful greetings, one and all. I am Kanika Loganathan, a 12th grader at Frontline Millennium School. Today, I am excited to share a review on the book The Melted Coins, written by Franklin W. Dixon. This captivating tale takes us on a suspenseful journey through the adventures of Frank and Joey Hardy, the dynamic duo of the Hardy Boys. The book was published by Grosset and Dunlop Publication. It has 180 pages and 20 chapters. It cost about $6.99 US. Let me talk about the outline of the story. Joe and Frank Hardy helped their best friend Chet Morton, who was scanned by his summer school, the Zoar College. While they were also investigating on other case about the Seneca Indian Reservation, they find that there's a connection between the Zoar College and the Seneca Indian Reservation. So, mysterious college professors, melted coins,
Mask of the Spoon Mouth, and also a man who's refusing to talk about the Indian reservation, make all these combined an adventurous journey for the three best friends, Joe, Frank, and Chet. So the setting of the story is a fictional setting, which is in Bayport, their hometown, and also they will be investigating in Bayport. Let me talk about the main characters in the story. The first main character in the story is Frank Hardy. Frank Hardy, who is very intelligent, and he's also the elder brother of Joe. So he is known for his analytical thinking. And the second main character in the story is Joe Hardy, who is the younger brother of Frank Hardy. He is very adventurous, impulsive, and he's Frank's partner in his investigating cases. The third main character in the story is Fenton Hardy, who is the father of Frank and Joe. He's a professional detective and he aids his son in his cases. Let me talk about the main characters, main positive impacts that I got from the story. The first thing is the strong bond shared between the characters. The characters such as Chet, Joe, Frank, they share a brotherly bond with each other. And the central aspect of the book is friendship, loyalty, unity, and teamwork. And the next positive impact that I got was the engaging mystery, which is you will experience from the beginning of the book till the end of the book, and it keeps readers hooked from the beginning, and there are lots of plots and twists which will make the reading very exciting. And the next is the fast-paced moving of the plots and twists, and it is fully action-packed. The next thing I'm going to be talking about is the negative impacts that I got from the book. The first thing is the predictability of the scenes. The scene, as the book only focuses on the mystery, sometimes seasoned mystery readers will find the scenes very predictive and in the final reveal. And the next thing is characters are underdeveloped, which means the main characters in the story are not very much developed. And the theme that I got from the book, theme and the message I got was you have to be very curious about the situations, and you have to be perceive, and you have to show friendship and teamwork wherever you go. I would like to recommend this book to age category from 12 years and above, as it has no explicit content and anyone can read this. So if you're in a mood to read a book which has lots of twists and turns, I would highly recommend this book. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm Pranita of grade 12 of Frontline Millennium School, here to review the book The God of Small Things, written by Arundhati Roy. This book is about two young twins named Rahel and Esther unfold on the backward of Ayman, Kerala. This book is written in the perspective of little Rahel. Rahel, Esther, with their mother Ammu, returned back to their hometown, Kerala, following almost a divorce, and they were about to stay in the maternal grandfather's house with Ammu's brother Chaco and her aunt. Ammu's brother Chaco was married to an English woman named Margaret, and they have a daughter too named Sophie Mole. Sophie Mole was died due to some of the unfortunate visits for which Rahel and Esther were blamed, and they were asked to pay some amount as a penalty for her death. In this story, the scenes revolves around the series of flashback, moving forth and back when the twins were at the age of 7 and when they are reunited after 23 years. So this story had also taught me the lesson that how a small and minute incident in our life can change the rest of our life, and which that affects our human emotions too. This story had also, consist of a strained and complex family situation in which the family faces many ups and downs, but they are united. This storybook also sheds a light on a rigid caste system that's followed in India. The caste-based or religion-based discrimination too. In this,
this is beautifully explained through the character named Veluta. Veluta is a Dalit worker in Ammu's family factory. And this story consists of other theme which is entirely different. That's the forbidden love, which is beautifully expressed through Ammu. Ammu had a secret affair with Veluta, but the family were opposing them. But I'll not reveal the end part of this story because it's where the mystery. So you just read it. So the author Arundhati Roy had also used her childlike innocence in comparing a thing with a bigger one, which impressed me a lot. Certain lines in the storybook are repeated, which gave the dramatic effect of the story and which is very impressive too. So, the indentation is a bit different in this storybook, which encouraged me to learn more and which increased me thirst towards to know the rest of the story. So, this book consists of vocabulary, which is much complicated. So, if you have a dictionary with you, it would be easy for you to get this book in a good way and in a better way. So this book is somewhat, consists of 340 pages with 21 chapters, and I recommend this book for age group 16 and above so that it would be easy for them to get in a good and better way. And the author had also conveyed many things which is in our real life too. So I also suggest this book who are much involved with their family members and who spend more time with their family members too. So this is where we need to understand that family is everything and we should be together in order to face everything. Overall, this book is constructed with a good original style of writing and which is compared with the real world too. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. My name is Aditya of grade 12. I am here to review a book named Waros. It is a fictional story written by Michael Morpurgo. He also called as the master storyteller. He wrote more than 40 books, but Waros is the signature book in his career. The one-line story of this book is Trust of Friendship in Worst of War. This story is all about the emotional bond between the two main characters, Albert and Joey. Albert is 21 years old boy and Joey is a nurse. Albert decided to have a pet in his home, so he decided to chose a horse as his pet. Because at World War time, everyone's home had at least one horse. So he bought a horse to his home and named it as Joey. And at the same day, Albert's father had been fired from his job because of the World War. So Albert thought that it is a right time to earn for his family and spend for their miscellaneous expenses. So he decided to do farming in his own land and he took Joey to the farming field. He planted more than 100 crops and harvested successfully. The second batch of the crops have been planted and waited for the harvesting season. The harvesting season was at August, but unfortunately, at July month, a heavy rain destroyed their land, and the land became uncultivated. Albert and his family met in critical situation to pay their rent and spend for their miscellaneous expenses, and they took a sad and off-minded decision to sell their lovable Joey in the market of Britain. Albert took horse Joey to the market, but nobody didn't buy. And the British government decided to move that horse to the World War and fight for his country. For 2 months, Albert was so much sad and depressed, only thinking about Joey. But after 2 months, he decided to meet Joey. But there is no way to meet Joey. The only way to meet Joey is to join the World War and fight against his own country. And he took the strong decision and moved on to France and started to fight against his own country. The World War started at 1914 and ended at 1918. At the last year, Albert got a chance to meet Joey, but unfortunately, Albert was blind, so he can't meet Joey. After the World War,
After the World War, Albert and Joey went to their hometown and lived a peaceful life with a war horse. I would recommend this book to people who people who have interest in knowing about the World War histories, and I would recommend this people. I would recommend this book to the people who have pet lovers. This book contains 21 chapters and 182 pages. This book, and I would like to conclude my speech by saying a statement. There is no book in this world without pages and text. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Akhilesh from grade 12 and I am here to present a review on the book The Kill Order. This is a book written by James Dashner. James Dashner is an American author and he is very well known for his books. This book was first published in the year 2011. It was published by the Delacorte Press in the US. It was published under the banner The Chicken House. So this book has around 333 pages and 67 chapters. Now I like to share the short summary of this story. Sunflowers have caused devastation on Earth. But Mark and Trina were there when it happened. But against the odds, they survived. But the virus is still out there, and worse still is that it's mutating. Mark and Trina will do anything to save their friends, but only if they can survive the madness. So Mark is the protagonist of this story. He is a 17-year-old boy who is now living with his friends Trina, Alec, Darnell, Mitchell, and Lana. They are now encamped in the mountains of North California. So after 2 years, things have seemed to be calmed down, so they decide to search for resources in the nearby village. When they go there, they find out that a group of people try to shoot the people with dot guns, and the people who got shot were affected by the virus. So Mark and his friends decide to investigate the matter, and they find out that Berg Enterprise is the one responsible for it. So they enter the Berg Enterprise to search for a cure and to find who is behind this. And they find out that there is no cure, and the government has decided to wipe out half of the population in the earth so that they can have resources to live. So this book is a very long book, but still it is very interesting. It took me around 2 months to complete the book, but it was worth it. The author's writing style is very unique because there is no single picture in this story, but I can clearly understand and I can imagine every single detail because he has written it very well. So some drawbacks are there, like the story moves back and forward in time, so that you may not know what is the present and what is the future. I rate this book 4 out of 5, and I recommend this book to people who are of age about 10 and who like science fictional stories. And if you want science fiction stories, science fiction is also there. If you want action, action is also there. If you want survival, survival is also there. If you want thriller is also there. So this book is an all-rounder, and it will not disappoint you. So my favorite scene in the story is where they go inside the facility. It is like a big action sequence, and even the pictorial representation, I can imagine how intense it was. And sometimes you may feel that it is a very big story, but I can guarantee you that it will be worth it. This book is part of the Hunger Games series, which was released in the year 2007, I guess. And there are other 3 movies which may be easy to understand. To be continued. Thank you.
So good evening. So I am Dev Sudhan of grade 12 from Frontline Millennium Schools in Frontline Millennium School. So I am here to give a book review on the topic Brave Like My Brother. So I am thrilled with my thoughts on this book, Brave Like My Brother. So it is written by Mark Taylor Nobleman. Mark Taylor Nobleman is an author of Boy of Steel, a creator of Superman, which made the front page of USA Today, and the Bill the Boy Wonder, the co-creator of Batman, which inspired the TED talk and Vanish, the true story of missing. So he has spoken from schools to conference internationally, from India to Tanzania. The heart-warming heartwarming tale explores the theme of courage, bravery, the sorrow and the bond between the brothers in the critical situation where in World War II. So, Brave Like My Brother is an frictional story where Brave Like My Brother is an frictional story where it takes an central around to the living lives of two brothers named Joe and Charlie. So, as they contribute in challenges and dangers faced in World War II, so their lives were they struggled in their lives, Joe and Charlie. This book consists of 112 pages and 20 chapters. Each chapter consists of 4 to 5 pages. In this, there are only two main characters and many sub characters. And Charlie, in this story, is about a Charlie who sends a letter to Joe, so his elder brother. So this story begins with Joe, the elder brother who is going for an war front, and the brother who is left home, 10 years old brother who is left home, and the fear and the uncertainty they face, and the unaided that courage the courage and the consequences they faced or alternative to them. Charlie's letter said he shared his experience on the war, and Joe's letter revealed the experience what he faced in the home and the struggles of loneliness and determination that he should be like his brother. And this book was printed by Scholastic, and Scholastic is the top 5th publisher in the world. So I guess this is the book which I have chosen is the best one and the branded one. So I suggest age middle grade like 6 to 7 to read this book because they can understand easily, they can easily get attracted, and the words used, the vocabulary in these books are very simple and not much complicated. The sentence formation are even very simple and powerful. So to be continued. Thank you.
A wonderful evening to one and all present here. I am Kanapan V and I am here to present a oral review about a book named Ninja Maker's Escape from Ice Mountain. So it is written by Gareth P. Jones. Gareth P. Jones is a talented and versatile author. He known for his illustration, and it is published by Stripes, and there are 4 main characters: Jack, Donnie Doberhammer, Jack Williamson, and they both goes on a journey, and they elude a mentor, who is Grandmaster One Eye, and he was supposed to be a mentor, but he died he died lately in the story, and he only trained these 4 person, and they went on a mission, and Bruce recently died in the story, and after when Bruce died, they 3 will join another gang, and the what sets apart it immersive setting. The immersive setting, the author expertly blends action and human together, and he paints a vivid picture of the ice landscape and ice mountain.
trickiest obstacles, and it is published by Stripes, and the second author is Jack Fenelson, and it has 7 million copies, and it have the best awards in the awards, and I would like to give a 4.5 rating of 5. I didn't read more books, but I felt it is the best book I read, and I would like to share my best part of the story. The best part of the story which I was read is the introduction of Grandmaster Onnai. Uh, uh, he plays a vital role mentoring the both his teammates, and he finally found a girlfriend, and he, when he died, he was supposed to be choose a person to be act as a mentor, and he was supposed to be choose a mentor, but he didn't do so. But Jack personally appealed his favor, and he took a role for it, and it there are 104 pages, and it has 4.99 euros, which is 400 in INR rate, and uh, the vocabulary are simple, and the cover page is green in color, and thank you.
Warm greetings, everyone. I'm Mohammad Safan of grade 12, and I'm here to give you guys a review on the book named The Honest Truth. The Honest Truth is an extraordinary and rare novel about big questions, small moments, and one incredible journey. This book is written by an author named Dan Geminat. He's actually American. Dan Geminat is a professional author, as well as he's a librarian, teacher, and a father of 3. There are only few authors in this book whose first book goes famous. So Dan Geminat's first book was The Honest Truth, and it actually sold more than 200 million copies worldwide, which makes it a successful book. This book was published by the Scholastics. Everyone knows Scholastics publishes only quality books, but still I would rate The Honest Truth above all the other Scholastic books. Now let me tell you what The Honest Truth is about. It's about a young boy named Mark. He's around 14 or 15 years old. Mark is not an ordinary child. He's a child who's suffering from cancer since he was 5 years old. He had critical blood cancer, but one day his personal doctor came to him and he said like he had only few months to live. It would obviously make any human feel very depressed and sad. So for a few moments he was actually like very depressed, and he was thinking like what would he do in his remaining time. So finally, he came to a conclusion that he would fulfill his one and only dream, which is to climb a mount named Mount Rainier in America. It's a snowy mountain. Only professional tracker with proper equipment only can climb this mountain. But still, Mark was one of kind of a human who would never give up on his dream. So the next day, he just took his bag, he put few bucks, a camera, and he took his best friend who was a dog he named Bew. Bew was a very loyal dog. Whenever Mark used to go school, he used to always get bullied because he had cancer. He didn't have proper hair, and he would be always being ill-treated by his classmate. So whenever he comes home, he would explain all of his, pain and suffering to his dog. And his dog would like quietly listen to everything, which makes it a wholesome moment between the relationship of human and animals. So the next day he goes without informing and not to anyone, like his parents, family or cousins. He didn't inform to anyone, he just left. Mark also had a best friend named Jessie. She was friends with Mark since kindergarten, so she basically knew every secrets of Mark, including his deep secrets and even this ambition of climbing the Mount Rainier. So when she came to know about Mark's disappearance, she completely knew like Mark would have gone to the Mount Rainier. But it was on Jessie. She had two options, whether she could complain the police about Mark's well-being. But if she would complain about Mark's well-being, like Mark couldn't able to fulfill his dream, which would, even make her sad. So it was on Jessie whether she complained to the police about his well-being or not. So the whole story goes behind two questions. One, will Mark reach the mountain without killing himself? And second, will Jesse complain the police about his well-being? There are multiple themes that are being explored in the story. First one is the life of a cancer patient. While reading the story, we know a lot of things about cancer patient. So yeah, I'll finally conclude by saying it's a must read for everyone sitting here and you'll have a lovely time reading it. Thank you.
Respected judges and my cheerful audience, a warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Mohana Prasad Karupusamy of grade 12 from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. First, I am happy to be a part of Frontline World Record Festival 2023. Now, I am very excited to share my oral review on this beautiful occasion where we can see harmony and happiness. I am interested to share my oral review on the book named The Godfather. The Godfather is a beautiful book, and this beautiful book was published beautifully by Arrow Books. The talented Mario Puzo is the author of this book. Mario Puzo was an American author and screenwriter. Mario Puzo married a German woman and he had 5 children for her. Mario Puzo wrote 9 novels and he also wrote screenplays for 2 series. One of it was The Godfather, and Mario Puzo wrote 10 short stories. The Godfather is a crime novel originally published in 1969 and it was republished in 2014 by Arrow Books. It details the story of Sicilian mafia-based family in New York City. I did not read many crime books, so I was pleasantly surprised when I started reading this book. The first few pages, about 160 to 200, was little bit boring for me. But once I got past those pages, it was hard to keep myself from putting the book down. There were 2 specific characters that I will not name here because it might be a spoiler for you. At the beginning, I got confused mainly with 5 characters because there were more characters in this book compared to other books which I have read. But each characters are unique in their own way. It made me easy to recognize each of them. The characters are very interesting and original. This book contains 32 chapters and nearly 600 pages. I recommend this book for age group of 16 plus because this book contains little bit violence and vocabulary used in this story is very hard. I would like to rate this book 4.5 out of 5 and Michael is the fictional character and protagonist of Mario Puzo's novel The Godfather. I took 2 months for reading this book. Every day approximately I spend 30 minutes to 1 hour for reading this book. The minimum retail price of this book is $5.99 US and the maximum retail price of this book is $8.99 US. You can buy this book in various online platforms like Flipkart and Amazon. If you really didn't like to read this book, you can watch the film. The first part of film released in 1972 and second part of film released in 1974 and third part of film released in 1976. The Godfather is the American crime film directed by Francis Ford and the screenplay was written by both Francis Ford and Mario Puzo on Puzo's best-selling 1969 novel The Godfather. Puzo's best-selling novel, The Godfather. Finally, I would like to conclude my speech by saying one line. Books are in schools and libraries because they are schools and libraries. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Sanjay of grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School. Today, I am going to review a book called The Great Gatsby. The Great Gatsby was written by F. Scott Fitzgerald. F. Scott Fitzgerald is known as the best American writer in 1920s. He is known for his short story writings and many fictional story writings. Over 25 million copies of this masterpiece have been sold all over the world. The book was first published in the year 1925 and got many negative comments from the people. Even though it got many negative comments from the people, the book was republished in the year 1940 and got many positive comments from the people and attracted many people to read this book. If you really like to read a best love story book, many would recommend many books, but I would say this is the best love story book I had ever read. The genre of the book was romance fiction. If you really don't like to read books, you can watch the movie which was released in the year 2013. But I can assure that if you read this book, you will get addicted to this book. The setting of the story occurs during 1920s in the city of West Egg and East Egg of New York. West Egg is the place in New York where the narrator and protagonist Jay Gatsby and Nick Carraway live. The city of East Egg is a place in New York where the Daisy, the cousin of a narrator, lives. The theme of the story is about American beauty, which is about achieving success, wealth, and happiness. I would recommend this book to the age group above 16 plus as the book contains love, social class, and many complicated words. The book totally contains 232 pages and 9 chapters, which took nearly 1 month to read this book. I would rate this book 9 out of 10 stars. The book nearly cost 200 rupees, which can be afforded by all of them. The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald is a tragic love story played out in the world of illusion. After hearing the word illusion, don't think about only illusion. It was recognized as an biographical book by the Americans because it deals with the mental health of the people of America. Jay Gatsby used to keep legendary parties day and night. Here, the rich and powerful people used to come and drink and dance. Nick Carraway, who arrived West Egg, thought that Jay Gatsby used to live a rich and perfect life. Even though he is living a rich and perfect life, he had many desires in his life which cannot be solved. The main characters in the story are Jay Gatsby, Nick Carraway, Daisy, and Tom. Here, Jay Gatsby is the protagonist of the story. Nick Carraway is the narrator of the story and cousin of Daisy. Daisy is the cousin of Nick Carraway. So I would like to recommend this book to the people who love love stories. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm Sarvesh Sridhar from grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School, here to review on the book How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. This book was written by Dale Carnegie in the year 1948. This book was published by Jainko Publishers, and Dale Carnegie is an American writer and a lecturer, and he is well known for finding many new subjects like public speaking, sales secretaryship, cooperatives, accounting, etc. Next, this title of this book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, simply states that whenever we are worrying, we are not living our life. When we stop living, we start to live our life. So next, the core idea of this book is to change one's behavior by implementing others' behavior towards them. In the first chapter, the Dale Carnegie tells that don't think the dim light which is far from you. See the thing that is near to you and move on. Here, the dim light, he means that it's the future. So he states that don't think about the future and live in the present. For this, the best example is when we are going to join a college, don't think that you will get placement or you will get a degree. Think that you should do all the assignments on time and pass the semesters on time. Next, he tells a magic formula to overcome worries. The magic formula is to accept the worries and move on. Next, what does worries causes to us? Worries causes many things to us, like it causes many health issues, and it makes sure that there is no lack of concentration, power in listening, and it makes sure that our brain is not active and very lazy. Next, he tells that how to analyze, how to overcome our worries. For this, he mainly states there are 4 steps. First steps is gathering informations. We should gather all the informations that are needed for needed for the worries, and we should analyze the worries. This is the second step. And the third step is to make a decisions that make sure that it overcome from our worries. The fourth step is to implement the decisions what we have taken, and we should lead a happy life. So next, Dale Carnegie states that how to break the continuous habit of worrying. So whenever we are free, we just start worrying about all the things. So in fact, full stop for worrying is to be engaged in any works and make sure that we are not worrying at any time. Next, he tells that how to build a positive attitude. To build a positive attitude, he or she should make sure that he is full focused in their aim and what are they going to achieve in the future, and they should not think about the past and the future what is going to happen. So he also stated that there are three main things which we think about as our main worries. Like we think about the future, and we think about the bad things that happened before, and the bad things that we have done before. He states that not only for the simple things, for main things like he provides solutions for financial situations and marriage situations and education situations. Dale Carnegie have provided every solutions for this. So I conclude this review by making sure that those who are in worries can read this book. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today to give an oral book review about the book My Invention. My Inventions is written by Mr. Nikola Tesla, a great scientist and a great inventor. This book is written in his own words. This book contains 103 pages and 7 chapters. This book was published by the printer named Fingerprints. Tesla was born on July 10, 1856. Tesla was the fourth kid of their family. There were totally 5 kids. Only Tesla was engineering student, and Tesla's father was an priest in Serbian Orthodox Church, and Tesla's mother was an mechanical engineering too. She found some electronic appliances. There are many examples, and Tesla started to show his remarkable creativity during his schoolings. Tesla was the one and only child who could solve complex mathematical solutions in his school. This book is a 6-part of electrical examiner, and I am going to share main book which shares the record of Tesla's fascinating life experience. Tesla completed his schooling by 1873. For his higher studying, Tesla was requested to go for US, but his father didn't allow him, because he wanted him to follow his footsteps as an Serbian Orthodox priest. As Tesla's mother's consult, Tesla's father allowed him for higher studies, and Tesla went for his higher studies and completed his higher studies on the year 1876. And Tesla joined and clerk as in telephone company on the year 1880. And after a few years, on 1883, Tesla joined as a working partner with Edison. First, according to Tesla, Edison was a great scientist and most respectable man. But soon it changed into conflict, because Edison was so jealous about Tesla's remarkable creativity. For example, Edison passed Tesla's AC current into a horse in a public to show people that AC current is more danger, to use DC current for alternate of AC current. After this incident, no investors were ready to invest on Tesla's inventions, because they thought that they will not get profit. And because of this, great scientist and great inventor become homeless, poor and starving for food, roaming in the streets of US, digging ditches, and was cleaning toilets of US. After a few years, some investors came and invested on Tesla's invention, because Tesla's inventions are remarkable, and Tesla made them more profit. Also, Tesla gained some profit himself. But soon Tesla fall into a debt trap, because he invested all his money on an invention on wireless electricity. After hearing this, government and rich people were angry on Tesla, and because of this, Tesla was arrested in a hotel room for 10 years and he died. The conclusion is because of desire of an rich people and government, a great scientist and a great mind died. Thank you for giving an opportunity.
A warm greetings to everyone. I am Arun Gunashaya Rao from grade 12. Today I am going to review the book 5 Go To Smuggler's Stop. This book is from a famous series called Famous 5. This series is published from 1942 to 1963. In this series, a total of 21 books, and this particular book, 5 Go To Smuggler's Stop, is fourth among them. And this one was published in the year 1945. The author of the book is Enid Bilton. She is a female author. Her main motive of writing the book is to enrich the English level of children and improve the vocabulary and grammar skills of children on English. And he also writes book for enriching the English language and tenses. And her sentence formations are very simple so that anyone can read it and understand it easily. Her main motive is for writing to children and everyone in the world so that her novels would sell easily and everyone will get some knowledge about English and sentence formations. When we look at the book consists of a total of 22 chapters and a total 187 pages. When we will start about a summary of the story. The story starts with a girl named Suti. Suti invites her cousins for spending summer holidays in a village. The setting of the story is situated in a village and a village where a hill is situated. Every cousins go to the village for spending their holidays. Her cousin names are Annie, Julian, Georgina, Dick, and the dog named Timothy. They called it as Tim for short. All these cousins go to the village for spending those summer vacations. When they arrive at Suti's house, when they gather for dinner, suddenly a huge tree falls on their house and Suti's house was damaged due to the tree. In the same village, her uncle Quentin was living. His house was situated in the hilltop. Now, every cousins and Suti went to the uncle Quentin's Leonard's house. Leonard does not allow dogs or pets to his house, so Tim cannot enter Leonard's house. So they have to leave Tim out of the building or house. Now, the Quentin's bungalow is situated or surrounded by marsh and large grasses. These grasses are very suitable for smugglers and kidnappers who's kidnapping people. The Uncle Quentin decided to cut all or clean the marsh and wetlands surrounded by his house. This made an unhappy feeling for a famous kidnapper Burling in the same village. Burling decided to kidnap Uncle Quentin. So the Uncle Quentin was kidnapped by the kidnapper Burling. All his cousins decided to rescue Quentin by solving many mysteries and unleashing all the knots. So I conclude that you can at least read once this book for passing your time and entertaining yourself. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Vedant Vyas of Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. I am currently studying in the 12th grade. I am thrilled to share my oral review on the book on the fantasy novel A Game of Thrones, written by the renowned author George R.R. Martin. This book is critically acclaimed from the A Song of Ice and Fire series, which is popularly widespread because of its complex character building and intricate political plots and world building. A Game of Thrones is settled and takes the reader and transports him to a fictional world of Westeros and Essos, where noble houses fight for power and control over the coveted Iron Throne. This story builds as it has many multiple perspectives so that we can get a deep and insight view of the character's mind and its motivation. Its greatest thing is that it has a separate character building of a single person so that we can get a deep insight of the person or the character. Characters courageous and who are courageous heroes and cunning villains. A person like Ned Stark, an honorable and noble man who entangles himself in political plots so that he gets killed. Second, Daenerys Targaryen, an exiled princess who gets her rebirth and she wants to fight for her Iron Throne. Third one, Tyrion Lannister, a dwarf but an intelligent one. He's witty, but he has some political power and he's very intelligent. When the Warden of North meets the king says him that you become my hand. The Warden of the North, Eddard Stark, says that yes sir, I'll be your hand. So then they travel to the south. Eddard Stark travels to south with his daughters, Sansa Stark and Arya Stark. Sansa Stark is a lady who can dance, sing and do various activities which are suitable to girls. Arya Stark, a lady who can fight with a sword. A sword's name is Needle. It will be pointed sword which can kill various human beings. When Eddard Stark gets into political matters, he gets killed and exiled by the king. Kings wanted Peter Baelish. My favorite quote from this book is "Chaos is the ladder," said by Peter Baelish when he kills Lord Eddard Stark. Then Arya Stark wants to get vengeance on the king and his family members. But then Sansa Stark falls in love with the king who killed Eddard Stark, his father. Then what happens is their son Jon Snow, he gets power and he tries to kill the king. But what happens is he gets killed. Then he again gets a rebirth from a witch who is the Red Woman. She is an 108-year-old woman, but when she puts a necklace, she gets a 28-year-old body and physique. So I conclude this by saying that thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Aarti Balasubramaniam of grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School. I am here to give a review on the book named New Moon. New Moon is a 2006 romantic fantasy novel written by a wonderful author, Stephanie Meyer. This book is actually a second installment in the Twilight series, and it is actually a continuation of the first book, and it continues the story of Bella Swan's relationship with the vampire Edward Cullen as Bella enters the senior year of her high school. This book starts with Bella's birthday. But in contrary, Bella doesn't like celebrating her birthday, but Edward does. So Edward and his sister, they plan to surprise Bella with a surprise birthday party at their house. So they decorate their house so beautifully that it looks like a perfectly built white castle. They call Bella over. Bella is both annoyed and surprised at the same time. Bella comes over and the party begins. The start of the party was not so good because Bella cut the tip of her finger with the edge of a paper. She starts bleeding. And as vampires are attracted towards the smell of blood, one of Edward's brother dives on Bella, which leads Bella to crash on the floor with all the glasses. Bella's arm is totally injured. As Edward, as her boyfriend, he tries to save Bella, but he couldn't, as he is also tempted towards the smell of blood. But he controls himself. As Edward's father, who is well known for his control over the smell of blood, and he's actually a doctor. So he treats Bella and then sends Bella back home. After this particular incident, Edward feels guilty
that he is the reason behind Bella's injury. As good human as he is, he doesn't want Bella to get hurt at any point of her life. So he does something that leaves Bella totally devastated. What he does is he plans to leave Bella. In her life, there is no such evidence of his existence. So this incident leaves Bella devastated for many months, and then she tries coming of stuff that while she goes through one scenario, and that is when she puts herself into danger, she'll hear Edward's voice in back of her head. So she then tries putting herself into various dangerous situations. In every situation like that, Edward's voice comes in the back of her head and tries warning her and says not to do so. So Bella does this continuously, but Edward tries stopping her. And the end of the story is quite interesting, so I'll leave that part to you guys. This book was first published in September 6, 2006 with an initial print run of 1 lakh copies, and with its publication, it peaked 1 in both the New York Times bestsellers list and the USA's top 150 bestsellers list. And this book was also the best children's paper book of the year 2008 with over 5.3 million copies sold. And this book was the best-selling book of the 2009, and this book was actually translated into 38 different languages, and a film adaptation of this book was also made. In conclusion, this book takes readers on a thrilling journey, and it delves deeper into the emotional complexities of its characters. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Anupriyanka of grade 12, and today I am here to give a review on the book Lucy's Secret Reindeer. Lucy's Secret Reindeer is a heartwarming tale of friendship and adventure. It is a delightful children's book that takes readers into a magical journey filled with friendship, adventure, and a joy of holiday season. This book, Lucy's Secret Reindeer, revolves around a young girl, Lucy, who is almost 8 years, tied up with a huge secret. As like every child, she was also the one who was desiring to have pet. When she asked this to her parents, they didn't respond her properly. When she found that her grandmother is fond of pets who gave shelter to the street dogs and cats, she went and approached her. The reply she received was to write a letter to Santa. While hearing this, her brother Oscar felt it is so childish and cringe, but her mother and grandmother encouraged her a lot to write the letter, and according to their guidance, she also completed the task. At the end of the letter, she mentioned that she desires to help Santa if really he is in need, and that impressed Santa a lot. And he wrote a written reply that, yeah, I'm actually in need of help. My little reindeer is so ill. So I want a right person to take care of it. And I think you are the right person. This was quoted in the letter and mentioned at the bottom, it is a top secret. As a young girl who is around 8, it is hard to take over the secret, as without their attention of parents, she need to take care of that ill reindeer who is in the backyard of her house. So this story is a whimsical blend of fantasy and reality, and this explores the relationship between Lucy and the Sparkle, that is the little reindeer who can fly, and the adventure that they embark on together. One of the strengths of Lucy's Secret Reindeer is its well-developed characters, that especially Lucy, who is a protagonist who wishes in bringing joys of others. And this character is easily understandable and relatable to the young budding readers. And another one of the biggest highlight is the language and the writing skills of the author. And the next thing is about the vocabularies. It doesn't have much hard and it is easy to understand. Even though it is so enjoyable, has some corners which has to be even more improvised. That is the character of Lucy's friend and relations. These characters can even more be developed so that they can give more importance in the story. And I felt
reading, the relationship between Lucy and Sparkle is quite less. And if it is more depth, it would be emotionally bounding us. And I would like to suggest this book for these children under the age of 10 to 15, as this book actually gives self confidence, believe in ourselves, and to make special bonds with the special one. And this book is about 9 chapters, and this book is also available in ebook version. And one more important thing is it has attached with 2 cookies that can be baked during the Christmas time. That was all about this book. Thank you.
Hello everyone. A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Janaveshni, a senior at Frontline Millennium School, here to present a review on the book The Complete Suki Stackhouse series. The Complete Suki Stackhouse Stories is a collection of short stories that expand on the lifestyle of Suki Stackhouse series by Charlene Harris. Charlene Harris is an American author known for her urban fantasy and mystery novels. One of her most popular series is the Suki Stackhouse series, which has gained a widespread acclaim and was even adapted into the hit TV show True Blood. In 2017, Harris released the complete Suki Stackhouse series. The stories involve various characters, providing additional informations and adventures with context. The author's writing style is known for its blend of mystery, romance, and supernatural elements, creating a captivating and immersive reading experience. Fans of the original series will appreciate the opportunity to further explore and connect with their beloved characters. Another highlight of the story is the variety of stories that are included. Some are light-hearted and humorous, while others are more serious and contains darker aspects of the supernatural world. This diversity keeps the reader engaged and entertained throughout the journey. However, it's worth noting that this collection is primarily intended for the fans of the original series. If you are new to the Suki Stackhouse universe, it might be the best to start with the novels first, before diving into the complete Suki Stackhouse series, as you might miss out some of the context and background information. Some of the novels include Dead Until Dark, Dead After Dark, Club Dead, etc. New fans can fill in the gaps of the Suki lore, while old friends can revisit some of their favorite moments and characters. From investigating a murder of a local fairy to learning that her cousin was a vampire, from remodeling Tara's house to attending a wedding with her shape-shifting boss Sam, Suki navigates the perils and pitfalls of the paranormal world. This detective collection is a hygiene read for the readers who love to read their book with a bite. On the whole, the complete Suki Stackhouse stories is a delightful addition to Charlene Harris' body of work. And I would recommend this book for the age group 16 and above because it contains challenging vocabularies. There are 10 chapters in it with 368 pages. The publisher of the book is the Golans. Suki is a radiant and enthusiastic person in common. The only negative thing, according to me, is the various characters that are included. It is very difficult to memorize those characters while reading. And if you are new to the Suki Stackhouse series, you might miss out some background information. And the publisher of the book is Golans. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. I am Kaushika of grade 12B from Frontline Millennium School. I am here to present a review of a book, A Thief and Ghost Novella. It is a captivating book that logically merges the empire of mysterious things. This is written by a talented author, Kumar Kinshu. He had developed this book in a semi-autobiographical way, and this is also an work of fiction. This novella boasts well-crafted characters, each imbued with depth and interest. This novella takes readers on a thrilling journey where an artful thief and a restless ghost collide. It is a very interesting book that takes us back to our childhood. The story transports us to a mesmerizing world which sets in the backdrop of a bustling city in Bihar. The thief uses his sharp intelligence, serves as a captivating lead which drags the readers into their world. As their destinies collide, a series of mysterious things began to drive, which made the author on a quest to explore things from both mortal and spiritual areas. The family of the author or the real characters and their nicknames have been used. There are 33 characters and 22 chapters in this book. Rajnish is the main character, and in this story, he shares his daily life routine. And at the end of each day, each member of the family will narrate a story to them. And he also shares his experiences in the midnight which he had encountered due to the ghostly tales which had been narrated by their parents. At first, his mother Rekha narrates a story to him. It was the time when her mother was admitted in a hospital for a treatment. It was of many floors, and the third floor of the hospital was banned as they believed that there was a ghost in that floor. These two girls, his mother with her sister, was playing in the corridor of the hospital in second floor, and the watchman of the hospital had warned them they should not play in the reception area. And after few hours, they went to the third floor, which was banned by unknowingly. While moving there, they saw a dog with a dark, deep eye. And they got a bit afraid and they went back to the second floor. And after few hours, they again moved up and they saw a cat with a girl who was pretty and of about 18 years. And these two girls had introduced to themselves, and they three had started playing. And after few hours, they were continuing playing, and the watchman of the hospital had arrived there, and he asked why you had came here. And these two girls said him that they came here to play with a girl. And he asked who was that girl. And they turned around to show her the girl, but she was disappeared. Finally, they doesn't see anyone there. Finally, they believed that there was a ghost in that floor. The plot, combined with well-rounded characters, makes for a satisfying experience. I wholeheartedly recommend this book for anyone seeking for a thrilling and an immersive read. I rate this book 4 out of 5. Thank you.
A warm greetings to one and all present here. This is Mithla Shri Vijay Kumar of Grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School, here to share my views and perspectives of the book that I have recently read, which actually gave me goosebumps at the end of all chapter. That is none other than Platform 7. Platform 7 is a psychological thriller that delves into the platform of love, loss, and life after that. It is about a young teenager named as Lisa Evans. Lisa Evans is a haunted ghost in the Peterborough railway station, whose Lisa is actually stuck in a state between life and death that led her to the untimely demise. And it's 4 a.m. in the Peterborough railway station. So this Peterborough railway station is located in the center of England, which sits in the center of sits in the spiral like a center of its web. And as it is early morning, the security guard sleepily watches the CCTV camera. That time, the silence is occasionally broken by the fast-moving strains of the flight. And also, two pigeons had been kept on murmuring in the platform 5. And an elderly man who slowly walks into the railway station and made his way towards the descended platform 7. And only the Lisa knows that she is in debt. None other than knows that. Welcome to the world of Lewis' 9th novel. Lewis is known for her tense, intelligent exploration in the darker sides of the human psyche. So, Lisa is actually having a boyfriend named as a Matthew, who seems to be a charming and a well-dressed doctor in the public, but who's actually a blood manipulator behind the closed doors. And his violence was so psychological towards her. He also limited contact with her friends, like you shouldn't talk with them, and because I have you. And sometimes he also questions her sanity, and also says like you should be much closer with your family members or your friends. Are you crazy to being with them? It's all those stuff he asks them. And it takes some most of the contemporary topics, such as like our narrator of this book also died in the same platform 7 before a few months before, so they both joined their hands together, and they was trying to find out what happened to them. And as a fangirl of this book, I'm not going to be a spoiler of this book too. If you really wish to read this book, an e-edition of this book is also been available in most of the websites. You can refer it, and you can know that what has happened next. And this book says about the importance of a relationship. It doesn't not only talk about the love relationship, it also talks about in all relationship we have a form of love. This form of love can be the relationship that you have with you and towards your parents is a form of love, and the relationship that you have between you and your siblings is a form of love, and the relationship that you have with yourself and your friends is a form of love. And this talk about the different form of relationship that is needed in our life. And when the relationship is not there in our life, our life will be little tasteless and so smooth. It will be so smooth and little unjoyful and all. And this has been published on this book has been published on 22nd August 2022 by Faber and Faber Limitation. This book actually contains 24 chapters and 474 pages. Thank you all.
Hello everyone, I'm Monica of grade 12B from Frontline Millennium School. Today I'm here to tell a review of the book Sophie's Storm. This was written by a famous author, Dick Kingsmith. He's famous in the children's book. And this book was published in the year of 1991, and it was published with the Workers Publications. And it is a work of fiction which contains 7 chapters and 210 pages. Then the main characters of this story is about the Sophie and her cat named Tom. And there are many other characters like her Aunt Ale, who lives in the highlands of Scotland, and her parents, and her twin brothers, and her teacher, and the friends. Then this story is about the Sophie, a little very determined girl who wishes to become a lady farmer when she grows up. And this story starts with her 5th birthday, which was celebrated same day on the Christmas. So she got many presents and gifts related to her farm. Like they have trucks and tractors in the miniature models and animals also. But she's not satisfied with that animal models and that pets. She need a real pet. When she asked to her parents to get her a pet, but they regretted to have a pet because she's too young and she can't take anything to take care of that Tom. So she got tensed and went out of the room, and she was standing in the balcony. She heard a different sound like meow. When she saw around, she didn't see anything. Again, the same sound was repeated, so she saw that it was a black colored cat with an orange eyes. So she thought that it was gifted by her Aunt Ale, and she kept the name as Tom. Whether it is a boy or girl, she didn't worry that. She thought it is a boy and kept the name as Tom. So she took that cat into the kitchen and was giving some foods. While that time, her mother enters, and she was saying that whose cat is that and from where you got it. Like that, the conversation was going between the daughters and the mother. So she thought that this some other's cat. And her mother said that to leave it as such, it will go somewhere else. But Sophie did not accept that and planned to kept aside of the balcony, that is in the backyard, which is separated from the home. So she took that cat and made that cat leave it inside that backyard and locked that room. When the next day morning she opened that door, the cat was missing because there was a hole in that backyard. So she was very disappointed. And after some few days, the cat didn't come again, and it was timing for her schooling. So she hated because of the uniforms. And she used to go with her mother and will be coming back at the 9 o'clock to drop the twin brothers. But it is the first time to go to that school until she's going to be staying until 4 p.m. So she also hated that. And her teacher said that to her enemy to take care of Sophie. So that also she hated. So you can read this book to know what had happened to that friendship and the cat, whether it is written back to her or not, whether she got a new pet or not. You can read this book. And I will give a solid 4.5 out of 5 because it have a beautiful illustrations which kept me engaged until it have ending. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. I'm Samrita of grade 12 from Frontline Millennium School. Today I'm going to review one of the favorite books of Ruskin Bond. A Face in the Dark is a work of fiction. It is a collection of stories which takes the readers into the world of mystery, suspense and supernatural. This book was published in year 2004. Ruskin Bond, with his signature style of storytelling, weaves the tales which gives a long-lasting impression on the readers. This book comprises of several short stories with distinct theme and setting, from haunted house to airy forest. Throughout the book, the author creates an atmosphere filled with tension and anticipation. One of the remarkable aspects of the author is, as he is an Indian, he was able to capture all the Indian landscapes and its culture. This book opens up with a line, "You don't have to believe in ghosts to enjoy a ghost story." And I think I was not much interested in ghost stories before. One of the standout collections in this story is the title itself, A Face in the Dark. This story deals with a man named Oliver who was on his way to the school in the late night for work. He encountered a little boy in the pine forest who was crying, hanging his head down. Oliver from a distance asked him what was wrong with the boy. And Oliver also informed that it was not time for the children to be in the forest. The boy neither replied nor reacted to it. Out of curiosity, Oliver took a step near him and asked, "What was wrong with you, little boy?" The boy suddenly raised his face and turned towards Oliver. Oliver panicked the way out and ran towards the school because the boy had no face. That is, he had no eyes, nose, or mouth. On his way to the school, he saw a lantern swinging in the middle of the path. Oliver was shocked. He was thinking to himself that, "What is this at a distance?" And he saw it was the watchman. Out of his breath, he reached the watchman and said, "I encountered a boy in the middle of the forest." And the watchman raised the lantern near his face and asked, "Was it like this?" And this story ends with a question mark, imagining our own, leading to the imagine of the readers. One of the noteworthy stories in this collection is The Haunted Bicycle. It is a story about the author himself. He was on his way to the school and encountered a boy standing in the middle of the road asking for a lift. The author was on his holiday in a bicycle. The author asked the boy, "What was wrong with you, child? May I drop you on the bus stop?" So they both took a ride towards the village. On his way, he also encountered a little girl with an unknown identity. She was the little sister of the boy. They both also went on a walk. Suddenly, the author fell down, hitting a stone. The author went out of his imaginative, and when he woke up, he witnessed two buffaloes standing in the thing. From this, I conclude this. The story was so imaginative, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, gather round as I take you on a journey into children's literature. Today, I, Rishika Vadani from grade 12, studying in of sharing my thoughts about the storybook, Charmed Life. And it is a 4-book series, and the first part is Caitlin's Lucky Charm, written by Lisa Schrader. This storybook will bring us together friendship, adventure, and touch of magic. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, book, everybody from age category of 8 and above will easily understand. So let me talk about the price. First and foremost, the price of the book is affordable, accessible, and easily available on Amazon. The publisher of this book is Scholastic. Scholastic is very much famous for its wonderful books from every type of genre, and that's why I've picked this book, Charmed Life. Charmed Life is about a girl, Caitlin. Caitlin is an 11-year-old protagonist. She was in a summer camp during her summer holidays with her newfound best friends, Mia, Lizzie, and Libby. All these three friends together had a very good connection during the summer camp. So later, after the summer camp, some point of time, returned back to our houses. So did they? And after from the camp, they had to stay at their houses, continue things. So to get this connection with a very good old-fashioned snail mail, to be connected and to correspond with each other, they were mailing each other of how are you, how's things going on. Do you remember? We used to write a lot of journals, a lot of meetings we had during the camp. They would wonder for how and lovely it was, during the time they used to spend in the camp. And to, feel this special bond or to have a little bit of luck, they had a charm bracelet. This bracelet will provide you with a special feature. Whenever you need a little bit of luck, a little bit of joy, and understanding of your friends, just add a charm to the bracelet. This 11-year-old girl, Kathleen, is also about how after the summer camp, she comes to her house. She discovers that maybe his father is going to lose his job and now she has to go to a new school because his father is transferred to another state. Imagine, you are very well, binded with all of your friends in the school and leaving them behind is very bad. You cannot just go to a new school and continue further. So she was having a lot of difficulties, and that's why she chose to wear this charm bracelet. To know further of whether she is able to connect with her friends, get new friends in the school, we must read the book. This book can take about 2 to 3 hours if we do it in one sitting reading. Especially for the kids who want to improve their reading skills, it's a must for them to read because the language used is very simple with only a few occasional exceptions. And I say that might be behavior, and that is few people might not understand cursive handwriting, and that style, if the readers are able to understand, then they will not find any fault in the book. All right, everybody. Hope you enjoyed this adventure and may luck and friendship be with you where you delve into this book. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Chandralekha Ponusamy of grade 12C from Frontline Millennium Senior Secondary School. Today I stand before you to present the review of the book Snap. It is written by Belinda Bower. Belinda Bower worked as a journalist and a screenwriter. Snap by Belinda Bower is a gripping psychological thriller that delves into the world of crime. This story revolves around the disappearance of the mother, leaving her 3 young children who are forced to navigate life on their own. As years passed, her eldest son Jack became determined to uncover the truth behind his mother's vanishing act. From the very first page, Snap grabs your attention with its intriguing premise. The sense of mystery and suspense is established early on, setting a tone for engaging and a suspenseful read. Belinda Bower demonstrates her mastery of storytelling through her intricate plot and well-developed characters in Snap. The narrator unfolds with a perfect balance between emotional depth and suspense. Belinda Bower's writing style is both crisp and evocative, and her ability to convey a sense of unease keeps the readers on the edge throughout the book. The pacing is well maintained with twists and turns that continuously add to the suspense. It explores the length to people to go to seek for justice and as well as the consequences for unresolved mysteries. Snap stands out for its unique blend of mystery and family dynamics. Snap targets towards the readers who enjoy suspenseful and character-driven psychological thriller. One of the strengths of this book is Belinda Bower's ability to create a palpable sense of atmosphere. The setting, a rural area plagued by crime, is vividly described, immersing the readers in the world of tension and danger. Belinda Bower's characterization is another standout aspect of the novel. Each character, from Jack and his respectful sister to the determined police officer, is fleshed out with emotional depth and complexity. Their motivations and struggles are explored, making them relatable and engaging. Catherine, a police officer haunted by an unresolved case, brings out the sense of determination and empathy to the story. She maintains an alliance with Jack as they work together to uncover the truth behind the series of crime. It distinguishes itself only on focusing on crime, but also on the long-term efforts it has on its characters' lives. But also, the language is conscious and has been translated into 21 languages. Snap is very haunting but satisfying novel. Characters do occasionally remark on the role coincidence plays in life and investigations, but there is absolutely no commentary that can ever make coincidence come across as any other than an excuse in fiction. I keep recommending this book if you're looking for a mystery with plenty of suspense. Based on first two chapters, I thought I was going to love this book. The first chapter focuses on Jack after his mother leaves the car, and the second chapter follows Catherine as she is forced to acknowledge a burglar in her dark house. It consists of 20 chapters, and the cost of this book is rupees 499. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. A warm and hearty welcome to One and All Present here. This is Shrutika Muthulakshmanan of grade 12. I am here to give a short review on the book, The Mystery of Holy Lane. I would like to start with these simple quotes as all of us know. There is no friend as loyal as a book. And also, books are a uniquely portable magic. Well, The Mystery of Holy Lane is a book in the popular children's series called The Five Findouters. This book follows a group of young friends who tries to find out and to solve out the mysteries that existed in their hometowns. I would like to specify that it is known for its engaging and suspenseful storytelling. This book is written by Enid Blyton. Enid Blyton often features well-developed characters and also gives a sense of adventure which captivates young readers. This book continues to be known forever. And I would like to recommend this book to the age group of 10 to 15 because these characters in this book will relate to each and every one in that age group. And those who are interested in suspense and mystery can also read if they are even 15 plus. It will also help to unleash their inner detectives. The main characters in this book are a group of young friends. They are Frederick of Fatty Trodoville, Larry Dakin, Daisy Dakin, Philip Pip Hilton and Elizabeth Betts Hilton. With Frederick, there are two siblings. They are Dakin siblings and Frederick siblings. So what about Frederick? He is a leader of the group and he is known for its sharp mind, intelligence and his love for disguises. He often takes on different persons to aid on his investigations. What about Larry Dakin? So he is an adventurous member of the group and he is known for his bravery and his willingness to take risks during their detective work. Now it's Daisy Dakin. So she is the younger sister of Larry Dakin and she is a keenly observant girl. With her keenly observant skills, she often helps to uncover the truth behind various puzzling situations. And what about Philip Pip Hilton? So he is a loyal member of the group and he is known for his bravery and his willingness to take risks, same as Philip. So he is known for everything and he will provide resourcefulness and level-headedness solutions and practical solutions during their detective work. Next, at last, it's Elizabeth Betts Hilton. So she is the younger sister of Philip Pip Hilton. And even though she is a small kid, she often provides valuable insights for this group to solve out the mysteries that existed in their hometowns. This book's genre is fiction and this book is published in the year of 2015. It is published by
Egmont UK Limited, and this book is somewhat long as it contains 22 chapters in it, and it also has a total number of pages of 227 it seems to be, and it will approximately take 2 weeks to complete this book. And I would like to appreciate the writing skills in this book as the storylines were very interesting and it is fully filled with suspense and mystery. This intriguing plots grabs the reader's attention and also makes the readers to know what will happen next. It makes the readers to be eager to know what will happen next. And this story progresses smoothly, but it drags at certain points. Rather than the sense of dragging, this story has it's an amazing one. And today, at last, I am reviewing a book, but as soon as possible, someone will review my book for sure. And my rating for this book will be 4.8 for 5. Thank you.
Happy evening to one and all present here. Welcome to the Frontline World Record Festival. Today I am excited to share with you and present my review on the topic of more about the Paddington, authored by Mr. Michael Bond, published by Mr. Armand Lyon on 1959. The book contains 127 pages and 7 chapters, and I complete 7 chapters and 122 pages. I spent nearly 6 days and 4 hours to complete the book. Maximum retail price of the book 96 rupees is offered. Let's explore the detail of the Paddington. Paddington is an criming book spanning 127 pages. It took that another author by Mr. Michael Bond. Price at 96 rupees is offered. Excellent value for the joy and love it brings. The book is divided into 7 chapters. Each chapter has the new advantage in the life of the lovable main character, Paddington. This endearing bird for the pure heart has the negative life in London to discover the city and getting into the narrative created. The strength of the Paddington lies in the ability to transport the readers of the world. Michael Bond engaged his storytelling into the narrative created and the friendship and life lesson into the narrative created. It created the memorable reader's expectation. List of the character I found in the book: Mr. Brown, Mr. Bird, Mr. Jyoti. It has 127 pages, so educated person only able to read. I would recommend Paddington to children because it is a storybook. It has new adventure and the criming stories. The cost of the book is affordable price to buy the book. The font size of the book is so big and easily read by the readers, and the cost of the book is only 96 rupees. And the page of the book is so nice. I would like to recommend this book to 12 to 14 years category. In terms of affordable, Paddington is an reasonable price. It makes the book affordable. I would like to give rating 4 out of 5 stars. This book is available in Amazon, Flipkart and other websites also. This book have only some picture and black and white color. The price of the book is 96 rupees. Excellent value for the joy and love it brings. Michael Bond engaged storytelling into the narrative created. It created the memorable moment for the readers. The wrap of the book is so nice and the cost of the book is only 96 rupees. The strength of the Paddington lies in the ability to transport the readers of the world. For the readers. The page of the book is so nice. The wrap of the book is so nice. The strength of the Paddington lies in the ability to transport the readers of the world. Michael Bond engaged storytelling into the narrative created. It created the memorable moment for the readers. Thank you for listening my oral review. Thank you.
The welcome of ladies and gentlemen. I am Taksita of grade Hi, from the Frontline Academy Matriculation High Secondary School. I am glad to stand before you to give my the review. The book Mike the Knight and the Snow Dragon. Let's start with the review. Title of the book Mike the Knight and the Snow Dragon. Author Daphne Pendergrass. Publisher Simon and Schuster. The book contains 33 pages. The pictures from the book are very colorful and wonderful to see. The words are easy to read and understand. Mike the Knight and the Snow Dragon is a fun book for kids. It is about a brave knight named Mike who has an adventure with a special snow dragon. The book written by Daphne Pendergrass and published by Simon and Schuster. In the story, Mike the Knight loves going on adventure. When a snow dragon causes trouble, Mike must find a way to help and save the day. He learned important lesson about bravery, friendship, and working together. It teaches values like courage, kindness, and problem solving. The author Daphne Pendergrass tells the story in the way that is easy to understand. The words are simple and there are colorful pictures that show what is happening. One of the best things about this book is good message it shares. Kids will learn about being brave and friendship together. It teaches values like courage, kindness, and problem solving. Mike the Knight and the Snow Dragon is a fun book for kids. It is about a brave who like knights, dragons, and exciting adventures. It is fun to read with parents or teachers. I strongly recommend this book for the age group 10 to 12 and the rate of my book 4 stars out of 5. In summary, Mike the Knight and the Snow Dragon is a fun book for kids. It one book with colorful pictures and good messages. It will entertain kids and inspire them to be brave, kind like the knight in the story. The book paper is very nice. The sentences are very short and there are the sentences are very short and easy to understand. So we can follow easy. Thank you for giving my golden opportunity. Thank you.
Good morning to one and all. Good evening to one and all present here. I am Madhurva from grade 5. Good evening to one and all present here. I am Madhurva of grade 5 from the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. I am happy to stand before you to give my book review on the book Sir Handel. Let's move on the book review now. Sir Handel is a delightful book from the Below Thomas and Friends series authored by Robin Davis, illustrated by Creative Design Egmont. In this engaging story, reader join as he embarks on various adventure facing important lessons. Review. Sir Handel is a captivating addition to Thomas and Friends, captivating young reader with vivid illustration and exciting storyline. The book follows as he embarks on various adventures, facing challenges and learning important lessons. The illustrations are beautifully crafted. Bringing the characters to the
landscape of soda to life. Each page is filled with colorful and expressive artwork, captivating the imagination of children. Robin Davis storytelling is engaging and age appropriate. Make it accessible to primary level reader. The language is clear, allowing the children to follow the story and easily connect with the characters. The narrative is well paced, balancing excitement, humor, valuable life lesson. Throughout the book, young reader witness Sir Hand's determination, see how he learned about importance of teamwork, friendship, and perseverance. Sir Hand benefit for its association with the popular Thomas and Friends series authored by Francis provide a sense of familiarity and excitement for children who are already fans. It reinforces for their love for the characters and the world of Thomas, sparking their imagination and drawing deeper into the story. The book also offers educational value, seamlessly integrating into the narrative. Sir Hand's adventure, children learn about problem-solving cooperation and learning cooperation and the significance of treating others with the kindness and understanding. Conclusion. If you are a fan of Thomas and Friends, you must read this book. Thank you.
Good evening to one and all. Good evening to one and all present here. I am Tejaswini from grade 5 from the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. I am happy to stand before you to give my review on the book Topsy and Tim Go on an Aeroplane. Let us move on to the review now. Topsy and Tim Go on an Aeroplane is an exciting book for kids. It is written by Jean and Gareth Adamson and published by Penguin Random House. The book tells the story Topsy and Tim, two siblings, go on an airplane for the first time. It is a great choice for young readers who are curious about flying and new adventures. In the story, Topsy and Tim visit an airport and get on the plane. They do some things before they can fly, like checking in and going through security. Then they get on the plane and have a fun journey. The authors explain these things in a simple and easy way for kids to understand. The book shows how exciting and fun flying can be. Jean and Gareth Adamson's writing is clear and easy to read. The words are not too hard and the sentences are short. Kids will able to follow along easily. The book also introduces some new words about flying, which can help kids understand more to read. One of the greatest thing about this book is that it teaches kids about flying in a fun way. Whether kids are going on their first airplane trip or just curious about planes, this book will spark their imagination and leave them feeling exciting adventures. My favorite character in the book, Topsy. I have learned more new words from this book. In the story, Topsy and Tim visit an airport and get on the plane. They do some things before they can fly, like checking in and going through security. Jean and Gareth Adamson's writing is clear and easy to read. The words are not too hard and the sentences are short. Kids will able to follow along easily. The the pictures in Topsy and Tim are colorful and nice to look at. The pictures help kids flying in a fun way. One of the greatest thing about this book is that it teaches kids about flying in a fun way. Whether kids are going on their first airplane trip or just curious about planes, this book will spark their imagination and leave them feeling exciting about new adventures. I strongly recommend this book for age group of 10 to 12 and I rate this book with 4 stars out of 5. I will end the review now. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am D. Trivenkada of grade 12 from the Frontline Academy, Tirupur. I am glad to stand before you to present my review on the book Astrosaurus the Space Ghost, written by Steve Cole. This book was published by the Red Fox Publications on 2006. This book contains a total of 10 chapters and 126 pages, and it took me 4 days to read the complete book. I have spent 6 hours on these days on reading this book. The price of this book is 4.99 euros and around rupees 220 in Indian rupees. Now, let me explain the story in short. Astrosaurus the Space Ghost is an action-packed science fiction adventure where a group of heroic dinosaurs called the Astrosaurs must save the galaxy from evil space ghosts who are causing chaos and destructions. Main characters in Astrosaurus the Space Ghost are Captain Tex Tegasser, Arx Orano, Gypsy Soren, and Iggy Tooth. Stephen Cole's writing style is fast-paced and filled with excitement. The language is also accessible and suitable for young readers. This book explores the themes of teamwork, bravery, and the importance of standing against evil forces. It also emphasizes the idea of using one's unique abilities and skills to overcome challenges and to make a positive difference. Characters in Astrosaurus the Space Ghost are well developed and have distinct personalities. They work together as a team, highlighting the importance of collaboration and unity. This book reminds me of other science fiction adventure stories like Star Wars. It has a similar sense of epic space battles and heroic characters fighting against evil forces. Fans of dinosaurs and science fiction will likely enjoy this book. Now, let us see the strengths of this book. This book excels in its ability to create thrilling and action-packed stories. The characters are also likable and relatable, and the plot keeps the readers hooked from the beginning to the end. And there are also some weaknesses in this book. They are, some of the pictures are not clear, and there are some hard words to identify the meaning. Now, let me express my overall thoughts about this book. Astrosaurus the Space Ghost is an entertaining and fun read, especially for young readers who enjoy science fiction and dinosaurs. It may not offer groundbreaking storytelling, but it delivers an enjoyable adventure with relatable characters. As I said before, price of this book is 4.99 euros and around rupees 220 in Indian rupees. This book is relatively affordable and offers good value for its price. I would recommend this book to the children between the age group of 8 to 12. And key takeaways from Astrosaurus the Space Ghost includes the importance of teamwork, bravery, and using one's unique skills to overcome challenges. It also encourages the readers to embrace adventure and imagination. Then the wrapper of this book is very attractive, and it is the main reason to attract the readers towards this book. In conclusion, Astrosos the Space Coast is a nostalgic read for me as it reminds me of my childhood fascination with dinosaurs and science fiction. While it didn't drastically change my perspective on any issues, and it brought back many joyful memories, and it also allowed me to escape into an imaginative world. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Manushri from grade 7, studying in the Frontline Academy Metric Higher Secondary School, Tirupur. The book which I reviewed is The Great Women of India, Pikaji Kama. The author of the book is Nirmal Sagar. It contains 62 pages and divided into 8 chapters. The maximum price of the book is rupees 20. I took 5 days to read this book. On each day, I spent 1 hour to read this book completely. The Great Women of India, Pikaji Kama, explores the life of achievement. She also participated in the Indian independent movement with Gandhiji. There is a big story about Pikaji Kama. This is a short note of Pikaji Kama's life. The main characteristics are Ruskin Kama, Pikaji Kama, and Pikaji Kama's parents and her most best friend Francis. The most important character in the book is Pikaji Kama. Pikaji Kama is a determined woman after marrying Ruskin Kama. Ruskin Kama was a boy who chosen by Pikaji Kama's parents. Writing style. The author, Nirmal Sagar, explores the life of achievement and descriptive, engaging throughout the book, and he well navigated the point of view of Pikaji Kama's life. Theme and characteristic allies. The book primarily focuses on Pikaji Kama's life, her role to struggle on Indian independent movement, and she is also a women advocate for all the women's rights. And now let's have a little summary about the story now. A girl who born on Bombay, now it is Mumbai in 1861. Her parents has naming her as an Pikaji, and she is studying in the most precious convent in Bombay. There she meets a girl called Frances. After a few days passed, Pikaji Kama marries a boy called Ruskin Kama. His family is the most cultural family in Bombay. After marrying Ruskin Kama, Pikaji Kama became a determined woman because for helping each and every poor people. So finally, a good ending. The strength of the book. The book contains good font size and the author well navigated the story. The weakness of the book is the book did not contain much of pictures and it is not more colorful, and the pages of the book did not more creative. I recommend this book to an age group of 6 to 12. Rating of the book is 4.5 star rating out of 5. I like this book because the front page of the book is so beautiful, beautiful, and it is also an historical fiction too. Who is studying about history and who loves historical stories, I recommend this book. So finally, I think everybody likes Pikaji's Kama book. Thank you.
A warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Bernatha of grade 6C at the Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Today, I am reviewing the book titled Fashion Fairy Princess, Honey in Shimmer Island. It was written by Poppy Collins and published by Scholastic India Private Limited in the year 2014 and reprinted in the year 2016. The front cover of the book has fairy image which looks attractive. The author name was not mentioned in the front cover. The back cover of the book has story summary in the brief and another series along with barcodes and publisher details. Getting inside the book, the first page of book has title and second page has copyrights and publication details. Again the title and third page along with author name. Fourth page has map of the story. Finally, in fifth page there has invite to enter the fantasy world. The story begins. Honey sent a letter from Sunny Shima Island to Fashion Fairy Princess. Dear Violet, Buttercup, and Bluebell, please come and join your holidays on Shimmer Island. It is beautiful here, but we miss you. Don't forget to pack your summer outfit. The royal butterflies are waiting for you outside. Princess Honey has invited the Fashion Fairy Princess for an holiday on Sunny Shima Island. Honey throws a magical welcome party, but the next day, fairies wake to find island grey and miserable. This book has 79 pages, composed of 8 chapters. It took me 2 hours for totally 5 days, that is 10 hours, exactly complete reading this book. The genre of the book is fantasy imagination. It is filled with world of fashion and it is enchanting. The writing style is fun and lively. It made me excited and some point the story easily predictable. It is filled with dazzling illustration. One of the potential weakness of the book that there are no chapters name. It is which was difficult for me to identify. The book strength lies in the it's captivating the character development. The book is also preview in the next book in the series, which is Bluebell. It attract me a lot. I recommend this book for age group 10 to 15 years. The price of the book is 160. I rate 4 out of 5 for this book. In conclusion, I would like to recommend this book for those who love fashion and believe in the imagination. Thank you for listening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and respected world record judges and my fellow classmates. A warm welcome to you all. I'm Archita from grade 7C in the Frontline Academy School. I'm here to do my book review. The title of the book which I read is An Angel Told Me. The author of that book is Amin Newmark and it was published by CSS Chicken Soup for the Soul. This book contains 75 pages and 14 chapters. The maximum retail price of this book is $3.5 US. I took 2 days to complete this book. Now I am going to list some characters which I found in this book. The first one is Dolly, which is interesting character in the chapter 1. The second one is Chief, which is brilliant character in the chapter 2. The third one is Danny, who was kind and brave child in the chapter 4. Captions I give for this book is, do you want to spend your leisure time in reading a simple stories, and then I recommend this book to you. Moral of this book is love helps you always. If you trust or love heartfully anyone, they definitely save you from the troubles even they are not alive in this world. Surely you feel them. It impressed me very much while I am reading this book, and I am so likely to share you a story which I read in this book, that is chapter 1, named 2 years later. On that chapter there will be a lady named Merlian. At March 23, 1992, 4:31 a.m. she has a call. In that call, they said that her father was passed away and her mother was in coma stage. After her father's death, she brings her mother to her greenhouse. After 2 years later, at March 23, 1994, 4:31 a.m., again she has a call. In that call, they said that her mother also passed away. From this, she can understand very well that her mother and father was very lovely with each other when they are alive and also not alive. I recommend all age groups can read this book. And I have to say that in this book, at last 8 pages, they said about the contributors of the book and the Amin Newmark, who is the author of the book. Now I am going to say two things, that is advantages of the book and disadvantages of the book. The advantages of the book are the font sizes are very good to see easily. The stories in this book is very good and lovely so that all age groups can read this book. The price of this book is very affordable. The paper in this book is very quality for 3.5 US dollars. And right, there is attractor which covered my eyes. And the disadvantages of the book are there is no pictures, so it is little bit boring, and there are lot of hard words, so kids cannot read it easily without elders. At last, it's time for rating. I give 4 out of 5 stars, and I have to thank our school for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
A warm wel- a warm wel- a warm welcome to one and all present here. I am Pargavi of Grade Frontline Academy Matriculation Higher Secondary School. Today, I will be giving a review of the book titled Rainbow Magic, The Scarlet and the Garnet Fairy. The book was written by Daisy Meadows and Rewriter. It is a magical story filled with adventure and was first published in 2016 by Archer Book. It contains 6 chapters of 73 pages and it took me 2 hours every within 4 days, and it is a paper cover. The main character of the book is Scarlet is the fairy. Rachel Walker and Christy are friends. The front side of the book contains fairy image which makes it looking grasping attention, and the the book contains short form of summary and barcodes with ISBN number. When I was open the book, the first page contains series name and the second page contains copyrights and Josephine Scarlett written special thanks for Joe Morgadian, and the third page contains fifth page contains maps, and the sixth page contains invitation, seventh page contains table of contents, and eighth page is a blank, and the story was beginning to start. The story of Rainbow Magic is filled with enchantment. It revolves around characters who embark on extraordinary quests to save the world. In this book, you will join the brave and magical characters and their thrilling adventure. The writing style of the book is engaging and captivating, capturing the imagination. The themes explored in the story revolve around friendship. The characters are vibrant and relatable, and the book is filled with colorful illustrations. I would tell the story in short way. The Scarlet and the Garnet cannot make things grow and shrink without her magic jewel. When Rachel and Christy find some tiny sheep, they think the garnet must be nearby. In this story, the pictures was very nice to see, but it not colorful. The form size of the book is very nice to see. One of the strengths of the book is its ability to lead us to a magical world and their imagination. However, weakness of the
some parts. Overall, I found this book to be an enjoyable read that will captivate young readers. I would rate it 4.4 stars out of 5. I recommended this book for readers aged 9 to 12 who love magical adventures and friendship. The price of the book is 4.99 and 5 in Indian rupees. In conclusion, I would like to recommend this story to those who believe in the magic of friendship and love to embark on exciting journeys. Thank you for listening.
Hello. Wow. அன்பு மாணவ செல்வங்களே, 3 பள்ளிகள் 55 மணி நேரங்களுக்கும் அதிகமான நேரங்கள் 897 மாணவ மாணவிகள் அதற்கு மேல் பங்கு கொண்டார்கள். 1000த்திற்கும் அதிகமான புத்தகங்கள், 7000த்திற்கும் அதிகமான ஹலோ 7000த்திற்கும் அதிகமான பார்வையாளர்களை கொண்டு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய நிகழ்வு இங்கு நடந்து முடிந்திருக்கின்றது. அன்பு செல்வங்களே, மாணவ செல்வங்களே, ஆம், த லாங்கஸ்ட் புக் ரிவ்யூ மராத்தான் பை a டீம். உலகிலேயே மிக அதிகமான நேரங்கள் நடைபெற்ற புத்தக விமர்சன மராத்தான் என்கின்ற ஒரு அருமையான நிகழ்வு இப்பொழுது நடந்து முடிந்திருக்கின்றது. இந்த அருமையான நிகழ்வை 897 மாணவ மாணவிகள் 6ஆம் வகுப்பு முதல் 12ஆம் வகுப்பு வரை உள்ள மாணவ மாணவிகள் இதில் பங்கு கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் என்று சொன்னால் அது மிகையாகாது. அன்பு செல்வங்களே, ஒரு நிகழ்வு நடக்கணும், ஒரு 50 உலக சாதனைகள் நடத்தணும் அப்படின்னா அந்த ஒவ்வொரு உலக சாதனைகளையும் மாணவ மாணவிகளை எப்படியெல்லாம் அதில் செதுக்க வைக்க வேண்டும், ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்களை எப்படியெல்லாம் அதில் மிளிர வைக்க வேண்டும், வருங்கால தூண்களாகிய உங்களை எல்லாம் எப்படி உயர்த்த வேண்டும், பெற்றோர் பெருமக்கள் எல்லோரையும் எப்படி அழைக்க வேண்டும், பார்வையாளர்களுக்கெல்லாம் எந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கருத்துக்களை கொடுக்க வேண்டும், இந்த நாட்டுக்கு நம்ம என்ன சொல்ல வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு பார்த்து ஒவ்வொன்றையும் செதுக்கி மிக அற்புதமான உலக சாதனையாக மாற்றி அதில் ஒரு முக்கியமான உலக சாதனை நிகழ்வாக இந்த லாங்கஸ்ட் புக் ரிவ்யூ மராத்தானை கொடுத்திருக்கின்ற நம்முடைய மென்டர், மதிப்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய டைரக்டர் திருவாளர் சக்திநந்தன் அவர்களை மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். உங்கள் பலத்த கரகோஷங்களோடு இந்த நிகழ்வை சிறப்பாக செய்து வைத்து மாணவ மாணவிகளை ஊக்குவித்து உங்களை எல்லாம் இந்த அளவிற்கு மேடையில் ஏற்றி அழகு பார்த்த நம்முடைய ஃப்ரண்ட்லைன் மில்லினியம் பள்ளியின் முதல்வர், மதிப்பிற்கு மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய லாவண்யா மேடம் அவர்களையும் மேடைக்கு அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். எந்த நிகழ்வுல நிறைய அட்ஜுடிகேட்டர் இருந்தாங்களோ இல்லையோ, இந்த நிகழ்வுக்கு ஒரு அட்ஜுடிகேட்டர் ரொம்ப நேரம் உட்கார்ந்து மெனக்கெட்டு உங்களுடைய அனைத்து விமர்சனங்களையும் நிறைய கேட்டிருக்கிறாரு. மதிப்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய இந்தியா ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் அகாடமியின் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் மேனேஜர் திருவாளர் வெங்கடேஸ்வரன் அவர்களை மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். உங்கள் பலத்த கரகோஷத்தோடு அதாவது ஒரு ஸ்கூல்ல இருக்கிற லைப்ரரியை எப்படி மொத்தமா புரட்டி போட்டு எல்லா புத்தகத்தையும் மாணவர்களை படிக்க வைக்கணுங்கிற ஒரு அருமையான வித்தை, அந்த வித்தையை எப்படி உலக சாதனையா மாற்றலாம், அந்த உலக சாதனையை எப்படி எல்லாரையும் பார்க்க வைக்கலாம், அந்த உலக சாதனை மூலமாக இந்த உலகுக்கு என்ன ஒரு மெசேஜை கொடுக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு ஒட்டு மொத்தமாக ஒரு டிசைன் பண்ணி இங்கே இந்த நிகழ்வை மிக சிறப்பாக நடத்தி முடித்திருக்கின்றார் உங்களுடைய டைரக்டர், மதிப்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய திரு சக்திநந்தன் மென்டர் அவர்களை ஓரிரு வார்த்தைகள் வாழ்த்துரைகளாக வழங்கி உங்களை கௌரவிக்குமாறு அன்போடு அவரை அழைக்கின்றேன்.
Good evening, students. So I'm actually very happy. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. I think this record is for more than we have had this event for 56 hours if I'm not wrong. So like I think this is a really good record because இதுல தான் வந்து maximum participation apart from variety show, maximum participation in a literary event, all the 3 schools from grade 5 to 12 on 5 to 12 எல்லாரும் வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. அண்ட் இதுக்காக நிறைய பேர் நிறைய திட்டு வாங்கியிருக்கீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் கேட்டிருந்தெல்லாம். பட் ஆக்சுவலி இப்போ இஃப் ஐ ஆஸ்க் யூ வில் சே திஸ் இஸ் ஆக்சுவலி தி ஈஸியஸ்ட், ரைட்? எஸ் ஆர் நோ? ஆனாலும் திட்டு வாங்கினக்கு அப்புறம் தான் யூ மேட் இட் ஈஸி. பட் ஸ்டில் குட். ஐ பிலீவ் வி ஹவ் செட் அ ரெக்கார்ட். நம்ம அட்ஜுடிகேட் கேட்டால் தான் தெரியும். He will most declare a provisional record for us. But see, this beyond this world record thing, okay, so world records we wanted to make sure you are gaining a lot of skills from this. So in the ஒரு சின்ன ஈவெண்ட்லேயே வந்து I believe at least ஒரு புக்னாலும் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க. If not, at least படிக்காமே எப்படி ஒரு புக்கை படித்த மாதிரி காமிக்கிறதுனால you would have surely learned, right? But beyond that, book படிக்கிறோமோ இல்லையோ அதை சமாளிக்கலாம். பட் யூ ஹாவ் டு கம் ஹியர் அண்ட் ஸ்பீக். ஸோ ஷியோர்லி யுவர் ஸ்பீக்கிங் ஸ்கில்ஸ் ஹவ் இம்ப்ரூவ்ட். நிறைய பேருக்கு நிறைய பயமாக இருந்திருக்கும் இங்கே வந்து எப்படி மைக் பிடிச்சி பேசுறது அப்படின்னு. தட் ஃபியர் வுட் ஹவ் gone or it would have reduced to a great extent, and I'm sure you would have had a sense of accomplishment. இங்கிருந்து அப்படியே பேசி முடிச்சுட்டு கீழே இறங்கும்போது ஓகே எப்படியோ முடிச்சிட்டோம். நிறைய பேர் வந்து லைக் ஸ்டேஜ் ஏறக்கே பயமாக இருந்திருக்கும். பட் நவ் யூ நோ இட்ஸ் ஈஸி, ரைட்? எஸ் ஆர் நோ? ஸோ இதுக்காக தான் நாங்கள் பண்ணோம். ஓகே, ஸோ வி வாண்டட் யூ டு கெட் ரிட் ஆஃப் யுவர் ஸ்டேஜ் ஃபியர், become very confident and brave in expressing yourself. ஓகே, ஸோ maximum இதெல்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது I am sure we have succeeded in that. So beyond this world record, I am extremely happy that I have seen so much of improvement. We have seen so much of improvement. Yeah, that's it. So I'll ask your principal ma'am to continue.
மேடத்துக்கு முன்னாடி சின்னதாக அப்படி கொட்டு வாங்காத திட்டு வாங்காத புள்ள உருப்படுமா எங்காவது? எந்த அளவுக்கு கொட்டு வாங்குறீங்களோ எந்த அளவுக்கு திட்டு வாங்குறீங்களோ அந்த பிள்ளை தான் உருப்படும். உங்களை திட்டுற ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்கள் தான் உங்களை அரவணைத்து ஒரு ஏணி மாதிரி இருந்து உங்களை மேலே ஏற்றி விடுவார்கள். சரிங்களா? ஸோ அதனால் சார் சொன்னார் இப்போது எவ்வளோ திட்டு வாங்கியிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. எல்லாம் அந்த திட்டில் எல்லாமே உங்கள் மேலே ஒரு அரவணைப்போடு தான் அந்த திட்டுகள் இருக்கும். சரியா? மிக்க நன்றி. ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
திட்டு வேணா விழுந்திருக்கும், ஆனால் கண்டிப்பாக இங்கே கொட்டுறதெல்லாம் நாட் அலவுட். பிகாஸ் மெயினாக இங்கே இருக்கிறவங்க சில பேர்த்துக்கு தெரியும். சம் சில்ட்ரன் எங்கள் அப்பா லாயர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி இல்லை ஃபாதர் கூட்டிகிட்டு வந்துடுவாங்க, ரைட்? ஸோ ஆல் தட் டஸ் நாட் ஹேப்பன் ஹியர். ஸோ யார் பார்த்தாலும் வி டோன்ட் டூ ஆல் தட் ஹியர். ஒன்லி திட்டுறது மட்டும்தான் நடக்கும்.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், ஒரே ஒன்று மட்டும் சொல்ல விரும்பிக்கிறேன். நான் சின்ன குழந்தையாக இருக்கும்போது எனக்கு இப்படியெல்லாம் மேடைகள் கிடைக்கல. எவ்வளோ பெரிய பந்தல், எவ்வளோ பெரிய மேடை, உங்களை சுற்றி எத்தனை ஆட்கள், எவ்வளோ லைட்ஸு, 52 மணி நேரங்கள் தொடர்ந்து இந்த லைட் எரிஞ்சிட்டு இருந்தது, இந்த ஃபேனை ஓடிட்டு இருந்தது, எல்லாம் சேர்ஸ் போட்டிருந்தது, உங்களை சுற்றி ஆட்கள் இருந்தாங்க, உங்களுக்கு வேணுங்கிறதெல்லாம் வந்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தது. எவ்வளோ பெரிய முயற்சி எடுத்திருக்கிறாங்க நீங்கள் கொடுத்த அந்த 3 நிமிஷ பேச்சுக்காக. கொஞ்சம் நினச்சி பாருங்கள். ஒரு 3 மினிட்ஸ் தான் நீங்கள் பேச்சு கொடுத்தீங்க. அந்த பேச்சுக்கான புத்தகத்தையும் உங்கள் ஸ்கூல் தான் உங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தது. அதுக்கான டைம், அதுக்கான நேரம், இதெல்லாம் இப்படி படி இப்படி சொல்லு அப்படிங்கிற ப்ராக்டிஸும் உங்களுடைய டீச்சர்ஸ் தான் கொடுத்துருந்துருப்பாங்க. நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு இத்தினோண்டு தான் அதில் கொடுத்துருக்குறீங்க. ஆனால் உங்கள் ஸ்கூல் உங்களுக்கு நிறையா கொடுத்துருக்கு, எக்கச்சக்கமாக கொடுத்துருக்கு. நல்லா யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க. இது எந்த அளவுக்கு அருமையான ஒரு நிர்வாகம் உங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு, அருமையான ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்கள் கிடைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க, நல்ல பெற்றோர் பெருமக்கள் கிடைச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. எங்களுக்கு டிரைவர் முதற்கொண்டு ஆயாமா முதற்கொண்டு அத்தனை பேரும் அழகான நல்ல அருமையான மனிதர்கள் உங்களை சுற்றி கிடைச்சிருக்காங்க. நல்லா உபயோகப்படுத்தி கொள்ளுங்கள். ஒரு நிமிஷம். அடுத்தபடியாக நம்முடைய முதல்வர்.
Good evening, students. Yeah. This is a very big, amazing and impressive world record attempt. Am I right, children? Yes. Really, you're all awesome and you have done a very great job. I can see smiling faces here. I hope so. You really enjoyed this season, isn't it or not? Right from grade 5 to grade 12, everyone you have attempted a very successful event. First of all, I thank all the teachers who supported you. First, You felt bored to repeat it. Am I right? But your teachers made you to speak again and again. Finally, when you spoke on the stage, you spoke very confidently. I can see that. I can feel it. Thank you so much, teachers. Thank you so much, children, and thank you, parents.
தேங்க்யூ மேடம். ஷார்ட் அண்ட் ஸ்வீட்டாக சொல்கிறது நம்ம மேடத்தை மாதிரி யாரும் சொல்ல முடியாது. ரொம்ப சிறப்பு. இந்த நிகழ்வு எப்படி இருந்தது, மாணவ மாணவிகள் எப்படி என்ன பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னு நம்முடைய இந்தியன் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் அகாடமி ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் மேனேஜர் திருவாளர் வெங்கடேஷன் அவர்களை ஓரிரு வார்த்தைகள் பேசுமாறு.
Hello students. So it's been like 2.5 days. So 2.5 days எல்லாரும் வெயிட் பண்ணி 3 minutesக்காக. So as your director said, so all the efforts made for you. So reading a book a day, so it's amazing. So we have few adjudication process, so we'll let you know the results in tomorrow. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
மிக்க நன்றி. ஓரளவுக்கு உங்களுக்கு லைப்ரரினா என்ன, புத்தகங்கள் என்ன, பள்ளிகள்னா என்ன, ஆசிரியர்கள்னா யார், உங்களை செலுத்துகிறவர்கள் யார், உங்களை முன்னோக்கி கொண்டு செல்பவர்கள் யார் அப்படிங்கிறதெல்லாம் இந்த நிகழ்வின் மூலமாக நீங்கள் கண்டிப்பாக தெரிஞ்சிருப்பீங்க. இதை அப்படியே விட்டுறக்கூடாது. இன்றைக்கி ஒரு நாளோட நீங்கள் படிச்சுட்டு விட்டுறக்கூடாது. எகெயின் மறுபடியும் இருக்கிற எல்லா புத்தகங்களையும் படிங்க, நல்லா முன்னுக்கு வாங்க. அதுதான் உங்களுடைய ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்களும் உங்களுடைய நிர்வாகமும் எதிர்பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இல்லாட்டி இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு உலக சாதனை வைக்க வேண்டிய அவசியமே கிடையாது. இப்படியெல்லாம் படிக்கணும், இந்த மாதிரி சொல்லித்தரணும் குழந்தைகளுக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நீங்கள் நினச்சி பாருங்கள். இந்த புத்தகங்களெல்லாம் இதுக்கு முன்னாடி நீங்கள் தொட்டிருப்பீங்களா? லைப்ரரி அவ்வளோ நேரம் அந்த புத்தகங்கள் உங்களுக்காக காத்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தது. உங்கள் கைகள், அந்த கரங்கள் அந்த புத்தகங்களில் படாத அந்த புத்தகங்கள் ஏங்கிட்டு இருந்தது. இன்றைக்கி அந்த புத்தகங்கள் ஒரு மாதவம் செஞ்சுருக்கு. சின்ன குழந்தைகள் முதற்கொண்டு எல்லாரும் தொட்டு அதை நீங்கள் படித்து பார்த்து அதை பற்றின ஒரு விமர்சனத்தை சொல்லியிருக்கிறீங்க. அதை உலக சாதனை அளவுக்கு நீங்கள் கொண்டு போக போகிறீங்க. அப்படிங்கும்போது அந்த புத்தகங்கள் நிச்சயமாக பெருமை அடையும். நிச்சயமாக அதுக்கு உயிர் இருந்தது அப்படின்னா அந்த புத்தகங்கள் நிச்சயம் பெருமை அடையும். அப்படி ஒரு பெருமையை கொடுத்த உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும், இந்த நிர்வாகத்திற்கும் ஆசிரியர்களுக்கும் எல்லோருக்கும் இந்த தருணத்தில் மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இதனுடைய மொத்த வடிவம் என்ன ஆகும், எவ்வளோ பேர் இதுக்குள்ளே போய் வந்திருக்கிறீங்க, எத்தனை பேருக்கு இதுக்குன்னா அச்சீவ்மெண்ட் இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறது எல்லாமே நாளை மாலைக்குள் உங்களுக்கான அதற்கான ஒரு தீர்வு கிடைக்கும் என்பதை இந்த தருணத்தில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இப்போது இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு நிகழ்வு நடந்ததற்காக, இந்த நிகழ்வை நடத்தி கொடுத்ததற்காக, உங்கள் நிர்வாகத்திற்காக நீங்கள் நன்றி செலுத்தும் விதமாக ஒரு எழுந்து நின்று ஒரு பலத்த கரகோ கொடுத்து இந்த ஃப்ரண்ட்லைன் பள்ளிகளை பெருமைப்படுத்துமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். ஓகே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், இவ்வளவு நேரம், அதாவது 2.5 நாள் நீங்கள் இப்படியெல்லாம் பேசி ஆகணுங்கிற ஒரு இது சொல்லியிருந்தோம். இப்போ உங்கள் மனதிலிருந்து ஆத்மார்த்தமாக ஏதாவது சொல்ல விரும்பினீங்க அப்படின்னா தாராளமாக இந்த ஒலி வாங்கி மைக் காத்துட்ருக்கு, மேடைக்கு வரலாம். +2 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வாங்க. யாரும் வரலையா? சரி, எல்லாருமே மேலே வாங்க. வாங்க, அனைத்து மாணவ மாணவிகளும் மேலே வருமாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். வாங்க, உட்கார்ந்துருக்கிற எல்லாரும் வாங்க. சரி, சின்ன பொடி வரைக்கும் ஒப்பிச்சதெல்லாம் வரும், மக்கடிச்சதெல்லாம் வரும். இவ்வளவு நேரம் எவ்வளவு உற்சாகமா இருந்தீங்க, அதே மாதிரி உற்சாகமா வர வேண்டாமா? மேல வாங்க வாங்க. சுற்றி வர இன்னும் ஏதாவது கேமரா ஓடிட்டு இருக்கு, உங்க மனதில் இருப்பதை யாராவது சொல்ல விரும்புறீங்களா? நல்ல கிளாப் கொடுங்க அவருக்கு. இல்ல, நான் நிச்சயமா பொண்ணுக்கு தான் வருவாங்க நினைச்சேன், பையன் வந்திருக்காரு. வெரி குட்.
நான் சத்தியமாக நான் வாழ்க்கையில் ஒரு புக் கூட நான் படித்ததில்ல. இப்பயும் சொல்கிறேன், நான் அவ்வளோ ஸ்டடீஸ் அவ்வளோ கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணாலும் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் நான் ரொம்ப தேங்க் பண்ணணும். இவ்வளோ கஷ்டப்பட்டு எங்களுக்காக நாங்கள் 12th கூட எங்களை வந்து ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி நாங்கள் இவ்வளோ பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ சார் ரொம்ப தேங்க்யூ சார். அதுவும் இல்லாமல் இந்த சர்டிஃபிகேட்ஸ்லாம் எங்களுக்கு வந்து 12th யூஸ் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ தட்ஸ் ஆல் சார்.
இதுதான் மனதில் இருந்து வரக்கூடியது. சரியா? இத்தனை நேரம் எல்லாம் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணீங்க, இது எப்படி தானா வந்தது? இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நேரம் பேசியிருந்தா கண்ணில் தண்ணி வந்திருக்கும். கரெக்ட், நான் கவனிச்சிட்டேன். ரைட். வேற யாராவது? ஒரு ஜென்ஸ் வந்துட்டாரு. குட். உங்க பேர் என்ன? சுபா.
I thank the school management for giving this wonderful opportunity. I didn't expect that I will be very bold enough to speak here, and I thank you very much, sir. And my teachers gave me a great support. I thank them also. They worked equal to me and more than me for making me to come to the stage. I thank everyone who helped me, and thank you, sir.
வேற யாராவது? அதுக்கப்புறம் இது கிடைக்காது. ரைட், முடிச்சுக்கலாமா சார்? இறுதியாக நீங்கள் ஏதாவது? ஸோ மனதில் அந்த மகிழ்ச்சியை தேக்கி வச்சுக்கிட்டே இருங்க. சரியா? நாளை மாலை வரலும். இப்பொழுது தேசிய கீதம்.
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा शुभ नामे जागे तव जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत जय 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 हे.
Thank you, students. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone.